Chapter 228. As expected. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. When mortal Emperor Chu appeared, Duan Lingtian discovered that the atmosphere was somewhat off. First of all, human Emperor Chu seemed to be very dissatisfied with the emperor. Secondly, the fifth prince, Chu Sun, who was originally kneeling there and begging for mercy, heaved a sigh of relief when mortal Emperor Chu appeared, as if he'd seen his savior. But even then, Duan Lingtian never imagined that the fifth prince and mortal Emperor Chu were actually father and son. Didn't that mean that this fifth prince was born from the adultery of the mortal emperor of Chu and the emperor's favorite concubine? Things seemed to have gotten a little complicated. You. The emperor was so angry that his pupils constricted. He pointed his finger at Ranhuang Chu and Chu Sun, and was somewhat unable to breathe. Royal brother Sun, doesn't know anything about medicine. He poisoned you with a prescription that I gave him. Mortal Emperor Chu gazed at the emperor with a calm gaze, as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. All these years, I've protected the imperial family, and I have no other request. I only hope that my only son can ascend the throne. But unfortunately, imperial brother, you're too greedy for power. You're already over 60 years old, yet you're still unwilling to give up your throne. His only son. Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused the emperor's face to turn ashen. This bastard was born of you and that bitch? Thinking about how he had been cuckolded for so many years, the emperor felt a sense of uneasiness in his chest. Old man, don't insult my mother. Chu Sun coldly glanced at the emperor. Since things had already come to this, he no longer hid anything. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The emperor started laughing loudly, laughing madly, and only after a long time did his laughter stop. He looked at mortal Emperor Chu and said in a cold voice, "Fourth imperial brother, you've shed all pretense of cordiality with me today for the sake of this animal. It shouldn't be as simple as just protecting his life, right?" Ranhuang Chu took a deep look at the emperor. "Imperial brother, I've come here today in hopes that you can abdicate your position." Abdicate? Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused another stir. Even Duan Lingtian never imagined that this mortal Emperor Chu would be so deranged. "What if I'm not willing?" The emperor said in a deep voice, his eyes cold. "Brother, you are a smart person." Mortal Emperor Chu spoke indifferently, and within his calm tone was a sense of coercion. "What? Fourth imperial brother, are you trying to force me to abdicate?" The emperor suddenly laughed, and the coldness on his face became even more apparent, as if he was covered with a layer of frost. "So what?" Mortal Emperor Chu had a carefree expression, not putting the emperor in his eyes at all. "How dare you?" The emperor's face darkened as he shouted coldly. Just at this moment, mortal Emperor Chu ignored the emperor. He seemed to have noticed something and looked outside the throne room. At the same time, Xueqi, who was beside Duan Lingtian, also looked outside. Shortly after, the Divine Might Marquis Manor's old Marquis and Marquis Manor also looked outside. A handsome figure slowly walked in. He wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand. The person who came was an elegant middle-aged man. He walked in slowly and stood behind the emperor. When the emperor saw the elegant middle-aged man, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Dean Sima, a wise man submits to circumstances. Could it be that you think you alone are sufficient to go against me?" Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the elegant middle-aged man, and his voice contained gloominess mixed within. "Dean Sima." Duan Lingtian revealed a surprised expression. The middle-aged man that appeared now was none other than his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, Sima Chongfeng. Now, this mortal Emperor Chu addressed Sima Chongfeng as Dean. Could it be that this teacher Sima of his was that elusive Dean of Paladin Academy? If it was really like this, then this Dean had concealed himself too deeply. "Your Majesty Mortal Emperor, stop." Sima Chongfeng looked at mortal Emperor Chu and said indifferently, "His Majesty the Emperor is the legitimate heir of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. If you want to force him to abdicate, not to mention me, even the old Marquis would probably not stand by idly." "Old Marquis?" Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the old man sitting at the side, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Not to mention the old Marquis being poisoned by the dark nethermink and is unable to use his origin energy. Even if the old Marquis wasn't poisoned, so what? Could it be that you think the two of you joining forces is sufficient to go against me?" As he spoke up to hear, mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed an arrogant expression. "Ha ha ha. Your Majesty Mortal Emperor is indeed worthy of being the imperial family's rare genius in the martial Tao. The old man sitting at the side couldn't help but laugh. Old Marquis, I hope your divine might Marquis estate doesn't interfere in today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame the Mortal Emperor for not showing mercy. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the old Marquis, and his tone contained no lack of threatening intent. Humph. The old Marquis hadn't spoken when the divine might Marquis, Nie Yuan, had already taken a step forward. Your Majesty Mortal Emperor, the divine might Marquis estate only respects the legitimate heir of the imperial family. If you really want to force the emperor to abdicate, then that's treason. I, Nie Yuan, will be the first to stand out and share your Majesty's burden and kill the traitor. Good. Divine might Marquis, my trust in you wasn't in vain. The emperor revealed a gratified smile when he saw the attitude of the divine might Marquis. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm indebted to your Majesty's great kindness and am willing to serve your Majesty. Duan Lingtian expressed his stance as well. You're Duan Lingtian? Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You don't have the qualifications to choose. Whether I have the qualifications to choose or not isn't something for your Majesty Mortal Emperor to worry about. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, you're presumptuous. Chu Sun's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Sun and said with a smile, Fifth Prince. Oh no, you're not the fifth prince anymore. Chu Sun's face went grim, and the killing intent in his eyes was piercingly cold. Duan Lingtian, you've lost for sure today. I'll capture you and send you before my cousin, and let her personally tear you into 1,000 pieces. What? Fifth Prince, you're so confident that you'll win for sure? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled indifferently. You'll know very soon. After today, I, Chu Sun, will become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chu Sun's gaze became fervent, as if he'd seen the scene of himself ruling over the world. Wishful thinking. The emperor sneered. Imperial brother, whether it's wishful thinking or not, you'll know very soon. Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze swept past everyone present, and in the end, it descended onto Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, you have great talent and strategy, so I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Accompany this old fellow to die. 2. Serve my son and assist my son in governing the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Gu Yuting saw Mortal Emperor Chu look over, he knew that he had to make a choice. Now, he could notice that the emperor's gaze was looking at him as well. For a moment, he was in a difficult position. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right at this moment, numerous black figures flashed in from outside the throne room and descended behind Mortal Emperor Chu. There was a total of 8 people, and all of them were old men. They wore black clothes and had cold and indifferent gazes. It was precisely Mortal Emperor Chu's Spectre Guards. Your Majesty, we've already dealt with those stubborn half-step void stage revered elders. One of the Spectre Guards reported to Mortal Emperor Chu. Prime Minister Gu, what's your choice? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at Gu Yuting and asked once more, and his tone contained slight impatience. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Gu Yuting didn't hesitate any longer when he saw the arrival of the Spectre Guards. He spoke to the Emperor, and in the next moment, his entire body flashed towards Mortal Emperor Chu. But, even though his speed was fast, someone was even faster than him. Bang! Sima Chongfeng behind the Emperor raised his hand, and an origin energy palm print that carried along a trace of terrifying aura instantly descended onto Gu Yuting, killing Gu Yuting. Sima Chongfeng. Mortal Emperor Chu's face sank, and his white robe and long hair fluttered without wind, as he was enraged to the limit. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng moved, flashing directly towards Mortal Emperor Chu with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above Sima Chongfeng, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus. Second level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised, as he never imagined that this teacher Sima's strength would be so strong. Humph! Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed disdain when faced with Sima Chongfeng flashing over. His body lightly trembled, and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Third level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. As expected of the publicly acknowledged strongest void-prying stage martial artist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, This Duan Ren Huang was actually a third-level void-prying stage expert. Dean Sima, this old fellow will assist you. The old man that had always been sitting there made a move as well, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the void-prying stage. Father, be careful. Nie Yuan's figure flashed out to join the battle, and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Obviously, Nie Yuan had already broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage. For a time, the throne room shook. The movements of the four great void-prying stage experts fighting were so swift that it caused one's eyes to be dazzled, and they were utterly unable to see clearly. At least, Duan Lingtian didn't see clearly in the slightest. However, the only thing he was able to discern was that even though it was 3 against 1, mortal Emperor Chu still occupied the upper hand. Senior Marquis, looks like your dark netherminx poison has been cured. Nie Yuan, I truly never imagined that you've stepped into the void-prying stage as well. Mortal Emperor Chu's voice contained slight astonishment mixed within. In next to no time, the feather fan in Sima Chongfeng's hand flashed out, revealing the strength of a grade 7 spirit weapon. The Divine Might Marquis and his son each withdrew a grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Humph. So what if it's a spirit weapon? 3 void-prying stage martial artists, and only 2 have comprehended force. I'll let all of you experience advanced force. A dark blue 3-foot-long blade appeared in Mortal Emperor Chu's hand. Whoosh! Everywhere the 3-foot-long blade passed, the attacks of Sima Chongfeng's group of 3 were directly disintegrated as easily as crushing dry weeds. A single sword strike shocked the world. Advanced sword force. The senior Marquis exclaimed in surprise, then shouted out explosively. Retreat! Instantly, the 3 of them hurriedly flashed back to avoid Mortal Emperor Chu's sword strike, as they didn't dare fight it head-on. Spectre guards, listen to my orders. Capture Duan Lingtian alive, and kill everyone else. Meanwhile, Chu Sun gave the order. Chapter 229. 8 Spectre guards were 8 half-step void stage experts. Now they pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Humph! A light cold snort sounded out, and a strand of azure sword light appeared gracefully. Whoosh! Only a strand of sword light flashed past, and the 8 Spectre guards that charged over died before they could even start a slaughter. In the sky, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. Besides Duan Lingtian and the group of embroidered uniform guards behind him, the gazes of everyone else descended onto Xueqi, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had a void-prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void-prying stage expert. 3 second-level void-prying stage experts, 1 first-level void-prying stage expert. Very good, all of you can come at me together. Mortal Emperor Chu laughed heartily, and his words were filled with overbearingness. I alone am enough to kill you. Xueqi's voice contained a sense of calmness mixed within, and he walked out in large strides, arriving nearby Mortal Emperor Chu in the blink of an eye. Just by relying on you, a second-level void-prying stage martial artist? Mortal Emperor Chu sneered, and the dark blue grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to stab towards Xueqi, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls. Relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Mortal Emperor Chu instantly increased to around 5,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This wasn't the end. Along with a strand of mysterious and profound aura appearing on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him once again increased by around 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Mortal Emperor Chu attacked with his full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop around 5,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His strength was shocking. Besides a spirit weapon, there's an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly came to a sudden understanding. He knew that the additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths that Mortal Emperor Chu had now was the extra strength from half-step advanced force. Force was an existence that only existences at the void-prying stage and above could come into contact with. Force was divided into 3 levels: elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Amongst them, elementary comprehension force was able to increase the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to provide an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for minute subtlety, whoosh! Xueqi also moved. His sword whistled out. Facing mortal Emperor Chu, who attacked with his full strength and displayed half-step advanced sword force, he was fearless. Through the amplification of the Grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xueqi had instantly increased to nearly 3,900. Wang. Right at this moment, a strand of an aura that was even more mysterious and powerful than the aura of mortal Chu's sword leaped out from the 3-foot-long blade in Xueqi's hand. Instantly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xueqi once again increased by an entire 2,000. When he attacked with his full strength, he erupted with the strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths. Advanced sword force. Mortal Emperor Chu was originally full of confidence, but when he noticed the terrifying aura on Xueqi's sword and saw the almost 5,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out above Xueqi, his face went ghastly pale. At this moment, the figures of Xueqi and mortal Emperor Chu passed by each other. A stream of blood splattered into the air. Xueqi was motionless like a mountain and wasn't injured in the slightest. Mortal Emperor Chu's chest was penetrated, and the Grade 7 spirit sword in his hand was even blasted flying. Bang! Mortal Emperor Chu's body crashed onto the ground. The strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths that Xueqi exerted completely crushed mortal Emperor Chu's strength of around 5,600 ancient mammoths. How is this possible? Advanced sword force? Mortal Emperor Chu struggled as he stared at Xueqi with a face full of disbelief, unwilling to believe that everything that happened earlier was real. He felt that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his half-step advanced sword force could already be considered to be extremely rare amongst martial artists below the 4th level of the Void Prying stage. But the person before him was only at the 2nd level of the Void Prying stage, and had comprehended true advanced sword force. Half-step advanced force only increased the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. However, advanced force was instead able to increase the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Mortal Emperor Chu died with a heart filled with unwillingness and regret. Imperial Father. Chu Sun cried out in grief. His pupils stared wide open, and his body lightly trembled, unwilling to believe that all this was real. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The path before his eyes was dim without light. Within the throne room, only Chu Sun's sorrowful cries remained. Besides Duan Ling Tian, the gazes of the remaining people all descended onto Xueqi. After a long time. May I ask if mortal Emperor Chu's sword force is still advanced sword force? Sima Changfeng looked at Xueqi, and was rather fearful of this expert that was able to kill mortal Emperor Chu with a single sword strike. Of course not. Xueqi calmly glanced at Sima Changfeng and slowly said, his sword force is only at the half-step advanced stage. Although there is only a difference of 1 level between half-step advanced stage and advanced stage, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The sword force I executed earlier is the true advanced sword force. Sima Changfeng nodded and came to a sudden understanding. The difference was indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. A difference of an entire 1,500 ancient mammoths. This is the strength of the void stage. Although in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this wasn't a big deal, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly excited in his heart, and traces of yearning were emitted from his eyes. Imperial Father. Chu Sun was currently lying on mortal Emperor Chu's body with a dim expression. Duan Ling Tian walked over in large strides, and he didn't pay attention to Chu Sun, who retreated in fear. He directly put away the Grade 7 spirit weapon and spatial ring on mortal Emperor Chu. Then he went to put away the spatial rings of the 8 spectre guards. After putting away all the spoils of the battle into the spatial rings, Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly, then looked at Sima Changfeng and the Emperor. Teacher Sima, Your Majesty, these spoils of the battle belong to me. You don't mind, right? Kid, you've already put them away. Is there any use in us saying we mind? Sima Changfeng shook his head and said angrily. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly. These spoils of the battle belong to the expert by your side, so they ought to belong to you. The Emperor recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered with a bright light that never left Xueqi's side. Humph. Only when Xueqi coldly snorted and coldly swept a glance at the Emperor did the Emperor withdraw his gaze somewhat embarrassedly. Commander Duan, I truly envy you for having such an expert as your follower. The Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. Your Majesty is too kind. I wonder how I should deal with these two people? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the dejected Chu Sun and the ghastly pale white-browed old man. Whoosh! Practically at the same time Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the Emperor moved. In the blink of an eye, Chu Sun and the white-browed old man were personally killed by the emperor. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He never imagined that the emperor was actually in existence at the half-step void stage. When he saw the emperor return to the throne, Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as it descended onto Chu Sun and the white-browed old man's spatial rings. "Your Majesty there. Just take it." The emperor shook his head. "Commander Duan, are you very short of money?" After Duan Lingtian put away Chu Sun and the white-browed old man's spatial rings, he nodded. "That's right, very short of money." The emperor nodded, and his eyes flickered as he slowly said, "Commander Duan, today's matter is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I, the emperor, wouldn't exist. I'll bestow you with 10 million gold. How about it? 10 million gold?" Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. 10 million gold was equivalent to 1 billion silver. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. "You little fellow, you're really a miser." The old man from the Divine Might Marquis estate shook his head and smiled, and his gaze occasionally flashed past Xueqi. He was extremely surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable existence by his side. Although Nye Yuan didn't say anything, he was similarly shocked. Alas! Suddenly, the emperor let out a long sigh. "Through today's matter, I've finally realized that it's time to abdicate. Senior Marquis, Dean Sima, Divine Might Marquis, who do you think I should let inherit the imperial family and become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" "Your Majesty, it's better for you to decide this yourself," Sima Chongfeng hurriedly said. "Dean Sima is right. If Your Majesty really doesn't know who to pass the throne to, you can carry out a test for the princes, and the one that passes will inherit the imperial family," the senior Marquis slowly said. "No matter who inherits the imperial family, Nye Yuan will surely sacrifice his life for it." Nye Yuan expressed his stance. "Divine Might Marquis, I haven't congratulated you for successfully breaking through to the void prying stage. Alas, I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in my lifetime. After I abdicate this time, I should properly study the martial Tao." After today's matter, the emperor seemed to have suddenly been enlightened and was able to see things through. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group bid their farewells and left. "Teacher Sima, I really never imagined that you were actually the Dean of Paladin Academy." After leaving the throne room, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Chongfeng with a face full of emotion. As far as he was concerned, Sima Chongfeng ought to be the fourth void stage expert hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As for the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, he'd only broken through recently. "I never imagined that you had such an expert by your side. Today, if it wasn't for him, even if the Senior Marquis, Divine Might Marquis, and I joined forces, it would still be difficult to subdue mortal Emperor Chu." Sima Chongfeng glanced at Xueqi, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and sighed with emotion. "Little Tian this is?" Nye Yuan glanced at Xueqi as he asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Xueqi spoke first. "I'm the young master's servant." "Servant?" Nye Yuan was dumbstruck when they heard Xueqi, Sima Chongfeng was dumbstruck, and the nearby senior marquis was dumbstruck as well. This second-level void-prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force and was capable of defeating a third-level void-prying stage expert actually called himself Duan Lingtian's servant? Has this world gone mad? Even the group of embroidered uniform guards couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although they'd witnessed how terrifying Xueqi was at the fifth prince's estate, and knew that Xueqi addressed Duan Lingtian as young master, but they never imagined that Xueqi was Duan Lingtian's servant. Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose when he saw the expressions of the group of people. Chapter 230. No matter what, with the death of mortal Emperor Chu, the imperial family finally recovered its calm. As for the rest of the matter, it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. The matter this time was too shocking, so the emperor sealed off the news and didn't allow the news to spread. The imperial city was still peaceful. Since returning from the imperial palace that day, Duan Lingtian had returned the 12 members of the embroidered uniform guard, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed Duan Lingtian for such a long time, and Duan Lingtian had taught them everything he could. It could be considered that he'd fulfilled his promise to the Divine Might Marquis that day. Half a month later, the emperor once again summoned Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the large stack of gold bills before him, his eyes shone. Every single one of these gold bills was of a denomination of 10,000 gold. A total of 10 million gold. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian put away all the gold bills, then looked at the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty. Commander Duan, I heard the Divine Might Marquis say that you returned the 12 members of your embroidered uniform guard to him? You." The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression, as he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would do this. "Your majesty, actually, when I asked you to set up the embroidered uniform guard for me that day, I only wanted to play around. Now I've played enough, so I ask your majesty to disband this organization. Besides that, the antidote medicinal pill I gave your majesty that day was actually reserved. I'm still confident in directly curing your majesty's poison." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he passed a complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to the emperor. After the emperor consumed it and dissolved the medicinal strength, he noticed that the poison in his body was completely cured, and his face couldn't help but emit a shocked expression. The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Commander Duan, looks like you really did reserve some of your strength to me in the past." Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. "Why don't you continue to reserve some of your strength now?" the emperor asked curiously. "Your majesty, there's no meaning in me continuing to hold back now. I'm preparing to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom soon." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, his eyes revealing traces of expectation. "Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" The emperor was shocked, but soon recovered and nodded. With Commander Duan's natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is indeed a waste of talent. "However, I will preserve the Embroidered Uniform Guard organization. When Commander Duan is tired outside, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will always welcome you back. At that time, no matter who the emperor is, you'll still be the one and only commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Embroidered Uniform Guard. This is my promise to you." "Thank you, your majesty." Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. "Also, before you leave, if you have any needs, you can tell us. We will satisfy your requests," the emperor added. Duan Lingtian thanked him again. "Right." The emperor suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze became slightly dubious. "Commander Duan, I wonder what you think of my daughter, Bai Yao?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Princess Bai Yao is beautiful and moving, like a celestial maiden that has fallen into the mortal world. She's one of the few beauties I've seen. Then if I betroth Princess Bai Yao to you, will you agree?" The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the emperor would be so direct. "Your majesty, you don't know, but I already have 2 fiancés at home. As for Princess Bai Yao, I don't have that kind of feeling towards her for now, and it's more like a friendship between friends." "I understand." The emperor nodded. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, a beautiful figure arrived at the throne room and looked at the emperor. "Imperial father, what did he say?" The emperor sighed. "Bai Yao, he said he doesn't have that kind of feeling towards you for now, and it's more like a friendship between friends." Did he really say that?" The beautiful figure lightly trembled, and her voice that was like a silver bell had a trace of bitterness mixed within. After Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace, he went to buy 5 Fergana horses. At noon that day, Duan Lingtian, Li Ro, Li Fei, Ker, and Xiongquan each rode a Fergana horse and left the imperial city, heading directly towards Swallow Mountain County. This time, Duan Lingtian intended to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know when he would be able to return. So Duan Lingtian intended to return to Fresh Breeze Town's Li Clan to take a look, and it could be considered as returning home in glory. After that, he'd accompany Li Fei to visit her grandfather at the Aurora City's Li Clan. An ordinary horse would require half a year to complete the journey, but a Fergana horse only required 2 months. 2 months later, Duan Lingtian's group walked on the public road outside Aurora City, but they didn't enter Aurora City. Instead, they continued forward and headed towards the Fresh Breeze Town's Li Clan. They wouldn't be able to stay in the Fresh Breeze Town's Li Clan for long, at most for 1 night. It was the same for returning to the Aurora City's Li Clan tomorrow. This was also the first time that Li Fei was returning to Fresh Breeze Town with Duan Lingtian. Li Fei's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning towards the place where Duan Lingtian grew up. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same Fresh Breeze Town as before. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 spurred their horses as they walked into Fresh Breeze Town, and everywhere they passed, they attracted the gazes of everyone. After all, 5 Fergana horses were too shocking. 5 Fergana horses were equivalent to 50,000 gold and 5 million silver. This amount of money wasn't much in the eyes of the current Duanling Tian, but to the people of Fresh Breeze Town, it was an astronomical figure. Who are they? The group of Fresh Breeze Town residents were surprised. That looks like Duanling Tian. In next to no time, someone recognized Duanling Tian. Although 3 years had passed and the childishness on Duanling Tian's face had completely faded away, Duanling Tian's appearance hadn't changed much. It's really Duanling Tian. I didn't expect him to come back again. Yeah, the last time he came back, he annihilated the Feng family. This time, he wouldn't be thinking of annihilating the Chen family and letting the Li clan dominate the city, right? It's possible. The Li clan is really lucky to have produced such an outstanding disciple like Duanling Tian, and even went to the Aurora City's Li clan. For a moment, the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents discussed animatedly. However, they didn't connect the Duanling Tian with the other Duanling Tian that had recently been the talk of the town. After all, in their opinion, it was already not bad that Duanling Tian could go to Aurora City. They never thought that the Duanling Tian from the Imperial City would be the same person as the Duanling Tian from Fresh Breeze Town. Hearing the words of the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. Annihilate the Chen family? In the eyes of these people, was he such a violent person? Kerr and Li Fei, who were riding beside Duanling Tian, had long since covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Let's go home. Duanling Tian urged his horse forward and directly went to the Li clan's mansion. When the members of the Li clan found out that Duanling Tian had returned, they all came out to welcome him. Below the patriarch Li Nanfeng, all the elders in the Li clan's mansion had all come out to welcome him. Patriarch, elders. Duanling Tian greeted the patriarch and the Li clan elders. It's good that you're back. Come in quickly. Li Nanfeng and the others welcomed Duanling Tian and the others in. Following the return of Duanling Tian, the entire Li clan's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling as if it was the new year. Fifth elder, where's Li Xian? After catching up with each other, Duanling Tian still hadn't seen the little fatty, Li Xian, and felt that it was somewhat strange. Logically speaking, if the little fatty knew that he had returned, he should have run over at the first possible moment. Fifth elder, Li Ting, smiled. Li Xian went to the Aurora City's Li clan 2 years ago. What? You didn't come back from there? Duanling Tian shook his head. No, we didn't. We came back from the Imperial City and directly returned to Fresh Breeze Town. We plan to go to Aurora City tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow? Li Ting was slightly surprised. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded and lightly smiled. Now that you mention it, I came back this time to bid farewell to the patriarch and elders. Bid farewell? For a moment, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were slightly puzzled. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duanling Tian explained. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duanling Tian's words caused the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the group of Li clan elders to be shocked. The little fellow that only started to display natural talent 3 years ago was now about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the even vaster stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duanling Tian, your current cultivation. Li Nanfeng looked at Duanling Tian and asked with slight hesitation. 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Duanling Tian lightly smiled and slowly said. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were dumbstruck and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Li Nanfeng was slightly speechless. Then he glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you're the same person as the Duanling Tian that's been giving rise to much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Whoosh. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and all the higher-ups of the Li clan were once again stunned. A direct descendant of the Duan clan. The #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. The embroidered uniform guards commander. It was actually the youth that came from their Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan? They felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. In that case, your father is that Duan roughing. Li Nanfeng sighed. No wonder I never heard your mother mention your father. So it turns out that your father was once a peerless genius like you, whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, You're even more abnormal than your father at that time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, here's 10 million silver. It's a small token of my appreciation to the clan. Li Nanfeng didn't accept it. Duan Lingtian, if you're going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you'll surely have to join one of those large sects. The competition between large sects will surely be intense, so you should keep this money to buy medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Exactly. Yeah, you can keep it for yourself. Currently, most of the businesses in Fresh Breeze Town are in the hands of our Li clan. We don't lack money. The other elders persuaded him one after another. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly helpless and could only keep the money. He could feel that the group of people before him really wanted the best for him, and it caused a trace of warmth to arise within his heart. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in his own courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. His mother, Li Ro, stayed in her own room. Duan Lingtian brought Ker and Li Fei to stay in Ker's room. Chapter 231. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian hugged the 2 girls and fell into a deep sleep. Hua! A sound entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy shook and he instantly woke up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the entire courtyard was ablaze with flames. Who's there? At this time, Duan Lingtian heard Xueqi's shout, followed by the sound of someone breaking through the door. Ker and Li Fei also woke up when they heard the sound. The 3 of them put on their clothes and walked out of the room. They discovered that Li Ro had also come out. Tian, are you all okay? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 and asked with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Xueqi seems to have chased after them. Let's go out too. Although the entire courtyard was on fire, with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the other 3, they were still able to easily pass through the surrounding flames. Soon, Xueqi returned. In his hand, he was carrying a person. It was a young man. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young man. Li Xian. Li Xian, the son of the former 7th elder, Li Kuan. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. When he left Fresh Breeze Town that year, he didn't plan to find trouble with this Li Xian again. Now, this Li Xian was still stubborn and wanted to find trouble with him. Duan Lingtian, you actually didn't burn to death. When Li Xian saw that Duan Lingtian and the others were safe and sound, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with unwillingness. At this time, the sound of disorderly footsteps could be heard. It was the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the other elders rushing over. Many of the Li family members also rushed over, carrying buckets of water in their hands. They rushed over to help Duan Lingtian extinguish the fire in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the fire had already burned to a certain extent and couldn't be extinguished. In the end, the entire courtyard was turned into ashes. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists, killing intent flickering in his eyes. This courtyard contained far too many memories. Now it was all gone. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, are you angry? I just want to make you angry. You're the one who ruined my brother. My father must have died because of you. I want to avenge them. I want to avenge them. Li Xian laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Li Xian, you're courting death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Li Xian. Tian, leave this matter to the family head. Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the other elders were also present. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. The family head will give you an explanation. Li Nanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. With Duan Lingtian's current status, the fact that he could still visit them meant that Duan Lingtian still considered himself a member of the Li family. Now, Duan Lingtian had only returned to stay for one night, and Li Xian had actually set fire to it. This had crossed his bottom line. That's right, Duan Lingtian. We will give you an explanation. The Li family elders also expressed their stance. They looked at Li Xian with murderous eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in the courtyard that Patriarch Li Nanfeng had arranged for them. As for Li Xian's matter, he believed that the Patriarch would be able to handle it properly, so he didn't think too much about it. The next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. He woke up the 2 girls and walked around the Li family's mansion. He didn't know when he would return after leaving this time. I heard that Li Xian was executed by the patriarch. He deserved it. He bumped into the muzzle of a gun. That's right. Duan Lingtian is the pride of our Li family. That Li Xian actually dared to provoke him. He's simply courting death. Hearing the Li family's discussion, Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the patriarch and the elders would give him such a straightforward explanation. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the Li family's upper echelons. Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the elders personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of Fresh Breeze Town. After watching Duan Lingtian leave, they turned around and returned. Riding on a Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at Aurora City in less than 2 hours. They directly returned to the Li family's mansion. Li Ro and Ke returned to the courtyard they used to live in. Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan and Li Fei to her home. Not long after arriving at Li Fei's courtyard, Duan Lingtian saw Patriarch Li Ao bring a group of elders over. Duan Lingtian. Li Ao had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian again. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's accomplishments, but at the same time, he was also gratified. After all, Duan Lingtian came from their Li family. Now that they knew that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in their Li family, the few large families in the nearby cities all intentionally befriended the Li family. Moreover, the Li family also obtained many benefits from this. As far as he was concerned, all of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Ao before greeting the other elders, although he didn't know most of these elders. Scoundrel. Something happened to grandfather. Just at this moment, Li Fei's anxious voice sounded, and it carried a trace of sobbing. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly serious as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei passed a letter in her hand to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened it and read, Fei, if you come back and see this letter that grandfather left behind, grandfather should already be gone. Actually, I've long wanted to help teacher do something. But because of your existence, grandfather couldn't make up his mind. Now that you have Lingtian to take care of you, grandfather can be at ease. I want to go to a place to find the person that once bet his life with teacher on equipment refinement and caused teacher to die tragically. I'll make him bet his life with me on equipment refinement and take revenge for teacher. This is the only thing I can do for teacher. That year, if it wasn't for teacher saving me, I would have died long ago. If you see this letter, don't be sad. Grandfather's death was worth it. After reading the letter, Duan Lingtian's expression was incomparably gloomy. What's wrong? Li Ao also felt that something was wrong and asked. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before passing the letter in his hand to Li Ao. After Li Ao read it, his expression changed greatly. Elder Li Da left a year ago. At that time, he only said that he was going on a long trip. I didn't expect. A year ago? Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he looked at Li Fei with slight worry. Scoundrel. Li Fei threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace and started crying bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly patted Li Fei's back, and his eyes went cold as he looked at Li Ao and asked, Patriarch, do you know where Elder Li Da went? Li Ao shook his head. I don't know. I even didn't know that Elder Li Da had a teacher. But, betting his life with equipment refinement is a clue. After all, this sort of thing doesn't happen often. So long as we spend some time we should be able to find out. I'll send someone to investigate right now. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian nodded gratefully. Li Ao brought along the group of Li clan elders and left in a hurry. Orders were passed down one after another. The Li clan attached great importance to this matter. In the eyes of the Li clan higher-ups, although Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname, he was the pride of the Li clan. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if they only wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, they would spare no effort to help Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, don't worry. Maybe Grandpa won? Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. Grandpa has already left for a year. If he won, he would have returned long ago. Li Fei cried as she spoke. Maybe Grandpa won and is in a good mood, so he went around for a stroll. Don't worry until you're sure, okay? Under Duan Lingtian's consolation, Li Fei's expression finally eased up. Scoundrel, if Grandpa loses, you must help me take revenge for Grandpa. Li Fei's beautiful eyes squinted as killing intent flickered within. Don't worry. A trace of killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as well, and he fiercely nodded. Li Fei's grandpa was his grandpa as well. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei back to his own courtyard. When Li Ro and Ke heard about Li Fei's grandpa, they also started to comfort Li Fei. Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the three girls before leaving the Li family estate with Xueqi. He directly went to the trade market and found Tang Ying, the person in charge of the ghastly shadow assassin organization in Aurora City. Kid, you're finally back. Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian, but he quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. What's wrong? With your current status, what could still trouble you? Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be known by everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Tang Ying, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. Speak. Tang Ying nodded. Duan Lingtian told him about Li Da's matter. I want you to use the Ghastly Shadows Intelligence Network to help me check if there's any place where a Grade 8 weapons craftsman gambled his life by forging weapons in the past year. No problem. Tang Ying agreed. Thank you. After Duan Lingtian left the medicine store, he went to the Lin family estate and found Lin Qi. Duan Lingtian, you're now famous throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian once again, his gaze was extremely complicated. The youth of the past had now grown to such an extent, leaving him in the dust. Lin Qi, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. He came to find Lin Qi this time because he hoped to be able to ask the Violet Tulip Trading Company for information through Lin Qi. After Lin Qi heard the ins and outs of the matter, his expression became serious. This is naturally not a problem. I'll go find the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Aurora City right now. I believe that with your current status and identity, my uncle and aunt will be very happy to help you. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't in the Imperial City now, so besides the Li clan, the only forces he could use were the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company. However, Duan Lingtian believed that with the involvement of the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company, there ought to be a result soon. After leaving the Lin family estate, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the Li family estate. Then, he saw an acquaintance. Lian. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Li clan, this Lian was once in existence that was second only to Li Qing in the younger generation of the Li clan. Later on, he had even set his sights on Ke. Chapter 232. Duan Lingtian. When Lian saw Duan Lingtian, he was slightly embarrassed. With Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, even if he had some little thoughts, he didn't dare to play any tricks in front of Duan Lingtian. The slightest carelessness might cause him to fall into a bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. He didn't have any friendship with Lian, and instead had some conflicts. However, he couldn't be bothered to fuss about it and directly went home. Lian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian leave. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would look for him to settle old scores, but now it seemed that he was too petty. When Duan Lingtian returned home, he noticed a fat figure sitting there chatting with his mother. Li Xian. Duan Lingtian walked into the courtyard and spoke with slight hesitation. Li Xian should be about the same age now. Haha, boss. The fatty turned around. Compared to the past, the immaturity on his chubby face had vanished without a trace. However, his small eyes were still so wretched. Li Xian, you've grown up. Duan Lingtian looked at the fatty and couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, he replaced his mother, Li Ro, and started chatting with the fatty. Boss, you're so awesome now. When I say you're my boss in the Li clan, no one dares to offend me. Li Xian said arrogantly, and his chubby face was filled with complacency. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You little fatty. When did you learn how to intimidate others? Boss, you fought for such a great reputation outside. If I don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? Li Xian said in all seriousness. Can you be any more shameless? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian. As expected, this damned fatty was still as wretched as before. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he'd returned to the days when he was in the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. He still remembered. At that time, the son of the second elder was played by Li Xian to the point that he ran away whenever he saw Duan Lingtian. Boss, Tell me about what happened in the Imperial City. Li Xian was clearly very interested in the Duan Lingtian's experience in the Imperial City. Along with Duan Lingtian's narration, his small eyes flickered with bright lights. Boss, why don't you take me to the Imperial City this time? At that time, with you protecting me, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? At this point, Li Xian's face was filled with yearning. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. Once I'm done here, I won't be able to stay in the Imperial City for long. Noticing Li Xian's bewildered expression, Duan Lingtian continued. I'm going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Hearing this, Li Xian's chubby face fell. Then I can only continue to stay in Aurora City. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Li clan and waited for news. Finally, a month later, Lin Qi brought back good news. Duan Lingtian, I've found it. When Lin Qi arrived, he was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had rushed over as soon as he obtained the news. You found it? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Duan Lingtian, according to the information obtained by the Violet Tulip Trading Company, a year ago, a grade 8 weapons craftsman in the county city had a life and death bet with another person. In the end, the grade 8 spirit weapon that the former refined was of a higher quality than the opponent, and the opponent lost his life because of this. Lin Qi finished speaking in a single breath. At that time, this matter gave rise to much discussion in the county city, and my aunt knew as well. This time, when she found out that you were investigating this matter, she immediately sent someone to ride a Fergana horse to Aurora City to notify me. Do you know the origins of that weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian's face sank and a trace of cold light flashed within his eyes as he asked. It seems to be someone from the county city's Chu family. Lin Qi continued. Chu family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled gratefully at Lin Qi. Lin Qi, thank you. Don't mention it, we're all friends. Lin Qi shook his head and then said, Duan Lingtian, my aunt said that if you need any help, you can go look for her when you arrive at the county city. Don't worry, if I really need it, I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lin Qi left, Li Fei came out of the room and was slightly excited. Scoundrel, there's news? Yes, there's news. But I'm not sure if it's grandfather, so I'm preparing to make a trip to the county city to confirm it myself. Duan Lingtian nodded, and as he finished speaking, his gaze went slightly cold. If it's really grandfather, then that grade 8 weapons craftsman from the Chu family is dead for sure. I'll go with you, Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, because he knew that he couldn't refuse, nor did he have a reason to refuse. The person who was most concerned about this matter was undoubtedly Li Fei. Yes, I'll tell Kerr and mother that we'll bring Xueqi along and set out immediately. Duan Lingtian went to inform Kerr and Li Ro. Then he left with Li Fei and Xueqi. The 3 Fergana horses transformed into a gust of wind as they left Aurora City. With the Fergana horses as their mounts, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spent 7 days to arrive at the Swallow Mountain County's county city. The county city was larger than Aurora City, but was inferior to the Imperial City. After entering the county city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Duan Lingtian found an inn, and the 3 of them stayed there for the time being. After that, they found a restaurant nearby to have a meal. Li Fei didn't wear a veil, and everywhere she passed, she attracted many burning gazes. However, although these people were envious, they didn't dare act rashly. They were able to discern that the violet-clothed young man walking with this young woman had an extraordinary bearing and was obviously not an ordinary person. Also, the middle-aged man following behind them was obviously not simple. Customer, what would you like to eat? Before long, an attendant arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and asked respectfully. Slap. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a silver ingot. I want to ask you about some things. If you agree, then this is yours. The attendant's eyes shone when he heard this. He could get so much silver just by moving his mouth? Just this silver ingot was equivalent to 1 month of his salary. Customer, if you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. The attendant gave a flattering smile. I'm not interested to know anything else, I just want to ask you. 1 year ago, did the Chu family have an 8th grade weapons craftsman that had a conflict with an 8th grade weapons craftsman from outside the family? Even to the extent that they competed in weapons refinement and conducted a life and death bet. Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he asked. Customer, I was wondering what you wanted to ask, So it turned out that you wanted to ask about this. I know this. The attendant instantly started laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. The 8th grade weapons craftsman from the Chu family you spoke of is the Chu family's second elder. Now that I speak of it, this Chu family's second elder is a renowned 8th grade weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County's county city, and he's even able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. 19% amplification. That's a top-grade grade 8 spirit weapon. Supposedly, many years ago, he once had a life and death bet with another grade 8 weapons craftsman in weapons refinement. At that time, he was only able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, but he still won against his opponent. Supposedly, that grade 8 weapons craftsman that overestimated his ability 1 year ago was the disciple of that grade 8 weapons craftsman from many years ago. This master and disciple pair fell to the same person, and they can be considered to be unlucky. As he finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but sigh. When Li Fei heard what the attendant said, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. Now, she could practically confirm that the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's second elder was her grandfather, Li Da. Do you know what the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's second elder a year ago was like? Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he further confirmed. Customer. It's a coincidence. At that time, I just happened to be resting, and a friend of mine who's a servant of the Chu family brought me in to witness the life and death bet with my own 2 eyes. That grade 8 weapons craftsman was an old man around the age of 70, and above the old man's left eyebrow was a crescent-shaped scar. The attendant spoke slowly, word by word. Unfortunately, even though he was able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, he still lost. Grandfather. Li Fei's heart trembled, and she raised her head as if wanting to stop the tears that were about to flow out. This silver is yours. Give us a few of your signature dishes. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Now, he could completely confirm that the old man was Li Da. All right. The attendant received the silver and left in high spirits. As far as he was concerned, exchanging a few words for a silver ingot was a huge gain. Scoundrel. Li Fei's eyes were filled with tears, and she was slightly agitated. Little Fei, we've been on the road for an entire day. When the food is served, eat your fill. After you're full, we'll go to the Zhu family estate and make that Chu family's second elder pay with his life. Doesn't he like to bet his life with weapons? Then I'll accompany him to play. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes went cold. Okay. Li Fei lightly nodded, seeming to be obedient and cute. Young master, it's only a county city's clan. Just say the word and I'll go annihilate it right now. Xueqi's eyes squinted as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Xueqi, if you just let some people die, it would be letting them off too easily. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Right at this moment, 2 figures walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him followed an old man. The young man's face was slightly pale, and his footsteps were light. It was obvious that he had overindulged himself. In next to no time, the young man's gaze descended onto the table where Duan Lingtian was at, and onto Li Fei. So beautiful. The young man's breathing became hurried, and he walked over in a few steps. When he looked at Li Fei, his eyes revealed a burning gaze. Young miss, how should I address you? From the beginning until the end, he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and Xueqi at the side. F***K off. Li Fei was already in a bad mood, and now that she was annoyed by such a detestable fellow, her face sank as she coldly shouted, "Oh, you're quite fierce. This young master likes it." The young man didn't get angry, and instead became even more interested. Young miss, how about we be friends? I told you to F***K off. Didn't you hear me? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't even glance at the young man. Chapter 233. Third Young Master Zhu? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line when he heard the young man. You're a member of the Chu family? Exactly. This young master's father is the Chu family's second master, and the Chu family's patriarch is my uncle. How about it, kid? Scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and F***K off. Zhu Zhao raised his nose and raised his chin, looking down at Duan Lingtian with an arrogant and complacent expression. But he didn't notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, like the smile of a hunter when he saw his prey. "I'll give you one more chance. F***K off." Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold as he stared straight at Zhu Zhao, and his tone contained a trace of pressure. "You know this young master's identity, yet you dare ask this young master to F***K off?" Zhu Zhao was stunned. Then he revealed a savage expression as he extended his hand to grab Duan Lingtian. "Since you won't F***K off, then let this young master help you." When Zhu Zhao attacked, the strength of 10 ancient mammoths appeared in the air above him. 7th level of the core formation stage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian sneered as he casually swung his arm. He only used the strength of 12 ancient mammoths to easily block Zhu Zhao's attack and slap Zhu Zhao to the ground. Ah! Zhu Zhao's overly indulgent body crashed onto the ground as he emitted a wave of miserable shrill cries. "Uncle Ji, I want him dead." Zhu Zhao roared with a savage expression as he looked at the old man behind him. The old man's eyes went cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian, then he took a step forward. "Young man, there are some people you can't afford to offend. If you do, then you must pay the price." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he extended his hand to descend towards Duan Lingtian, intending to grab Duan Lingtian from his seat. Above the old man, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He was obviously a 7th-level nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian sneered and ignored the old man. Instead, he looked at the servant in the distance and said, "Hey, why hasn't the food been served yet? Hurry up, we still have work to do after dinner." The surrounding customers were speechless. This purple-clothed youth actually completely ignored the old man beside the Zhu family's 3rd young master. Just when they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble, Xueqi, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, made his move. He moved closer to the old man and casually slammed his palm onto the old man. The old man, who was charging at Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner, was sent flying. He crashed hard into the wall and fainted. Above Xueqi's head, ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed past, and no one could clearly see exactly how many there were. So strong. This middle-aged man is at least in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. No wonder this violet-clothed young man was so composed. So it turns out that he had such an expert by his side that blasted a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist flying with a single strike. Even an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist is unable to accomplish such a feat. He's definitely in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The surrounding customers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Customer, the food is here." Meanwhile, the attendant brought steaming hot food to Duan Lingtian's table. The attendant was slightly terrified, as he never imagined that this generous young man would actually be so terrifying. He even dared to hit the Chu family's 3rd young master. Zhu Zhao half lay on the ground as he struggled to stand up, but the soreness that came from his body caused him to be unable to stand up. When he noticed the burning gazes that descended onto him from the surroundings, shame arose within his heart. When had he ever been so humiliated? For a moment, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had a trace of coldness mixed within. "Kid, you're dead. Don't you find it tiring to speak ruthlessly while lying down?" Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhu Zhao, then didn't pay any further attention to him. He picked up some food for Li Fei, who was beside him, and said with a light smile, "Little Fei, come, eat more." "Okay." Li Fei lightly nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian's pair of beautiful eyes that were tender like water. In this lifetime, she had no regrets to be able to obtain the protection of this man. "Xueqi, sit down and eat as well." Duan Lingtian called out to Xueqi. "Yes, young master." Xueqi respectfully replied and sat down. When Zhu Zhao saw this scene, he was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he glanced at the old man that had fainted by the wall, he had the desire to faint as well. "If any of you go to the Chu family and help this young master send a message, then this 1,000 silver is his." Zhu Zhao gritted his teeth, then withdrew the 1,000 silver from his pocket and looked at the crowd of customers in the restaurant. Many customers revealed burning gazes when they heard this, but when they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they dispelled the thought of helping Zhu Zhao. What a joke! There was an existence that was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage by this violet-clothed young man's side. If they helped Zhu Zhao and the violet-clothed young man became unhappy, then they would surely be unable to bear the consequences. So, although they coveted the 1,000 silver in Zhu Zhao's hand, Not a single one of them dared make a move. Although money was good, it wasn't as important as their lives. All of you. A group of cowards. Zhu Zhao's face was gloomy, and even his breathing became hurried. If you continue making noise, then you'll end up like him. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Zhu Zhao with his gaze, then extended his hand to point at the old man that had fainted by the wall. Zhu Zhao instantly shut his mouth when he heard this, but his eyes still emitted dense hatred, as he thought about how he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian after returning to the Chu family. Although no one dared to take Zhu Zhao's money. But as some customers finished eating and left, the matter of the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao, kicking an iron plate still quickly spread out. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just finished eating and were preparing to leave when Duan Lingtian heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people that arrived menacingly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced at Zhu Zhao. Xueqi, capture this fellow. Yes. Young master. Xueqi extended his hand and lifted Zhu Zhao up when he heard this. You. What do you want to do? Zhu Zhao was terrified to the point his face went pale when he was lifted up by Xueqi. He'd witnessed the strength of this middle-aged man earlier, and the middle-aged man was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Wanting to kill him was as simple as stepping on an ant. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer as 4 middle-aged men charged into the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the lead wore blue clothes, and his face was covered in a layer of murderous rage. Father, save me. Zhu Zhao seemed as if he'd seen his savior when he saw the blue-clothed middle-aged man, and he hurriedly shouted out. The blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath. His gaze flashed past the old man that fainted at the corner, and after a trace of fear flashed within his eyes. He then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, I'm the second master of the Chu family, Xueqi. If my son has offended you in any way, please forgive me. He was clearly aware of the strength of the old man that followed by his son's side. Being able to knock the old man unconscious, the strength of the middle-aged man beside the violet-clothed young man could be imagined. 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if placed in their Chu family, the middle-aged man would still be ranked. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a mere 9th level origin core stage martial artist, because he himself was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. The other 3 people that followed him over were all existences at the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. If they really fought, he had the confidence to kill them. But the person he was truly afraid of now was the violet-clothed young man. As far as he was concerned, the violet-clothed young man's identity shouldn't be simple since he had a 9th level origin core stage follower by his side. So, although he was furious, he still chose to endure in the end and chose to retreat. Father, what are you doing? I want him dead. I want him dead. Zhu Zhao's face went grim when he heard Xueqi, and his expression was savage as he roared. Bastard! Xueqi's face sank, and he took a step forward with the intention of giving Zhu Zhao a slap. But Xueqi casually raised his hand and moved Zhu Zhao away. Xueqi frowned, but his son was in Xueqi's hands, so he didn't dare flare up. He looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. Little brother, after I bring my son back to the Chu family, I'll surely discipline him properly. Now, I hope little brother can let go of my son. Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Xueqi, then asked indifferently. I heard that your Chu family's second elder is a grade 8 weapons craftsman? Yes. Xueqi nodded. If little brother wants to find the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, then I can help introduce you to him as an apology. How about it? You've concealed it well. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xueqi, as if he could see through Xueqi's heart. Now, you should be thinking that since I have such a follower by my side, my background shouldn't be simple. Is that so? Xueqi had an embarrassed expression, as he never expected that Duan Lingtian would see through him. All right, I'll keep your son. As long as you call out your Chu family's second elder, I'll return your son to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi with a calm gaze. Xueqi's pupils constricted as he discerned that the violet-clothed young man before him had ill intentions. Little brother, may I know why you're looking for our Chu family's second elder? It shouldn't be as simple as asking the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? Grade 8 spirit weapon. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of raging flames ignited on his hand. Do you think I need him to refine a spirit weapon for me? The flame in Duan Lingtian's hand ignited, and as expected, it caused a stir in the restaurant. Oh my god, it's a grade 8 weapon flame. This violet-clothed young man looks to be not even 20 years old. But he's already a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A grade 8 weapons craftsman not even 20 years old. What natural talent is this? The expressions of the customers in the restaurant all went pale, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some people seemed to have thought of something, and their pupils abruptly constricted. A grade 8 weapon flame can only be condensed by an origin core martial artist. In other words, this young man is an origin core martial artist. An origin core martial artist not even 20 years old? A grade 8 weapons craftsman? The expressions of Xueqi and the 3 middle-aged men he brought went pale. The violet-clothed young man before them was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. Little brother, may I ask who exactly are you? Xueqi took a deep breath, and he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. Not even 20 years old. Origin core stage. Grade 8 weapons craftsman. Chapter 234. Instantly, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention in the restaurant. As far as everyone was concerned, an origin core martial artist that wasn't even 20 years old. Such natural talent seemed to only be inferior to the Imperial City's embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, amongst the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But a grade 8 weapons craftsman that wasn't even 20 years old was an unprecedented existence. At least, in the long history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, such a monstrous existence had never appeared. Zhu Zhao was dumbstruck as well. He never imagined that a fellow he casually offended would actually be such an abnormal existence. Although he was profligate, he wasn't an idiot. He knew that he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, it was an extremely tough one. Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi with a calm gaze. Just call out your Chu family's second elder. Right. Remember to tell him that I've come to look for him this time only for a life wager. I heard that he's once won 2 life wagers by weapons refinement. I presume he ought to not refuse my challenge. Life wager by weapons refinement? Xueqi's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, although I don't know who you are, since you're able to break through to the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I presume your background isn't simple. But I still have to advise you. A life wager isn't a joke. Our Chu family's second elder can be said to be second to none amongst the grade 8 weapons craftsmen in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Out of 10 grade 8 spirit weapons that he refines, at least 8 of them are top-grade spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 19%. As he spoke up to here, Xueqi looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting to make Duan Lingtian back off in the face of difficulties. If it was an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman, he wouldn't waste so much breath. But Duan Lingtian's background was obviously not simple, and he didn't want the Chu family to offend a power that was suspected to be exceedingly powerful for no reason just because of a life wager by weapons refinement. Presently, even the group of customers in the restaurant felt that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. This young man is too arrogant. That's right. Even though he became an 8th-grade blacksmith at such a young age, but in terms of experience, how could he compare to the second elder of the Chu family? Exactly. The second elder of the Chu family once gambled his life on refining weapons twice and never lost. You're truly young and frivolous. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. None of the guests present were optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Little brother, you heard it too. If you really bet your life with our Chu family's second elder, you'll definitely lose. So, let's just forget about it. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent, Xueqi further persuaded. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Xueqi, slowly asking, "Where is the largest trading market in your Swallow Mountain County?" Even though he didn't know why Duan Lingtian asked this, Xueqi still said, "It's in the central district of the county." Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting down the money for the meal, he held Li Fei's hand and glanced at Xueqi. "Xueqi, let's go to the trading market in the central district." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked out the door. Xueqi also carried Zhu Zhao and followed. "Little brother, my son." Xueqi's expression slightly changed, and he was somewhat anxious. "As long as I see your Chu family's second elder, as long as he agrees to bet his life on refining weapons with me, I'll return your son to you without a single injury. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, causing Xueqi's expression to darken. Second master, what do we do now? A middle-aged man behind Xueqi said with slight fear. Return to the clan. Xueqi took a deep breath and left the restaurant. The group of guests in the restaurant also paid their bills and left, heading towards the trading market in the central district of the city. They knew that there would be a show to watch very soon. Zhu Clan Estate. Audience Hall. From the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, all the higher-ups of the Zhu clan were gathered together. Patriarch, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Has something happened? A Zhu clan elder noticed that Zhu Rong's expression was slightly unsightly, and he couldn't help but ask. The other elders all looked at Zhu Rong as well. Zhu Rong's face sank, and he glanced at Xueqi who stood at the side. Second brother, you speak? For a moment, the gazes of all the Zhu clan elders descended onto Xueqi. Xueqi took a deep breath and spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the restaurant. Then he added in the end. According to what that young man said, if second elder isn't willing to agree to his request, then he won't let my son go. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Not even 20 years old. Origin Core Martial Artist? Grade 8 Weapons Craftsman? Second Master. Do you know his background? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder, an old man over 70 years old, had his gaze descend onto Xueqi as he asked in a low voice. Grand Elder, it's precisely because I don't know his background that I have some misgivings. Xueqi laughed bitterly. Second Elder, what do you think of this matter? Patriarch Zhu Rong looked at the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, who sat below the Grand Elder and asked. Zhu Liang had a calm expression as he said indifferently. He's only a young and ignorant kid that relies on his natural talent to be arrogant. However, since he's able to possess a cultivation at the Origin Core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, his background ought to not be simple. The Zhu clan higher-ups present deeply agreed with Zhu Liang's words. I think so as well. But he said that if I want to save my son, then there's no other way. Xueqi nodded, and as he finished speaking, he had a bitter smile on his face. Humph. He's only an ignorant kid. Otherwise, second elder would have agreed to his life wager agreement. A Zhu clan elder that seemed to have a fiery temper spoke directly. Agreeing to his life wager agreement is easy. Winning his life wager agreement is easy as well. Zhu Liang's muddy eyes flickered with a trace of a bright light, and he stretched out his hand to lightly tap the table. But we still don't know his background now. If we win against him and he dies, then we'll surely offend the power behind him. The Zhu clan higher-ups went silent, as this was precisely the most troublesome matter. Second elder, how about this? You agree to his life wager agreement, and at most when you win, display your bearing and allow him to not have to carry out the wager agreement. In this way, not only can you save Zhu Zhao, you can also avoid offending him. Zhu Rong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This method is feasible. I think it's possible as well. Instantly, the group of Zhu clan elders agreed. The gazes of everyone descended onto the second elder, Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he nodded. That's good as well. I'll win against him and not allow him to carry out the wager agreement, and I'll be able to obtain a good reputation as well. Swallow Mountain County's county city. Today was undoubtedly a bustling day. Today, a mysterious young man below the age of 20 had arrived at the county city. Supposedly, this young man had just arrived at the county city when he beat up the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao. Not only that, when the Chu family's second master brought people over to look for trouble, the mysterious young man even displayed his cultivation and natural talent as a weapons craftsman. An Origin Core martial artist below the age of 20, a grade 8 weapons craftsman. After that, this young man even announced that he wanted to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, using weapons craftsmanship as a wager. Moreover, he chose to carry out this life wager at the most bustling trade market at the center of the city. For a time, the entire county city was stirred. The trade market at the center of the city was already filled with people, and now it was even more difficult to move a single step, county governor's estate. A dignified middle-aged man sat within the pergola in the front courtyard as he leisurely savored fragrant tea. Suddenly, County Governor, something big has happened. A servant ran before the dignified middle-aged man in panic. What's so flustered? The dignified middle-aged man was precisely the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, and his brows raised as he asked in a low voice. County governor, a young man came to our county city and wants to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder. Under the servant's detailed narration, Pei Yuan knew the sequence of events, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled. An Origin Core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Pei Yuan abruptly stood up, and his eyes lit up. Interesting. Interesting. Come. Follow me to join in the fun. Alchemist Guild. Ever since he became a grade 7 alchemist 3 years ago and left Aurora City, Xueqi returned to the county city's Alchemist Guild and even became the vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild. What? An Origin Core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Xueqi was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that gave rise to much discussion outside. Could it be that there's an existence within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that can compare to that little freak? Xueqi muttered to himself. He would never forget that violet-clothed youth from all those years ago. That year, it was precisely because of that youth that he was able to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist and leave the godforsaken Aurora City to return to the bustling county city. Later on, even though he was in the county city, he heard many rumors about that youth from all those years ago. Paladin Academy's #1 genius. Duan clan's direct descendant disciple. Embroidered uniform guards commander. Now, that little fellow from all those years ago had already been publicly acknowledged as the peerless genius with the strongest natural talent in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'll go join in the fun as well. I want to see exactly who's so monstrous that he's almost comparable to that little fellow, Duan Lingtian. The corners of Sumo's mouth held a smile as he directly left the Alchemist Guild. The trade market at the center of the city. A luxurious building with a special symbol hanging outside. The symbol of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. At the highest point of the building was a pavilion. Presently, a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman was sitting in the pavilion as she gazed from afar at an empty area of the trade market. A violet-clothed youth and a beautiful woman stood there. Behind the two of them was a middle-aged man who carried a young man with a pale complexion as if he was catching a chick. I never imagined that he would cause such a huge commotion as soon as he arrived. Chapter 235. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of Li Fei's emotions. Don't worry, I'll surely take revenge for grandfather. Duan Lingtian gave Li Fei a reassuring gaze. I believe you. Li Fei lightly nodded. She trusted this man unconditionally. Her grandfather was dead, and in this world, this man was her greatest reliance. In the future, she would only live for this man. They're here. Suddenly, as if he'd noticed something, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he gazed into the distance. The dense crowd seemed to have discussed it beforehand and opened up a path. It's the Chu family's second elder. The Chu family's second master has come as well. There's also the Chu family's patriarch, grand elder, and third elder. My God, practically all the higher-ups of the Chu family have come out. The crowd surged and was extremely clamorous. On the path that the crowd opened up, a group of people walked over in a formidable array. Amongst these people, Duan Lingtian only recognized Xueqi, the Chu family's second master. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and the Chu family's group stood in confrontation at an empty area. When facing a group of Origin Core Stage and Nascent Soul Stage existences, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and his gaze was calm as if he was looking at a group of ordinary people. While Duan Lingtian was sizing up the Chu family's group, the Chu family's members were sizing up Duan Lingtian as well. Their first thought was astonishment. Such a young man that was absolutely not more than 20 years old had actually obtained such shocking accomplishments, and it was truly shocking. The Chu family's second master, Xueqi, took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Little brother, my Chu family's second elder has arrived. Now, can you let my son go?" Which one is the Chu family's second elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over the group of people behind Xueqi. I am the second elder of the Chu family, Zhu Liang. An old man behind Xueqi took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xueqi. The gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian contained a trace of disdain. Little fellow, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Let people off whenever possible? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhu Liang's words. Right when Zhu Liang frowned, Duan Lingtian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his cold gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Zhu clan's second elder. I won't waste my breath with you. Now, let's make a life wager agreement, and the victor will be decided in a single round. Whoever refines a grade 8 spirit weapon of lower quality will die. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Humph. Zhu Liang's voice was cold as ice. Why wouldn't I dare? Now, I'll agree to your life wager agreement. If he didn't dare, he wouldn't have appeared here now. Duan Lingtian nodded. Good, straightforward enough. Xiongquan, let him go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiongquan threw Zhu Zhao, who was in his hand, directly towards Xueqi as if he was throwing trash. Xueqi glared angrily at Xiongquan as he stretched out his hand to catch his son. Father. Zhu Zhao had an ashamed expression. Xueqi grunted coldly. Stand at the back. I'll deal with you when we get back. At this moment, the surrounding crowd quieted down, and everyone stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man and the green-clothed old man. They held their breaths. They knew that the most exciting moment was about to arrive. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a calm tone mixed with a sense of superiority. You're a junior, so it's up to you to make requests. What weapon do you want to refine? Zhu Liang's current tone was like a senior lecturing a junior. The crowd surged. As expected of the Chu family's second elder, the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. His bearing is extraordinary. Of course, although this young man's talent in weapons refinement can be said to be monstrous, in terms of experience, he surely can't compare to the Chu family's second elder. He's simply courting death by making a life wager with the Chu family's second elder. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, this weapons refinement genius is probably going to die here. No one in the surrounding crowd was optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. A wisp of worry appeared on Li Fei's face, and the hand that grabbed Duan Lingtian tightened a bit. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly pinched Li Fei's palm, and after letting go of her hand, he took a step forward and looked at Zhu Liang. I don't mind, then I'll refine a sword. Sword. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhu Liang's mouth. In his lifetime, the thing he refined the most was swords. If it was refining a spirit sword, then he had at least a 90% certainty that he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword with a 19% amplification. Then let's begin. Zhu Liang's eyes focused as he raised his hand and withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring before starting to refine the grade 8 spirit sword. Zhu Liang's technique was extremely complicated, yet extremely skilled, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in amazement. The Chu family's second elder's technique is too swift. This is a true weapons craftsman. In next to no time, the surrounding crowd looked at Duan Lingtian, but they quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't have the slightest intention of starting weapon refinement. Could it be that he's giving up just like this? Isn't this courting death? Many people were speechless. Time flew by, and 2 hours quickly passed. The pile of materials on the weapon flame in Zhu Liang's hand had now completely fused together to form a sword base. According to this speed, he would surely be able to complete the refinement of the grade 8 spirit sword within an hour. Now, Duan Lingtian still didn't make any movements. In a nearby restaurant, in 2 rooms that were adjacent to the place of the life wager, 2 pairs of eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this young man has given up? In one of the rooms, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, frowned and had an astonished expression. In the other room, the corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile when he saw this scene. This little fellow looks to be extremely confident. I really never imagined that besides being an alchemist, he's also a weapons craftsman. When Sumo had just arrived at this room, he'd noticed that the young man that planned to carry out the life wager with the Chu family's second elder was actually the youth from before, Duan Lingtian. After he found out about this fact, his heart was filled with shock. But in next to no time he came to an understanding. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a little freak, and it wasn't strange for any miracles to occur on Duan Lingtian. I wonder how this Chu family's second elder offended this little freak. I want to see how he'll deal with this. The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile, as he had extremely great confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, was able to refine a spirit weapon that provided a 19% amplification. But when he thought of the medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined that day that had a purity of over 90%, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew that since Duan Lingtian dared to make the life wager with the Chu family's second elder in such a flamboyant manner, then he surely had confidence. Duan Lingtian wasn't a rash person. In the luxurious building directly opposite the restaurant, in the pavilion. Why do you think he hasn't started crafting weapons yet? The middle-aged man with an imposing appearance lightly smiled as he asked the beautiful woman by his side, and his voice was filled with gentleness like water. The beautiful woman's clear eyes that were like water condensed strands of complicated flowing lights that converged onto the violet-clothed young man. Perhaps he wouldn't need so much time to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon. Don't forget, he's Duan Lingtian. Yeah, he's Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man lightly nodded, and his tone contained slight emotion mixed within. 3 years ago, when you mentioned him to me, I was slightly disapproving. It was even to the extent that after he refused your good intentions, I felt that he didn't know what was good for him. Who would have thought? The beautiful woman continued, who would have thought that in a short 3 years, his name would spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now it would seem that not only our Violet Tulip Trading Company, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom can't tolerate him. Then let us witness him creating a miracle once more. The middle-aged man lightly smiled as he nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. The group of people from the Chu family couldn't help but reveal disdain when they saw Duan Lingtian not moving for a long time. He actually hasn't started crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon. Could it be that he's prepared to admit defeat? An elder from the Chu family sneered. He probably won't. The Chu family's patriarch, Xueqi, shook his head. Since the life wager this time was initiated by him, it's impossible for him to admit defeat. I keep having the feeling that it's slightly inappropriate for us to rashly ask the second elder to agree to the wager this time. As he finished speaking, Xueqi frowned. For some unknown reason, as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance who had a carefree and unhurried expression, he suddenly felt slightly uncertain in his heart. Patriarch, could it be that you think he can defeat the second elder? Another Chu family elder shook his head with a face full of disbelief. Don't worry, uncle. The second elder is the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. In the Swallow Mountain County, I've never heard of a grade 8 weapons craftsman capable of crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. Zhu Zhao had recovered now, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely gloomy and cold. This time, I want to see how he dies. Xueqi glanced at his son and said indifferently, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The clan has already made a decision. Even if this young man loses to the second elder might not take his life. Why? Zhu Zhao was stunned, and he had a face full of unwillingness. Xueqi added, Zhao, this young man's background ought to be extraordinary. For the sake of not bringing unnecessary trouble to the clan, we can only do this. Zhu Zhao's face sank. Uncle, what if he doesn't have any background? Chapter 236. The sword embryo in the hands of the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, had already started to condense into the outline of a sword. Another half an hour had passed since he finished refining the sword embryo. Just when the surrounding crowd thought that Duan Lingtian intended to give up, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Hiss! The grade 8 weapon flame burned in Duan Lingtian's hands, causing the gazes of many people to abruptly light up. Although they'd heard that Duan Lingtian was a grade 8 weapons craftsman before this, when they really saw Duan Lingtian condense a grade 8 weapon flame, their hearts still trembled. Condensing a grade 8 weapon flame before the age of 20. Simply monstrous. This young man is about to start refining as well. In next to no time, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all moved onto Duan Lingtian. When they saw the technique Duan Lingtian displayed when he started refining, the surrounding crowd had dumbfounded expressions. Isn't this too fast? I can't even see his movements clearly. I originally thought that the speed of the Chu family's second elder was already fast, but I never imagined that this young man's speed would be even faster. The proficiency of this young man's technique even surpasses the Chu family's second elder. However, being fast doesn't mean that one will be able to refine a high-quality spirit weapon. As the saying goes, slow work produces fine work. The speed at which Duan Lingtian refined a grade 8 spirit sword could be said to be as swift as lightning. The profound refining technique was at his fingertips, and his speed far surpassed that of the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang. After 20 minutes, all the materials in Duan Lingtian's hands fused together to form a sword embryo. Oh my god, the steps that the Chu family's second elder took 2 hours to complete, he only took 20 minutes. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Can the spirit weapon he refined at such a fast speed really compare to the spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder? It might be a little difficult. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw the sword embryo floating above the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. Another 10 minutes passed. The sword was complete. Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang stopped at almost the same time. A sword appeared in each of their hands. An 8th grade spirit sword. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was jade green in color. These equipment refinement materials were bought by Duan Lingtian for the sake of refining the embroidered spring saber that day, and after he finished refining the embroidered spring saber, there was quite a bit left, and they were put to use now. The grade 8 spirit sword in Zhu Liang's hand was emerald green in color, and when it was held in Zhu Liang's hand, it complemented his green clothes extremely well. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had also finished refining an 8th grade spirit sword, Zhu Liang was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that with Duan Lingtian's age, if he wanted to refine a grade 8 spirit sword, he would need at least 3 to 4 hours. But he never imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be able to keep up with him. After Zhu Liang started refining earlier, he'd completely immersed himself in it, and he was completely unaware of what happened in the outside world during the period of time he was refining. In next to no time, the discussions that entered his ears caused his face to go grim. Half an hour? Zhu Liang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian had only spent half an hour to refine a grade 8 spirit sword, whereas he'd spent 3 hours. Duan Lingtian had only started refining half an hour ago. This caused him to suffer a great blow. If he was given half an hour, he wouldn't be able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon even if he was beaten to death, but an hour wasn't a problem. But the grade 8 spirit weapon refined in an hour was a defective product that was difficult to enter the Hall of Elegance. No wonder you're so arrogant, so it turns out that you know such a miraculous method of weapon refinement. But do you really think that the grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the grade 8 spirit sword I spent 3 hours to meticulously refine? Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain. He was extremely satisfied with the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, as it was able to amplify his strength by 19%, and it had completely displayed his ability. Wouldn't we know if it's comparable to the grade 8 spirit sword you refined after we try it? Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and he didn't lose out in the slightest in terms of imposing manner. Then I'll wait and see. But before that, I still want to ask you, why did you want to bet your life with me on weapon refinement? Zhu Liang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he probed Duan Lingtian. Before the results were out, he had to investigate Duan Lingtian's identity. If Duan Lingtian's background wasn't simple, then even if he won, he could only pretend to be magnanimous and spare Duan Lingtian's life. If Duan Lingtian didn't have any background, then he would surely make Duan Lingtian die a graveless death. There was a price to pay for provoking him. Do you really want to know? Duan Lingtian noticed Zhu Liang's gaze and naturally guessed his intentions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Zhu Liang nodded. All right, then I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhu Liang's eyes to light up. Even the group of Chu family members concentrated their attention on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang and asked indifferently, "You ought to remember the old man that challenged you on weapon refinement a year ago, right? He is my grandfather." Zhu Liang was stunned. Then he started laughing. The old man from a year ago? So that old man who overestimated himself and challenged me on weapon refinement was your grandfather. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. If that was the case, then the young man before him shouldn't have any background, and was only born with a strong innate talent. He knew a little about the background of the old man from a year ago. He was only an elder of a small family in a small city. He was nothing to the Chu family. The eyes of the group of Chu family members also brightened. "Zhao the second elder can avenge you now," said the second elder. The patriarch of the Chu family, Zhu Rong, looked at Zhu Zhao with a smile on his face. Zhu Zhao was pleasantly surprised. "I knew it. He definitely didn't have any background." As expected, The old man who came to throw away his life a year ago was his grandfather. This time, I'll let the two of them accompany each other on the road to the netherworld. Soon, Zhu Zhao's gaze fell on Li Fei, who was in the distance. As far as he was concerned, once this violet-clothed young man died, wouldn't it be easy for him to obtain this beauty that was like a celestial? For a moment, Zhu Zhao's gaze revealed a trace of lust. Duan Lingtian noticed Zhu Zhao's gaze at the first possible moment, and his face slightly sank as killing intent filled his eyes. This Zhu Zhao actually dared to use such a gaze to blaspheme his little Fei. As far as he was concerned, Zhu Zhao was already a dead man. Kid, looks like you're definitely going to die today. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian as if he'd already won, and in his heart, he really did think he'd won. Although Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement technique was miraculous, as far as he was concerned, how could a spirit weapon refined in half an hour compare to a spirit weapon he refined in 3 hours? Moreover, as far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man was only the grandson of his defeated opponent, and wasn't worth much. Second Elder Zhu, sometimes, don't speak so early. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, as if he didn't take Zhu Liang's words to heart in the slightest. What? Could it be that you think the grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the grade 8 spirit sword I refined? Let me tell you, this grade 8 spirit sword I refined is able to provide an amplification of 19%. Zhu Liang sneered as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with contempt, and he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and even condensed his origin energy to spread it out into the distance. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were stirred. 19%? Looks like the Chu family's second elder has completely displayed his ability this time. This young man's luck is really bad. A grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 19%. In Swallow Mountain County, besides the Chu family's second elder, I've never heard of another grade 8 weapons craftsman being able to refine such a spirit weapon. What a pity. Such a monstrous young man is bound to lose his life here today. When the discussions of the crowd entered into Zhu Liang's ears, it caused him to feel incomparably pleased. The group of people from the Chu family revealed smiles on their faces as well. As far as they were concerned, this violet-clothed young man who didn't know his limits was bound to lose. He was dead. Within the restaurant's room. A grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour? The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, shook his head, as he didn't look favorably upon this violet-clothed young man. In the room next door, Sumo's brows slightly frowned. Why didn't this little fellow refine seriously? Is a grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour even presentable? Even if Sumo had confidence in Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly shaken now. After all, to be able to forge an 8th grade spiritual weapon in half an hour was truly an inconceivable matter. The quality of a spirit weapon refined in such a short period of time might not be good. However, when he noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was calm from the beginning until the end, he calmed down in his heart. Perhaps, this kid will give me another pleasant surprise. Otherwise, I can only wake up that Chu family and let them know of this kid's identity. Sumo believed. So long as Duan Lingtian's identity was exposed, even if the Chu family was given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare touch Duan Lingtian. At the very least, they wouldn't dare touch Duan Lingtian in broad daylight. In the pavilion of the luxurious building. The outcome will be revealed very soon. The beautiful woman lightly smiled, seeming to be filled with confidence towards the violet-clothed young man in the distance. Is it really possible for a grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour to surpass the grade 8 spirit sword refined by Zhu Liang that provides an amplification of 19%? The nearby middle-aged man was slightly hesitant. If you want to know if it's possible, you'll know very soon. The beautiful woman continued. You're right. The middle-aged man lightly nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Second Elder Zhu, how should we test the grade 8 spirit swords we've refined? Zhu Liang grunted coldly. Let's test it ourselves. Of course, if we doubt each other's judgment, we can find someone else to test it. Now that there are so many people in the surroundings, are you still afraid that no one will test it? All right, then let's test it ourselves first. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't have any objections before casually tossing the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand towards Zhu Liang. Chapter 237. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang exchange the grade 8 spirit swords they each refined, although there were many spectators, All of them had concentrated their attention and were unable to take their eyes off them. They knew. The outcome of today's life wager was about to be revealed. Duan Lingtian's origin energy fused into the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, and instantly, the strength of numerous ancient mammoths flashed above him. Not bad. An amplification of 19%. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhu Liang with a calm gaze. He had to admit in his heart that this Zhu Liang did indeed have some ability. However, he could only blame Zhu Liang for being unlucky. After all, his weapon refinement ability and experience all came from the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and even in the entire Cloud Continent, he was a top existence. This Zhu Liang compared to him was more than 100,000 li apart. However, he still held back when refining the weapon this time. As far as he was concerned, it was enough to steadily defeat Zhu Liang. There was no need to show off too much. Zhu Liang, who was just thinking of testing the grade 8 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined, couldn't help but jerk in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian's composed expression. Could it be that this kid really has the confidence to defeat me? No, impossible. Zhu Liang ceaselessly consoled himself in his heart, then took a deep breath and started testing the sword. Zhu Liang was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he was able to exert the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Now, he utilized the grade 8 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined. Whoosh! For a time, the strength of 240 ancient mammoths appeared above him. 20%? No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhu Liang's face finally went pale, and his eyes stared wide open as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. How could this be possible? The grade 8 spirit weapon he refined that provided an amplification of 19% could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. Whereas this grade 8 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 20% could already be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst top-grade spirit weapons. A spirit weapon like this was refined by a young man that wasn't even 20 years old? He didn't dare believe it, nor was he willing to believe that this was true. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of the Chu family group completely froze. How could this be possible? That young man is able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20%? The pupils of the Chu family's grand elder constricted and his face went pale. Presently, the Chu Zhan, Xueqi, and the other Chu family elders were completely dumbstruck, and didn't dare believe that all this was true. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Zhu, Chu to Linghan Lingtian's, Chu Lingtian's Lingtian's, a grade 8 spirit sword that can amplify strength by 20%? The eyes of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, squinted and he had a face full of disbelief. A grade 8 spirit sword refined within half an hour was able to provide an amplification of 20%? Who the heck was this violet-clothed young man? It was simply unbelievable. In the adjacent room, Xueqi instead laughed heartily. This kid really didn't disappoint me. Refining a grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20% in half an hour, such natural talent in weapons refinement is simply heaven-defying. It wasn't only Pei Yuan and Xueqi. Even the husband and wife in the pavilion, although they were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian since the beginning, when they saw the scene with their own two eyes, they couldn't help but be slightly moved. Second Elder Zhu, what do you think now? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Li Fei stood at the back with an excited expression. Her man had taken revenge for her grandfather. A trace of warmth rose in her heart. However, Zhu Liang seemed as if he didn't hear what Duan Lingtian said, and he ceaselessly shook his head. Impossible. Impossible, obviously, he still hadn't recovered from this enormous blow. The surrounding crowd of spectators had recovered from their shock now, and without exception, all of them had faces full of astonishment. F***K. A grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20%? This violet-clothed young man is simply a freak. Not just a freak, he's simply a freak amongst freaks, a super freak. Looks like the title of #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in the Swallow Mountain County will belong to him in the future. It's truly unbelievable. He's really not even 20. Of course, look at his appearance. He's obviously a young man that has just shed his childishness. Everyone was shocked. The scene before them was completely different from the scene they'd expected. This violet-clothed young man had actually won against the Chu family's second elder in a life bet of weapons refinement. Moreover, He'd used half an hour to refine a grade 8 spirit sword to win against the Chu family's second elder. It was simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, slowly recovered from his shock. However, his face was mixed with a trace of terror. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhu Liang's heart trembled. Then he took the grade 8 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian refined, turned around, and flashed out to gather with the Chu family. This scene was slightly unexpected to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face sank, and his eyes emitted a cold killing intent. Second Elder Zhu, are you trying to go back on your word? For a moment, the surrounding crowd emitted waves of boos. The dignified second elder of the Chu family was actually trying to go back on his word? Willing to bet but unwilling to admit defeat? Zhu Liang's expression was extremely unsightly, but he felt guilty and didn't dare to reply. Meanwhile, the Chu family's patriarch, Zhu Rong, stood out and looked at Duan Lingtian. Young man, I have to say that your skill in weapons refinement is admirable. But the second elder is extremely important to our Chu family, and our Chu family can't do without him no matter what. So, for this life bet, my Chu family is willing to use something else to exchange for the second elder's life. Something else? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. I'm sorry, but I really don't lack anything else. The reason I came to have a life bet with your Chu family's second elder was precisely to take his life. Then forgive me for being unable to comply. Zhu Rong's face sank. Zhu Liang. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Are you sure you want to go back on your word? Are you sure you want to drag the entire Chu family down with you for the sake of your own life? I'll give you a chance, take your own life right now, or else, I'll annihilate your Chu family. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with endless coldness. Want to go back on your word in front of him? Was that possible? Shameless boasting. The Chu family's second master, Xueqi, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain. Kid, my big brother gave you something else as compensation because he thinks highly of you. However, since you're so arrogant, then there's nothing left. If you still want to keep your life, then scram now. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a cold light, and the rage in his heart burned to the limit. He was rarely so angry. But today, he was completely enraged. Pei Yuan, who was in the restaurant's private room, frowned. He was slightly displeased with the Chu family's second elder going back on his word. However, he didn't know this violet-clothed young man, so he didn't plan on standing up for him. Su Mo, who was in the room next door, had a gloomy expression. He directly jumped out of the window and walked towards Duan Lingtian's location. He wanted to let the Chu family know of Duan Lingtian's identity. As far as he was concerned, this Chu family member actually dared to go back on his word in front of the dignified embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian. He was simply courting death. In the pavilion. Look, the Chu family is planning to use their power to bully others. The beautiful woman's gaze had an extra trace of coldness. Let's go over. The middle-aged man brought the beautiful woman down from the pavilion and walked towards Duan Lingtian's location. The surrounding crowd of onlookers had never stopped booing. The Chu family is too shameless. Yeah, when this young man's grandfather gambled with Zhu Liang won and directly took his life. Now that it's his turn, he's going back on his word. Too shameless. I've decided that in the future, I won't go to the Chu family's businesses to spend money, even if it's just a copper coin. Me too, even if I have to throw my money into the gutter, I won't let the Chu family earn it. A man is a man of his word. The Chu family has really gone too far this time. The Chu family's current actions had aroused public indignation. The Chu family members, from the patriarch to Zhu Rong, all had extremely unsightly expressions. Kid, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to disappear from our sight. Otherwise, not only you, even the other 2 people beside you will die without a doubt. Zhu Rong's eyes were cold as he looked towards Duan Lingtian and threatened. Ha ha ha, hearing Zhu Rong's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Good. What a Chu family. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as cold as ice, and his voice was filled with a gloomy coldness as if it came from the depths of hell. Xiong Quan. Other than Zhu Liang, don't leave a single person alive. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a towering killing intent as he spoke in a cold voice. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a devil god, a bloodthirsty devil god. While everyone was still in a daze, "Yes, young master." Xueqi made his move. Only a few people on the scene were able to catch Xueqi's movements. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The continuous sound of swords whistling in the air seemed to be heard at the same time, causing the surrounding crowd to tremble in fear. When everyone finally regained their senses, they discovered, apart from the second elder, Zhu Liang, who was trembling on the spot with a ghastly pale face, everyone from the Chu family was lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. At this moment, a figure that was as fast as a ghost returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Drops of blood dripped from the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. It looked as though they had transformed into red roses that were dazzling and resplendent. Silence. At this moment, the scene was deathly silent. The group of people from the Chu family that were lying on the ground included a few nascent soul stage existences. Besides Zhu Zhao, the remaining people were all existences at the 9th level of the origin core stage. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Chapter 238. Sumo's body stiffened as he stared blankly at the scene before him, and he was completely dumbstruck. Amongst the group of people from the Chu family that had fallen, the Grand Elder of the Chu family was in existence at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. However, just like the others, he didn't even have the chance to react before falling down. Dead to the point he couldn't be any more dead. His gaze flickered with a complicated sheen as he looked at the violet-clothed young man who stood there with a carefree expression, and his heart trembled. Looks like I was worried for nothing. There's actually such a terrifying expert by this little fellow's side. The couple that rushed over at practically the same time as Su Mo froze on the spot as well. Yen, that person by Duan Lingtian's side. Traces of shock appeared on the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman's beautiful face that had always been carefree. I'm far inferior to him. The middle-aged man by the beautiful woman's side had a complicated gaze as he sighed. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes squinted when she heard this, and she completely lost her composure. She was extremely clear about her husband's strength. He was in existence at the half-step void stage. She could imagine that a person that even her husband felt inferior to was surely a first-rate existence at the void prying stage without a doubt. Void prying stage. In the restaurant's room, the pupils of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor constricted, and the teacup in his hand transformed into a pile of fragments that scattered down because he used too much strength. However, he seemed to not notice it in the slightest. Who the heck is this violet-clothed young man? Pei Yuan's heart trembled, and he left his seat. No matter who the young man was, the appearance of a void prying stage expert was already worthy of him. The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, personally making an appearance. Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang. Every step he took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto Zhu Liang's chest, causing Zhu Liang's face to flush slightly. Deep despair arose within Zhu Liang's heart as he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. Never had he imagined that the follower by the side of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, before he could even react, the young man had already killed the entire group of people from the Chu family. Amongst them was no lack of existences that were even stronger than him. Why did you kill them? Zhu Liang's voice trembled slightly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Why kill them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zhu Liang calmly. Didn't I give you a chance just now? So, even if they died they were dragged down by you. Zhu Liang shuddered. It was only then that he remembered the purple-robed young man's words. Are you sure you want to drag down the entire Chu family for your own life? I'll give you a chance to kill yourself right now. Otherwise, I'll annihilate your Chu family. It turned out that the purple-clothed young man's words weren't deliberately mystifying, and it wasn't baseless. He really had the ability to do so. In an instant, Zhu Liang's heart was filled with regret. He was the one who killed the Chu family. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. However, even though he could live for a little longer, he had caused the Chu family to pay a huge price. Who are you? Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian with an unwilling expression on his face. As soon as Zhu Liang finished speaking, the surrounding crowd's attention fell on Duan Lingtian. They were curious as well. Who was this young man who had such a powerful follower by his side? Second Elder Zhu, you don't even know who he is, yet you dare to act so shamelessly in front of him? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, and an aged old man shuttled through the crowd as if he'd transformed into a slippery loach that no one was able to stop. In the blink of an eye, the old man arrived next to Duan Lingtian. Old man. When he heard the voice earlier, Duan Lingtian felt it to be slightly familiar. Now that he saw the old man appear, Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up and a brilliant smile hung on his face. He never imagined that he would be able to see an old friend in the county city this time. The old man before him was none other than the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Xueqi, who he'd met in Aurora City that day. At that time, Xueqi had become a grade 7 alchemist under his guidance and left Aurora City. Sumo's appearance caused quite a stir. I know him, he's our county city's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guild Master Suv. It really is Vice Guild Master Su. This young man seems to be very familiar with Vice Guild Master Su, directly calling him old man. Looks like this young man's identity is really not simple. The surrounding crowd had surprised expressions when they saw the scene before them. Xueqi, a grade 7 alchemist, and the Vice Guild Master of the county city's Alchemist Guild. His status in the county city was extremely special, and even their Swallow Mountain County's county governor had to be respectful. Zhu Liang's face went grim. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. This violet-clothed young man was indeed not simple. Xueqi, your movements are really quick. Right at this moment, a couple that was like a celestial couple walked over in large strides, and everywhere they passed, the crowd would move aside. It's the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County Branch's Guild Master, Lin Yu, and her husband, the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County's Guard Commander, Ji Yen. This Guard Commander is a void stage powerhouse that's on the same level as the county governor. The crowd clamored as they recognized the beautiful woman and middle-aged man that walked over shoulder to shoulder. President Lin, Commander Ji. Xueqi lightly smiled to the two of them. When Zhu Liang saw Lin Yu and Ji Yen appear, he felt the sky darken. Oh my god, these two know this violet-clothed young man as well? Can someone tell me who the heck this violet-clothed young man is? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman and was slightly stunned. Then, his gaze descended onto the middle-aged man beside the beautiful woman, and he discerned with a single glance that this was a half-step void stage powerhouse. When he thought of how Xueqi addressed the two of them, Duan Lingtian guessed the identities of the two of them. President Lin, I was just about to come and thank you after I finished my business. I never expected that you and Ji Tong would be a step ahead of me. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lin Yu and Ji Yen, and he was refined and courteous. Commander Duan, you're too courteous. Being able to work for you is Lin Yu's honor, and it's also the Violet Tulip Trading Company's honor. Lin Yu lightly smiled, and her slender waist that was like a water snake swayed, revealing boundless temptation that caused others to have the impulse to forcefully press her down on the ground and ravage her. Although this Lin Yu wasn't young, she still retained her charm and was a tempting stunner. Exactly, if Commander Duan has any orders, my Violet Tulip Trading Company will surely do our best. Ji Yen also said. This middle-aged man with a dignified expression lowered his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's identity, even the strong person by Duan Lingtian's side was enough to make him bow down. President Lin and Commander Ji are too courteous. Lin Qi is my friend, and you are his elders, so naturally you are my elders as well. In the future, the two of you don't have to call me Commander Duan anymore, just call me by my name. Duan Lingtian smiled. This time, he was truly grateful to this pair of husband and wife. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been able to track down the murderer who killed little Fei, Er's grandfather, so quickly. Duan Lingtian and Lin Yu were chatting cheerfully and wittily, but the content of their conversation caused a commotion in the crowd of onlookers. Commander Duan? President Lin Yu and Commander Ji Yen are the highest-ranking people in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County branch. When they faced this young man, they seemed to reveal humility from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they saw the county governor, they wouldn't be like this, right? Commander Duan. Surname Duan. And so young. Could it be? Could it be that he's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian? The crowd discussed, and before long, someone guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. Instantly, another wave of commotion arose. What? He's Duan Lingtian. I should have thought of it long ago. In our Crimson Sky Kingdom, besides the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, who else is able to break through to the origin core stage before the age of 20? But I really never imagined that Commander Duan is actually a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Accurately speaking, he's a grade 8 weapons craftsman that can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides a 20% amplification of strength. This time, the Chu family has really bitten off more than they can chew. Look at the expression of the Chu family's second elder. It's as unsightly as it can be. Now, boundless regret has probably arisen within his heart. The crowd clamored as numerous gazes descended onto Zhu Liang, and their gazes contained a sense of schadenfreude mixed within. Zhu Liang's shameless actions from before had touched their bottom line. So no matter how tragic Zhu Liang's end would be, they wouldn't have the slightest bit of pity. All of this was Zhu Liang's own fault. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. Zhu Liang was slightly dazed as he gazed at the violet-clothed young man that was happily chatting with Suemo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan, and boundless regret arose within his heart. If he knew earlier that this violet-clothed young man was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard that was renowned throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if he was given 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare act shamelessly. As he glanced at the pile of corpses by his feet, he only felt a heart full of regret, and it was almost about to explode him into pieces. No. So many people in the clan died for me. I must live. I must live. The desire to live arose within Zhu Liang's heart, and he glanced vigilantly at Duan Lingtian's direction. His feet shook as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he directly charged into the crowd, desiring to flee. Want to flee? Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Humph. Coldness suffused Xueqi's eyes, and his figure moved, intending to grab Zhu Liang back. In front of him, it was impossible for Zhu Liang to escape. But Xueqi hadn't even charged into the crowd when he noticed a rock-like figure whistling over, carrying Zhu Liang in his hand. The person that appeared now was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with an imposing appearance. County Governor. Suemo was slightly surprised when he saw the person that had arrived. Swallow Mountain County's County Governor. Chapter 239. Swallow Mountain County's County Governor? Pei San's father? Duan Lingtian sized up the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes before him with interest. Commander Duan. Pei Yuan greeted Duan Lingtian warmly. Then he greeted Suemo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan. In the next moment, his hand descended and directly crippled Zhu Liang's dantian. Pei Yuan. Instantly, Zhu Liang cried out sorrowfully, and his eyes were crimson red as he glared angrily at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan ignored Zhu Liang and casually threw Zhu Liang at Duan Lingtian's feet. Commander Duan, since it's your first time in my Swallow Mountain County's county city, consider this untrustworthy villain my gift to you. Although, even if I didn't make a move, he wouldn't have been able to escape. As he finished speaking, Pei Yuan's gaze fell onto Xueqi, who had returned to Duan Lingtian's side, and he was slightly fearful. Then I'll thank County Governor Pei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Pei Yuan, then he raised his leg and fiercely stomped on Zhu Liang's body. Bang! Instantly, Zhu Liang's body came into 360-degree contact with the ground, without any blind spots. Little Fei. Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei. Then he seized the grade 8 spirit sword from Zhu Liang's hand and passed it to Li Fei, who had stepped forward. No. Don't. After Zhu Liang saw the killing intent emitted from Li Fei's beautiful eyes, a chill arose in his heart, and he hurriedly cried out in fear. Whoosh! Li Fei's gaze was cold as she raised her hand and released her origin energy. Her sword descended and pierced through Zhu Liang's body, nailing Zhu Liang's body to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Resplendent and dazzling. The hatred on Li Fei's face finally vanished like smoke into thin air when she saw Zhu Liang take his last breath. But when she thought of her grandfather, she felt a wave of heartache, and she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace as she sobbed silently. All right. Now that you've avenged Grandpa will be able to rest in peace. Duan Lingtian gently patted Li Fei's back and comforted her softly. At this time, the people present suddenly realized that Duan Lingtian was not avenging his own grandfather, but the grandfather of his confidant. What a beautiful woman! This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a stunning beauty. I'm afraid only a talent like Commander Duan is worthy of her. The onlookers cheered again. A trace of admiration rose in their hearts towards Duan Lingtian's actions of getting angry over a woman. A good man should be like a commander in brocade clothes, destroying the Zhu clan in anger for a woman. Commander Duan, you've come from afar. As the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, I have to perform the duties of a host no matter what. Duan Lingtian, please do me the honor of coming to my county governor's estate for a gathering. Pei Yuan was an intelligent person, and he only invited Duan Lingtian after he comforted Li Fei. County Governor Pei, we're intending to invite Commander Duan for a gathering as well. Ji Yan lightly smiled. Although Pei Yuan was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, he didn't mind in the slightest. Pei Yuan was only a half-step void stage martial artist like him. When he saw Pei Yuan and Ji Yan fighting for Duan Lingtian, Xuemo laughed heartily. No matter where this kid goes, this old fellow will follow along to join in the fun and freeload a meal. You two wouldn't mind, right? Vice Guild Master Su, you're joking. It's an honor. Pei Yuan and Ji Yan practically spoke in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already put away the spatial rings of all the Chu family members and the 2 grade 8 spirit swords. He noticed that Pei Yuan and Ji Yan were both looking at him, waiting for him to make a decision. County Governor Pei, Duan Lingtian will remember your favor today. However, Commander Ji is my senior, and as a junior, I don't dare disobey the orders of a senior. So, I hope County Governor Pei can forgive me. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Pei Yuan. He couldn't help but think evilly in his heart. If Pei Yuan knew that the culprit that crippled his son's arm was right before him, I wonder what expression he would have. Pei Yuan was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor after all. He wasn't unhappy in the slightest when facing Duan Lingtian's refusal, and the smile on his face still remained. Then Pei Yuan won't force you. But, the door to my county governor's estate will always be open to Commander Duan. No matter when Commander Duan comes, the county governor's estate will always treat Commander Duan as an honored guest. Thank you, County Governor Pei. Duan Lingtian nodded. This Pei Yuan was more than just a little bit stronger than Pei San, as expected of a county governor. Then Pei Yuan will take his leave first. Pei Yuan bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian before leaving. He came like the wind and left like the wind, incomparably confident and at ease. Along with the departure of Duan Lingtian's group, the group of people gathered at the city's trade market finally dispersed as well. What happened today was bound to be hung on the mouths of the people of the county city for a very long time in the future. Besides this, the Chu family had completely declined. Yu clan estate. Chu family. The Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Dian, had a complicated gaze. The foundation of a great clan that wasn't inferior to his Yu clan was completely destroyed by a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. That Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, I shouldn't have allowed second brother and grand elder to seek revenge on him. Now, second brother and grand elder are dead, and even the supreme elder that went to the imperial city later on has completely vanished without a trace. They surely have met with misfortune. Yu Dian's face was covered in bitterness. Presently, the people of the county city only knew that Duan Lingtian had destroyed the Chu family. But only he knew that Duan Lingtian hadn't only destroyed the Chu family, he'd also destroyed his Yu clan. Fortunately, the news of the disappearance of the few nascent soul-stage martial artists of the Yu clan had been sealed off by him. Otherwise, the Yu clan would have probably ceased to exist long ago. Even if they were able to struggle at death's door, it would be impossible for them to have the status they had today. Of course, even though he knew that the instigator of all this was Duan Lingtian, Yu Jian didn't dare have any thoughts of taking revenge. What a joke! Not to mention Duan Lingtian's current status, just the network of relationships that Duan Lingtian had, any random power was sufficient to annihilate his Yu clan. Duan Lingtian. He's simply the nemesis of my Yu clan. Yu Jian muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with bitterness. Agarwood Restaurant. As the property of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in the county city, this Agarwood restaurant was countless times more luxurious than the Agarwood restaurant in Duan Lingtian's hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. Presently, in the pavilion on the top floor of Agarwood restaurant, 5 people were sitting in a circle. Only one person was standing, and that was Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan stood there, unmoving like a mountain. However, at this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, Su Mo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan were all slightly restless. Commander Duan, you should let this lord sit down. Ji Yan glanced at Xiong Quan as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When a dignified void-prying stage expert stood at the side, he would feel slightly restless no matter what. Lin Yu and Suemo looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian noticed the difficult situation of the three and shook his head with a smile. Xueqi, sit down. Yes, young master. Xueqi replied and sat down respectfully. Only then did Ji Yan and the others heave a sigh of relief. In next to no time, the food was served. It was all delicious delicacies, and there was also plenty of fine wine. Little Sister Fei is worthy of being one of the three great beauties of Aurora City. Truly beautiful. Lin Yu looked at Li Fei and lightly smiled. Li Fei's beautiful face blushed slightly and was slightly embarrassed. Guildmaster Lin, you're very beautiful as well. Here, the two women were whispering to each other. On the other side, Duan Lingtian was chatting with Ji Yan and Suemo. Kid, you made the right choice that time. Fortunately, you didn't follow me back to the Alchemist Guild that year. Otherwise, it would simply be burying your talent. During the battle at the northwest border, you commanded our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to show our might. Even I, this old fellow, have no choice but to admire you. Suemo drank a few cups of wine and was slightly excited. Exactly, that battle could simply be called a classic. Sometimes, I even think about how my blood would boil if I could participate in it as well. Ji Yan deeply agreed. As the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, he had the heart of an iron-blooded man as well. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled when he heard this. Ji Yan had a higher opinion of Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Commander Duan, to a certain extent, you can already be considered to be standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you have any plans for the future? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a trace of yearning flashed within his eyes. Truthfully speaking, I returned to Swallow Mountain County this time precisely to bid farewell to someone. After I'm done here, I won't stay in the Imperial City for long before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom and heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ji Yan and Suemo weren't surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. With Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom would only hinder his development. Duan Lingtian didn't belong to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was unable to trap him. It was impossible for a dragon to be trapped in the ocean forever. It would eventually leap out of the ocean and soar into the 9 heavens. Have you prepared to join a sect? Ji Yan asked. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he surely had to find a sect to join. After all, only within those sects would he be able to obtain a better improvement. A sect was not only a stage for experts to compete for supremacy, it was also the best springboard, and it was the best choice for a genius in the martial Tao like Duan Lingtian. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His knowledge of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was limited to the Boundless Sect and the Black Fiend Sect. The Boundless Sect was the sect that Xueqi used to be in. The Black Fiend Sect was the sect that annihilated the Boundless Sect. When he thought of the Black Fiend Sect, a trace of coldness flashed within the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. All those years ago, the scene in the misty forest was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Kid, remember, you're just an ant before me. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. I disdain to kill you. These were the words that the Void Stage expert of the Black Fiend Sect, Sun Rue, said to him. Words that trampled on his dignity. At that time, he was only a little bit away from dying at the hands of Sun Rue. That feeling of suffocation was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Disdain? Traces of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Chapter 240. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, but Ji Yan and Suemo didn't notice it. Ji Yan lightly smiled. With Commander Duan's natural talent, it would be easy for you to enter one of the top sects once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly. Suemo nodded as well. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. There are numerous sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you must choose one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This will have a great impact on your future accomplishments. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he thought so as well. The best place to cultivate in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was in the hands of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family and the 5 great sections. After he found out about this from Xueqi, He had a plan in his heart to choose one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and join it. After the meal, the sun had already set. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stayed at the inn arranged by Lin Yu, and they only departed the next day to return to Aurora City. After spending another 7 days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 returned to Aurora City. The trip and return, coupled with the 1 day spent in the county city, had spent an entire half a month's time. Prepare. We'll depart the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian set the date of departure. At dawn the next day, he brought along Ke and Li Fei and went to the Shao clan to see Luo Qian, the younger sister of Lo Chang, Duan Lingtian's friend from the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Compared to that day, Luo Qian's complexion was much better, and she had completely integrated into the Shao clan. Duan Lingtian, you're really impressive now. Embroidered uniform guards commander. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun were together with Luo Qian. Presently, Xiao Yun smiled as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yun, the daughter of the Shao clan's patriarch. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Xiao Lan. Xiao Yu asked me to tell you that he's fine. Xiao Lan nodded, and her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a trace of shyness. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell onto the 2 women by Duan Lingtian's side, it became slightly gloomy, and a wisp of imperceptible bitterness suffused the corners of her mouth. I'm here to bid you farewell. After Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit to the 3 women, he casually chatted for a while before leaving with Ke and Li Fei. He naturally noticed Xiao Lan's gaze. He didn't expect that after 2 years, Xiao Lan still hadn't let go. Just leave it to fate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 leave, Xiao Lan withdrew her gaze and sighed faintly. He had thought that she would be able to forget him after he left. Who knew that his news would come back again and again, tugging at her heartstrings, causing her to sink into it, unable to extricate herself. However, she also understood. With his current status and identity, he was destined to drift away from her. However, there was always some unwillingness in her heart. Big Sister Lan, there are some things that you have to strive for yourself. Once you miss it, then it'll be too late for regret. Luo Qian knew Xiao Lan's thoughts and couldn't help but advise. Yeah, Big Sister Lan, once you miss a man like Duan Lingtian, there won't be another one. Xiao Yun spoke as well. Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes gradually became firm when she heard the words of the 2 women. Ayo. Duan Lingtian and the 2 women had just left the Shao clan estate when he noticed Li Fei's hand descending onto his waist and fiercely spinning, causing him to be unable to refrain from crying out. Little Fei, you're murdering your husband. Humph. Who asked you to stare at Xiao Lan until your eyes were fixed on her? Li Fei grunted, and her tone was filled with jealousy. Young master, the way Miss Xiao Lan looks at you is similar to the way Big Sister Fei looks at you. She wouldn't have fallen for you as well, right? Ke blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. When did this little girl Ke learn how to add fuel to the fire? Look, even little sister Ke noticed. Li Fei pouted and said, Quickly speak, have you fallen for Xiao Lan as well? No. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly denied. Admitting it at this time was a typical case of looking for trouble. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and his children returned to the Li family estate. He called Fatty Li Xian, and then invited Lin Zhua and Lin Qi to have a meal together as a farewell. During the meal, he specially introduced Li Xian to Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. Duan Lingtian, after you leave this time, I don't know when we'll meet again. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. Lin Zhua raised his wine cup as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Not bad, come cheers. Lin Qi said as well. After a meal, Li Xian and Lin Zhua became familiar with each other. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. When they returned to the Duan clan, Li Xian said sincerely, Boss, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Could it be that this fatty noticed something? Li Xian laughed slyly. Boss, I know you specially introduced Lin Zhua and Lin Qi to me. Stop pretending. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this fatty would really see through it. The next day, Duan Lingtian's family and Xiong Quan had just left the Li family estate when they saw the 3 girls waiting at the entrance. Xiao Lan, Xiao Yun, and Luo Shi. You guys are? Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Lan was carrying a luggage bag in her hand. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, Li Fei's burning gaze seemed to be able to ignite Duan Lingtian. Xiaolon, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaolon and asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, I want to go to the imperial city to find my brother. Can you bring me along? As Xiaolon spoke, her peerlessly beautiful face was dyed with a wisp of crimson. She was bright and moving, causing others to have the impulse to fiercely kiss her. Li Rose spurred her horse and stood at the side with a trace of a smile on the corners of her mouth. It seemed that her son's charm was quite great. In terms of appearance, this girl wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her two future daughters-in-law. If it was possible, she wouldn't mind having another such beautiful daughter-in-law. Although women were opposed to their husbands having multiple wives and concubines, when it came to their sons, they wished for nothing more than for their sons to be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. At that time, they would be able to hug their grandsons and granddaughters until their arms went soft. Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. Little Fei Er's gaze was too ruthless. In the end, it was still Li Ro who helped Duan Lingtian out of the predicament. She looked at Xiaolon and lightly smiled. You're Xiaolon, right? Li Ro had heard of the three great beauties that were widely rumored in Aurora City. Xiaolan's gaze descended onto Li Ro and lightly nodded. She was slightly surprised in her heart. This is Duan Lingtian's mother? She looks so young. Seeing that Xiaolon seemed to be slightly hesitant and seemed to not know how to address her, Li Ro lightly smiled and said, You can call me Aunt Ro like Ker and Fei Er. Aunt Ro. Xiaolon lightly nodded. Her charming face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out. Your brother is Tian Er's good friend. Since you want to go find your brother, then come with us. Under Li Ro's beckoning, Xiaolon and Li Ro rode on the same Fergana horse. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Fei spurred her horse to Duan Lingtian's side and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Scoundrel, are you very happy now? Yes. Duan Lingtian subconsciously replied. When he noticed Li Fei's spurious smile, he hurriedly shook his head. No. The group once again set off on their journey. From Aurora City to the Imperial City, they spent another 2 months. Xiaolon, you return to our place first. I'll go find your brother in a while and ask him to come pick you up. After entering the inner city of the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian said to Xiaolon. Xiaolon nodded, and a trace of sadness was emitted from her pair of alluring autumn eyes. Lon come visit Aunt Ro often in the future. Li Ro naturally noticed Xiaolan's sad gaze and lightly smiled as she spoke. Yes, Aunt Ro. Xiaolan's gaze once again lit up. After returning to his own house, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy to find Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu heard that his sister had come to the Imperial City, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why is she here? Duan Lingtian shrugged. She said she wanted to come find you. Xiao Yu laughed bitterly. Find him? He didn't believe it. However, since his sister had come, he naturally didn't want to trouble Duan Lingtian, so he and Xiao Sun followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's house. It was both Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's first time coming to Duan Lingtian's house. Brother. When Xiaolon saw Xiao Yu, a trace of a charming smile appeared on her face. Xiao Sun, who was following beside Xiao Yu, was completely dumbstruck. This was Xiao Yu's sister? As expected, she was a beauty on the same level as Princess Bai Yao. Very quickly, when Xiao Sun saw Ker and Li Fei walk out from inside, he was once again stunned. When did beautiful women become so worthless? In terms of appearance, the two women that walked out were not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Yu's sister and Princess Bai Yao. Xiao Sun suddenly felt that he'd probably used up all his chances of seeing beautiful women in his lifetime. When he saw the two women holding onto Duan Lingtian's hands, he knew that they were Duan Lingtian's women. For a moment, only a luster of envy, jealousy, and hatred remained in his eyes. As the saying goes, a friend's wife can't be lured. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and once again shifted it onto Xiaolon. I won't look at my friend's women, but looking at Xiao Sun's sister should be fine, right? Very quickly, he was once again dumbstruck. He noticed that after Xiaolon greeted Xiao Yu, her gaze had always been on Duan Lingtian, as if taking root and sprouting on Duan Lingtian's body. He could only look at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's luck with women was something he couldn't compare to. Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian didn't know of Xiao Sun's current thoughts. He withdrew a brush and paper and wrote down a pile of materials. Ask your Xiao clan's patriarch to help gather these materials. Give these materials to me 1 month from now, and I'll give you money at that time. 1 month from now was also the day that Duan Ling Tian prepared to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He gave himself a month's time to gather various materials for weapons refinement, medicine refinement, and inscription. No problem. Xiao Sun received the paper that Duan Ling Tian passed over and nodded. Chapter 241. Of course, besides the Xiao clan, Duan Ling Tian also entered the imperial palace and asked the emperor to help him gather these materials. Besides that, he also went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan. The Duan clan now took Duan Ling Tian to be their hope. Especially when the higher-ups of the Duan clan heard that Duan Ling Tian would leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom a month from now, and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to join one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They even unconditionally agreed to Duan Ling Tian's request. Kid, our Duan clan will pay for the materials you entrusted others to gather. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, said straightforwardly. Then I'll thank Grand Elder first. Duan Ling Tian smiled and didn't be courteous. In any case, he and the Duan clan both took what they needed. What the Duan clan wanted was the Void Advancement Pill. Even if he couldn't obtain it from the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would be able to refine it himself once his cultivation stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and became a grade 5 alchemist. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian went to the Su clan. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, personally welcomed Duan Ling Tian in. Commander Duan. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. Patriarch Su, I came to find you this time because I want you to help me gather some materials. I'll come to collect them 1 month from now. At that time, Patriarch Su can just give me a price. That's naturally not a problem. Su Boya nodded and received the paper that Duan Ling Tian had written a pile of materials on. His gaze was extremely complicated. That day, he was still discussing with the Su clan elders on how to deal with Duan Ling Tian. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had suddenly made a huge turnaround, and even their Su clan didn't dare offend him. Moreover, when their Su clan's Grand Elder Su Nan went missing that day, he suspected that it was related to the person before him. However, not to mention that he didn't have any evidence, even if he did, he wouldn't dare look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. To a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian was already tied to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the imperial family. It was far beyond what the Su clan could contend against. Thank you, clan leader Su. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian took his leave and walked out of the hall. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian became vigilant in his heart, and his figure moved, yet he noticed a figure flashing over. The figure was a silver grade 8 spirit sword that flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink, and it was obviously tainted with strong poison. Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead. The person charged towards Duan Ling Tian once again. However, his 9th level body tempering stage cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Ling Tian, and he was sent flying with a single kick from Duan Ling Tian. Su Tong, I didn't expect you to be so vicious even without your cultivation. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. The person who had ambushed him was Su Tong. This was also the reason why his spiritual force didn't sense anything. A 9th level body tempering stage martial artist was unable to pose any threat to him. Su Tong was injured by Duan Ling Tian's kick and crashed to the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up again, and he stared viciously at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you crippled my Dantian and caused the death of my grandfather. I can't live under the same sky as you. Can't live under the same sky as you. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. This Su Tong was really thick-headed. Su Tong. At this moment, Su Boya, who noticed the commotion, came out, and his face sank when he saw the scene before him. What are you doing? Clan leader, I want to take revenge for my grandfather, and take revenge for myself. Su Tong said coldly. Enough. From today onwards, the enmity between you and Duan Ling Tian is written off. If what happened today happens again, I'll expel you from the Su clan. Su Boya's gaze slightly frowned. This Su Tong had really gone mad. Not to mention a cripple like him. Even the entire Su clan couldn't afford to offend the current Duan Ling Tian. Su Tong's body trembled when he heard this, and he lowered his head. The hatred accumulated in his eyes was almost able to cause his eyes to explode. Clan leader Su, farewell. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Su Boya, then left the Su clan and returned to his own courtyard house. At this moment, the sky had darkened. However, just as he walked to the entrance of the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed that a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost, silently descending before his eyes. Whoosh! And at almost the same time, Xueqi appeared behind Duan Lingtian. All along the way, Xueqi concealed himself by Duan Lingtian's side, as if he had transformed into Duan Lingtian's shadow, following him like a shadow. It's you! Through the night, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the attire of the person before him and recognized him. Black clothes, a ghost king mask on his face. Wasn't this person the ghost-masked man that killed the half-step void stage expert by Duan Rulei's side that day? According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that this person was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow assassin organization. Of course, it was only a guess. Follow me. A hoarse voice sounded out from the person's mouth. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian had heard this person speak. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he was in Duan Rulei's courtyard house that day, from the moment this ghost-masked man appeared until the moment he killed the old man, he didn't say a single word from the beginning until the end. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost-masked man left with a speed that he could catch up to. Let's go! Although he didn't know why the ghost-masked man did this, Duan Lingtian still brought Xueqi along and followed. He could sense that the ghost-masked man didn't have any ill intent towards him. Finally, the ghost-masked man brought Duan Lingtian into an uninhabited courtyard house, then walked into a room and lit up a lamp. You're looking for me for something? Duan Lingtian looked at the ghost-masked man before him. When they were on the road earlier, he felt that the ghost-masked man's back was slightly familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where for a while. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost-masked man actually stretched out his hand to remove his mask. The ghost-masked man's true appearance was completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. See, Teacher Sima. Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never would have imagined that the ghost-masked man that appeared that day was actually his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, as well as the Dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. No wonder he felt that the ghost-masked man's back was slightly familiar all along the way. Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. Kid, you seem to have offended quite a few people. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Teacher, what do you mean? You just arrived at the Imperial City today, right? At dusk, someone came to the ghastly Shadow's stronghold to buy your life. Sima Changfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing. Teacher, you're the leader of the ghastly Shadow organization? Sima Changfeng lightly smiled, but didn't admit nor deny it. But Duan Lingtian already had an answer in his heart. He once thought that Sima Changfeng was the fourth void stage expert that was hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But now it would seem that this wasn't the case. Sima Changfeng was the elusive leader of the ghastly Shadow organization. Teacher, who bought my life? Duan Lingtian changed the question, and his eyes flickered with a dense flowing light. Now that you mention it, that person has a deep relationship with you. Sima Changfeng smiled. Teacher, don't keep me in suspense. Who is it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and slightly lost his patience. He really missed the silent ghost-masked man now. Duan Lingxing's wife, and Duan Lingxing's mother. Yun Ping. Sima Changfeng slowly said. Yun Ping? This name was extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. However, after knowing her identity, he was able to understand why she wanted to buy his life. She was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Do you need me to help you deal with it? Sima Changfeng asked Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Help me deal with it for free? Duan Lingtian laughed as well. Little fellow, you're dreaming. Do you still lack that bit of money? If I help you deal with it, I naturally have to take money. Sima Changfeng laughed as he scolded. Teacher. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. My uncle Nye seems to not know that you're the leader of the ghastly Shadow organization. Does His Majesty know? Sima Changfeng nodded. His Majesty knows. Speaking of which, this ghastly Shadow organization was established by His Majesty. Teacher Sima, I'm very curious why you're so willing to serve His Majesty. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He believed that with Sima Changfeng's strength, he was completely not restrained by the Emperor. Sima Changfeng's gaze became distant when he heard this, and he sighed after a long time. That year, it was His Majesty who saved my life. I owe him. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding and didn't ask in detail. This reason was already enough. The debt of saving one's life was enough to make one sacrifice their lives. Deep in the night, the autumn wind rustled. In the inner city, in a quaint inn, in a first-class guest room, a fat woman was walking back and forth, and every step she took seemed to be able to cause the ground to tremble slightly. Little bastard, with the ghastly shadow organization making a move this time, I'll make you die without a burial ground. The fat woman's voice revealed gloominess and viciousness, as if so long as the person she hated to the bone stood before her, she would tear him into pieces at the first possible moment. Is that so? Just at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out from the roof. Subsequently, the roof was blasted open. A purple figure descended from the sky. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Yun Ping noticed the commotion and her face went grim, and when she saw Duan Ling Tian, her gaze abruptly went cold. Little bastard, it's you. Although she'd never seen Duan Ling Tian after he grew up, the outline of Duan Ling Tian's face was 60% to 70% similar to Duan Rufing's, allowing her to recognize Duan Ling Tian with a single glance. Little bastard? Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold and killing intent flickered within. Noticing the killing intent within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Yun Ping shuddered, and only now did she realize that Duan Ling Tian was still an origin core martial artist. Instantly, a wisp of ghastly pale appeared on her chubby face, and her chubby body even started to lightly tremble. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward, and a jade-green grade 8 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moonlight that passed through the broken roof sprinkled down, flickering with an icy cold sheen. Little bastard, I'll kill you and take revenge for my Xing. Chapter 242. Bang! Facing Yun Ping's enormous body that pounced over, Duan Ling Tian kicked out, sending Yun Ping flying to collide with the wall. However, Yun Ping, who had a body of fat protecting her body, quickly stood up as if she was completely fine, and she stared viciously at Duan Ling Tian. Little bastard, what I regret the most in my lifetime is that when I drove your mother out of the Duan clan that day, I didn't kill you while you were still in your infancy. Duan Ling Tian frowned. You drove my mother out of the Duan clan? He'd never heard his mother, Li Ro, mention this. Exactly. Yun Ping sneered. That year, it was I who instigated others to drive your mother out. I originally thought that once a little bastard like you left the Duan clan, you were nothing to worry about. But I never imagined that 10 years later, you'd become the greatest hidden danger. I regret it. As she finished speaking, Yun Ping was slightly deranged. As far as she was concerned, if she had killed the infancy Duan Ling Tian that day, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. Her most beloved son also wouldn't have died. Humph. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he said in a low voice. Instead of regretting this, why don't you regret that you didn't teach your son well? The enmity between my father and your husband was the enmity of the previous generation. However, your son shifted all of this onto me, and even ruthlessly tried to kill me. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have died. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's tone was incomparably gloomy. You little bastard, your life is lowly like grass. So what if my son killed you? Could it be that your life can be compared to my son's life? Yun Ping's eyes revealed madness. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take revenge for my son. Otherwise, after killing you, I would kill your mother to vent the hatred in my heart. You're courting death. Duan Ling Tian couldn't endure it any longer when he heard Yun Ping's ruthless words, and his sword flashed out to enter Yun Ping's body. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. His mother was his reverse scale. Bang! Yun Ping's huge body fell to the ground, causing the inn to shake. Although she was dead, her pair of vicious eyes were still staring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. It was as if she would not let Duan Ling Tian go even if she died. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Yun Ping's body indifferently. He didn't even have the interest to destroy the evidence and left directly. The next day, a piece of news spread. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Ru, lost her life in an inn in the inner city. Towards this, the Duan clan didn't express much, and only buried Yun Ping out of consideration for Duan Ru's many years of contributions to the Duan clan. They could more or less guess the reason behind Yun Ping's death. However, they would not pursue the matter. Tian, is your second aunt's death related to you? In the backyard of the house, Li Ro asked Duan Ling Tian with a serious face. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would lie to her. I killed her. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. You child. Your second uncle is already dead, and she's a widow. Why do you have to do this? Li Ro sighed, as if she had lost all the strength in her body, and guilt appeared on her face. Mom, why didn't you ask me why I killed her? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he spoke of Yun Ping's actions. What? She looked for the ghastly shadow assassin organization to issue an assignment to kill you? Li Ro instantly stood up from her seat. Her entire body seemed to have exploded, and her face was covered in a layer of ice. This Yun Ping deserves death. That year, it was fine if she secretly used evil means to force me to leave the Duan clan, and I could endure it. Now, she actually wants to kill you. Tian, Mom has wronged you in this matter. You've done well. Li Ro's sudden change in attitude shocked Duan Lingtian as well. But Duan Lingtian was still able to perceive the concern his mother had towards him from this, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Mom, you really don't intend to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with us? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro, and he was extremely puzzled by Li Ro's decision last night. Tian, Mom won't be a burden to you. Li Ro lightly smiled. Mom, what are you talking about? Duan Lingtian frowned and stared fixedly at Li Ro. No, you're surely doing this for another reason. Is it because of Dad? Seeing her son see through her thoughts, Li Ro didn't conceal it and nodded. Yes, I'm doing this for your dad. I keep having the feeling that your dad isn't dead, and he'll come back to look for me one day. If I stay in the Imperial City and he returns, he'll be able to find me at the first possible moment. If I leave, where do you want him to go to look for me? Duan Lingtian went silent. Mom, it's already been so many years. Shouldn't you let go of some things? Tian, you don't believe your dad is still alive? Li Ro went silent for a moment before speaking. This isn't a matter of believing or not. I hope he's still alive as well. But it's already been almost 20 years since he went missing. If he's still alive, he would have returned long ago. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He naturally hoped that his deadbeat dad would return, as in this way, his mom would be happy as well. But this hope was extremely slim. Tian, you have to believe Mom. Mom really has an extremely strong intuition. Your dad will surely return. Li Ro persisted, and her eyes looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation, seeming to want to obtain Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, but he still nodded. Mom, I believe you. Dad will surely return. Only now did Li Ro reveal a smile. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly descended onto Duan Lingtian's head. It was precisely little black and little white. Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and grabbed the two little pythons down. Then he glared at them. You two little fellows just woke up not long ago, and you're starting to be mischievous again, right? Last time, Duan Lingtian had refined many origin-strengthening pills. These two little pythons directly swallowed half of the pills, then fell into a deep slumber, and only awoke a few days ago. Their strength had advanced a step further and broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If it was a human martial artist or an ordinary fierce beast, even if it was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, it wouldn't have any effect no matter how many origin-strengthening pills they consumed. These two little pythons, however, seemed to not have such restrictions. To a certain extent, they were simply two foodies. Of course, Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy that the origin-strengthening pills were able to assist the two little pythons in improving their strength. The increase in the strength of the two little pythons also meant that his life had an additional layer of protection. Although he had Xueqi, a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced sword force, by his side, Xueqi was bound to be unable to follow him into the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once he arrived at the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Palace, he could only rely on himself and these two little pythons that could be concealed under his sleeve. Come, I still have many origin-strengthening pills here. Do you want some? Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of origin-strengthening pills, but he quickly noticed that the two little pythons turned their heads away and disdained to spare them a glance. You two little fellows are disdainful of this origin-strengthening pill now? Didn't you eat it rather happily the last time? Duan Lingtian laughed as he scolded, but he faintly guessed some of the reasons. Actually, it wasn't only the origin-strengthening pill. After the two little pythons ate the origin-increasing pill that day, They weren't willing to touch the origin-increasing pill again, as if eating the origin-increasing pill a second time wouldn't have any benefits to them. If it's really because of this reason, perhaps I can refine other medicinal pills for them. Although the effects aren't as good as the origin-strengthening pill, it ought to be useful to them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and a thought arose within his heart. Within the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, besides the origin-strengthening pill, there were still 3 other medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of an origin core martial artist, and they were medicinal pills that he currently possessed the ability to refine. Of course, the medicinal effects of those 3 medicinal pills were far inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. But now, he didn't need the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill, and he instead hoped that the other 3 medicinal pills would be able to allow the 2 little pythons to increase their strength a step further. If the medicinal effect wasn't enough, then he'd use quantity to make up the numbers. If 10 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 20. If 20 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 50. If 50 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 100. In any case, these 2 little fellows were both gluttons, and they wouldn't die from overeating. Doing as he thought, Duan Lingtian brought Xueqi out and went to the medicine store to buy the medicinal herbs he needed. The medicinal herbs required for these 3 medicinal pills were all ordinary, and were very easy to buy. But what surprised Duan Lingtian was, he just walked out of the medicine store's door when he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Xueqi, Xiao Sun's older brother. The Xiao clan's genius alchemist. 1 year ago, at the Alchemist Guild's headquarters, the person that he cheated out of 5 million silver. Glancing at Xueqi, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Then he left with Xueqi. Xueqi frowned. Could it be that the violet-clothed youth from before knew him? But he didn't have the slightest impression of him. Shaking his head, Xueqi didn't think any further and walked into the medicine store. No matter what, Xueqi had no way of connecting Duan Lingtian with the violet-clothed youth that cheated him out of 5 million silver a year ago. After all, that violet-clothed youth was really too ordinary. Duan Lingtian returned home and started to get busy. The 3 medicinal pills he wanted to concoct were respectively the Cloud Mist Pill, Flowing Water Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill. These 3 medicinal pills had similar medicinal effects, but they were all inferior to the origin-strengthening pill. Whoosh! Very quickly, Duan Lingtian took out his cauldron and started to concoct the medicinal pills. To Duan Lingtian, he only planned to concoct ordinary medicinal pills. He only needed to spend half an hour to concoct around 10 pills of each type. Duan Lingtian spent 2 hours concentrating on concocting 43 Cloud Mist pills. I hope those 2 little fellows are willing to eat them, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Hiss hiss. When he saw the little python's eyes light up when they saw the Cloud Mist pills and they madly flicked their tongues, Duan Lingtian knew that his thoughts were correct. The 43 Cloud Mist pills were directly divided between the 2 little pythons. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the 2 little pythons were about to faint, he noticed that the 2 little pythons were instead staring at him with sparkling eyes. You 2 little fellows are simply bottomless pits. Chapter 243. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's tireless refinement, another 100+ Cloud Mist pills appeared in the world. After the 2 little pythons divided the Cloud Mist pills, they were finally satisfied. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that they didn't fall into a deep sleep this time. Instead, their spirits flickered as they eagerly stared at Duan Lingtian. Now, the 2 little pythons had already started to dislike the Cloud Mist pills. In the following days, Duan Lingtian started to refine the Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill. After the 2 little pythons divided and swallowed the 100+ Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill, they similarly weren't willing to eat the Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill. But they still didn't show any signs of falling into a deep sleep, and they were full of spirit and glowing with spirit. 2 foodies. Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless as he looked at the 2 little pythons before him that stared at him with anticipation. He suddenly felt that perhaps his way of thinking was wrong from the beginning, and the increase in strength of the 2 little pythons wasn't so simple. There's none left. Just these medicinal pills. Eat them or leave them. Duan Lingtian placed the remaining Cloud Mist pills, Flowing Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill on the table, then pretended to glare fiercely at the 2 little pythons as he spoke. Unexpectedly. Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons swiftly flickered their tongues as their 2 little tails flashed out like bolts of lightning, flinging the 3 types of medicinal pills on the table flying. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. "Who are you two little fellows throwing a tantrum for?" Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and directly grabbed the two little pythons before throwing them onto a tree in the rear courtyard. He ignored their protests and directly left the rear courtyard to return to his room to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python form. In the following month, although Duan Lingtian had touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, he was still unable to break through. Instead, it was that little girl, Kerr, who smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage under the dual assistance of the Monkey Wine and Origin Strengthening Pill. As for Li Fei, she was only half a step away from the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. During this month, the Duan Lingtian residence was peaceful as usual, apart from Xiao Lan occasionally coming to chat with his mother, Li Ro. A month later, Duan Lingtian left the house and began to go to each of the houses to collect materials. Starting from the Divine Might Marquis estate, then to the Su clan, then to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Sun took the materials from the Xiao clan's patriarch together, but unexpectedly met Xiao He. "Little Sun, who is this?" When Xiao He saw Duan Lingtian, he was a little surprised. Wasn't this purple-clothed youth the same person he had met a month ago at the entrance of a medicine shop in the inner city? The purple-clothed young man was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. He had a deep impression of him. "Brother, he's Duan Lingtian." Xiao Sun smiled as he introduced, then said to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, this is my brother Xiao He. So it's Commander Duan." Xiao He was shocked in his heart when he heard this, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. "You're Xiao Sun's brother, so just call me Duan Lingtian. There's no need to be so distant." Duan Lingtian gave Xiao He a friendly smile. He was able to discern that the current Xiao He had indeed changed a lot compared to the Xiao He met in the Alchemist Guild over a year ago. He didn't have the arrogance and drive of the past. "Then I'll be arrogant and call you Brother Lingtian." Xiao He nodded with a smile. When his gaze stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes and carefully sized them up for a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. This pair of eyes was so familiar to him. He would never forget it in his entire lifetime. However, no matter what, he was unable to link the violet-clothed youth before him and the violet-clothed youth before him together. But with a quick thought, according to what his younger brother, Xiao Sun, said, the violet-clothed youth before him was already a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. This point was in line with the violet-clothed youth from that time. Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao He's gaze staring at him, and his heart jerked. Xiao He seemed to have noticed something. But where did he see it from? However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that Xiao He seemed to be hesitant to confirm it. When he saw the bewilderment in Xiao He's eyes grow deeper and deeper, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. With a raise of his hand, a stack of silver appeared in his hand, and it was exactly 5 million silver. He passed it to Xiao He. "Consider this money as returning it to its rightful owner." You really are." Xiao He didn't receive the silver, and his pupils constricted instead, as if he'd seen a ghost. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Duan Lingtian, why did you give my brother money?" Xiao Sun, who stood at the side, had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know what had happened. "Little Sun, he's the violet-clothed youth that made a bet with me in the Alchemist Guild and won 5 million silver from me. I noticed earlier that Brother Lingtian's eyes are exactly the same as that youth from that time. I didn't dare confirm it earlier, but I never imagined that they were actually the same person. Unbelievable." A bitter smile appeared on Xiao He's face. He never imagined that meeting the genius young alchemist of the past would be such a scene. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck. "Brother, didn't you say that the youth from that time had an ordinary appearance? You'll have to ask Brother Lingtian about this." Xiao He glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was extremely complicated. "Duan Lingtian." Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. "At that time, for the sake of not allowing others to see through my identity, I used some methods to carry out of disguise. But I never imagined that you'd actually remember my eyes." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He with a face full of surprise. He finally knew how Xiao He had recognized him. He could disguise himself, but only his face was changed, and his eyes didn't change in the slightest. "Actually, after I lost the bet to you that time, I was extremely furious in my heart and wished for nothing more than to take revenge on you. So before I left, I deeply remembered your face, your eyes, and everything about you. Xueqi shook his head and smiled as he recalled that time, and it felt as if a lifetime had passed. What? You don't want to take revenge on me now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Xueqi shook his head. After I returned to the clan, I thought about many things. In the end, I realized that I was indeed too arrogant in the past and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I still have to thank you. It was you who made me realize my shortcomings. As the saying goes, knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Xueqi, with such a mentality, I believe that in the future, you'll surely be able to establish a school of your own in the Tao of Alchemy and stand at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Hearing Xueqi's words, Duan Lingtian had a slightly higher opinion of him. I hope so. Xueqi nodded and spoke modestly. In the end, Xueqi was unwilling to accept the silver in Duan Lingtian's hands. Duan Lingtian didn't force him, but he gave Xueqi some pointers in the area of alchemy. Needless to say, Xueqi's natural talent in alchemy was indeed very high, and he understood many things with just a little guidance. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart. Xueqi felt heartfelt admiration towards Duan Lingtian's profound understanding in the Tao of alchemy. When Duan Lingtian left, he even personally sent Duan Lingtian out of the Shao clan estate's gate. Between the two of them, it could be said that they had turned hostility into friendship. After leaving the Shao clan estate, Duan Lingtian went to the imperial palace. In the imperial garden, the emperor gave a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. These are the imperial palace's inventory, as well as the materials you need that I ordered people to gather from all over. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how much are these materials? After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, he asked with a light smile. Money. The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. There's no need for money. If you have the heart, then go see Bai Yao before you leave. Duan Lingtian was stunned, but he understood the emperor's meaning and nodded. When he saw Princess Bai Yao again, Duan Lingtian noticed that Princess Bai Yao's figure was obviously thinner and weaker, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Princess. Duan Lingtian bowed to Princess Bai Yao. When Princess Bai Yao saw Duan Lingtian, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. You've come. Yes. Duan Lingtian faintly nodded and sighed in his heart. Sometimes, there were some things that really happened when one did not intend for it to happen. It had to be said that Princess Bai Yao was very outstanding and also very kind. She didn't lose to Ke and Li Fei in the slightest. However, in his heart it was still difficult to take that step. Although this step was only a foot away, it also seemed to be far away. When are you going to leave? Princess Bai Yao asked softly. Her bell-like voice was faintly trembling. Her delicate and pitiful posture made people unable to help but feel pity for her. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Duan Lingtian said softly. So soon? Princess Bai Yao's delicate body imperceptibly trembled. She secretly glanced at Duan Lingtian and discovered that Duan Lingtian was also looking over. She timidly turned her head away, like a child who was caught stealing candy. A trace of red appeared on her charming face. Duan Lingtian raised his eyes and slowly said, Princess, I'll accompany you for a walk. Yes. Princess Bai Yao nodded obediently. Unlike before, this time, Duan Lingtian accompanied Princess Bai Yao as they walked, and they chatted a great deal with each other. Between the two of them, they had a slight understanding of each other. Duan Lingtian even intentionally spoke of the matter between him, Ke, and Li Fei. He originally thought that Princess Bai Yao would be disappointed. But unexpectedly, a trace of a smile always hung on Princess Bai Yao's face. So in this way, Big Sister Li Fei and Ke will accompany you to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a happy smile. But he didn't notice that at the instant Princess Bai Yao turned her head, in the depths of her beautiful eyes, a faint flowing light of envy was mixed within. It was as if she wished for nothing more than to be able to replace Ke or Li Fei and accompany Duan Lingtian. Will you still return? When they were parting, Princess Bai Yao asked in a light voice, and her beautiful face contained slight perturbation mixed within. I'll surely return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This time, my mother won't be leaving with me. If I'm free in the future, I'll return to see her. Princess Bai Yao's eyes shone when she heard this. Can I go see your mother? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Chapter 244. Duan Lingtian was in a bit of a dilemma. If he were to bring Princess Bai Yao back, would Little Fei skin him alive? Thinking of Little Fei's jealousy, Duan Lingtian felt a chill on his back. However, when he saw Princess Bai Yao looking at him pitifully with a face full of expectation, his heart softened in the end. I'll just treat her as a guest, Duan Lingtian comforted himself. Sure enough, when Duan Lingtian brought Princess Bai Yao back to his house, Li Fei's gaze became vigilant at the first instance. A dubious smile appeared on Li Rou's face. Coincidentally, Xiao Lan was also accompanying Li Rou. When she saw Princess Bai Yao, a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She never thought that a girl that Duan Lingtian casually brought back would have an appearance that wasn't inferior to her, Ke, and Li Fei. Young master, who is this beautiful big sister? Ke blinked her large eyes as she looked at Princess Bai Yao and asked Duan Lingtian. This is Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian smiled as he introduced Princess Bai Yao to the girls. Instantly, the girls were all moved. Even Li Fei had a face full of surprise. She never thought that the girl that Duan Lingtian brought back would actually be Princess Bai Yao. She had heard of Princess Bai Yao, the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Greetings to the princess. For a moment, the four girls, including Li Rou, slightly bowed to Princess Bai Yao as they respectfully greeted her. Aunt Rou, this isn't the imperial palace. You don't have to treat me as a princess. Princess Bai Yao lightly walked over and helped Li Rou up as she said with a light smile. Li Rou lightly smiled as she nodded. Her limpid eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, faintly mixed with a bit of ambiguity, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly embarrassed. Your sister Fei, right? Princess Bai Yao looked at Li Fei with a pitiful appearance, causing Li Fei to smile. Princess, you know me? Sister Fei, you are as beautiful as Duan Lingtian described you to be. Princess Bai Yao's mouth was sweeter than honey, completely eliminating Li Fei's hostility and wariness towards her. Sister Fei, you can call me Bai Yao in the future. All right. Little sister Bai Yao, you're also very beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Li Fei smiled and nodded. Seeing that Princess Bai Yao didn't put on any airs, she had a good impression of her. You must be Ke, right? I heard from Duan Lingtian that you're the same age as me. When were you born? Princess Bai Yao looked at Ke and asked with a smile. Princess, I'm from September. The current Ke was no longer the Ke of the past. Even when facing the princess, she didn't have the slightest bit of apprehension, and could freely chat and laugh. Then I'm younger than you. I was born in December. In the future, I'll call you Sister Ke. You can be like Sister Fei and call me Sister Bai Yao. Hearing this, Princess Bai Yao playfully stuck out her cute tongue, causing Ke to have a good impression of her. I also have a younger sister, Ke exclaimed in a low voice. Her charming face was slightly red, and the corner of her mouth held a smile, mixed with a trace of excitement. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from the imperial family, Princess Bai Yao really had a way of dealing with people. Not long after, she obtained the approval of the 3 beauties in his family. This is? Princess Bai Yao finally looked at Xiao Lan. Even she couldn't help but have a good impression of this girl who was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Today, the shock in her heart had almost never stopped. Originally, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the imperial city, Princess Bai Yao was still very confident in her own appearance. But today, she had seen 3 girls in succession whose appearances weren't inferior to hers. Other than the 2 women that she already knew about from Duan Lingtian, the appearance of this elegant and refined girl caused ripples in her heart. She discovered that this girl was the same as her, interested in Duan Lingtian. For a moment, a feeling of sympathy for each other arose in her heart. Princess, I'm called Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan faintly smiled at Princess Bai Yao, but her heart was slightly bitter. She could naturally see Princess Bai Yao's feelings towards Duan Lingtian. She was also very envious of Princess Bai Yao being able to obtain the approval of Duan Lingtian's family in such a short period of time. One had to know that she and the Duan Lingtian's family had interacted for a few months, and only obtained the approval of Li Rou and Ke. Li Fei, however, was constantly on guard against her big sister Xiao Lan. Princess Bai Yao sweetly smiled at Xiao Lan. You guys chat. I'll return to my room to cultivate. Seeing that he had become a foil, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he returned to his room after saying his farewells. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. If these 4 women were placed together in the earth of Duan Lingtian's previous life, they would be able to form a table of mahjong. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Flood Python form's accompanying martial skill. Defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Shield. This Earth Dragon's Shield was extremely overbearing. Although it didn't have the ability to reverse teleportation like greater teleportation, in terms of defense, it was a level stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even if the Earth Dragon's Shield was only at the mastery stage, its defense was comparable to an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. My greater teleportation relied on the medicinal effect of the blood Lingji to break through to the perfection stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if I refine the inverse source pill, I can once again activate the blood Lingji's medicinal effect hidden within my body and vital energy and blood. The materials for the inverse source pill were also one of the materials that Duan Lingtian asked the various powers to gather 1 month ago. Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the inverse source pill. An hour later, the inverse source pill was completed. Subsequently, he swallowed the inverse source pill and started activating the blood Lingji's medicinal effect hidden within his body and vital energy and blood. At the same time, he started cultivating the Earth Dragon's Shield. In the end, the Earth Dragon's Shield smoothly broke through to the perfection stage under the assistance of the vast blood Lingji's medicinal effect. Although the Earth Dragon's Shield is stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. But when one reaches the origin core stage and one's strength increases to a certain level, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill is, it would at most only be able to offset a portion of the strength. This was something that Duan Lingtian understood clearly in his heart. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, if he were to fully activate the Earth Dragon's Shield, he would be able to completely offset the attack of a martial artist below the core formation stage. However, if it was the attack of an origin core martial artist, it would be impossible to completely offset it. It would only be able to offset a portion of the opponent's attack. But even then, a defensive martial skill was still important. Just like a battle between 2 martial artists with similar cultivations and similar attack strengths. One of them didn't cultivate a defensive martial skill, whereas the other cultivated a defensive martial skill. Under such circumstances, the latter would absolutely stably defeat the former. After completing the cultivation of the Earth Dragon's Shield, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Meanwhile, he noticed that the sky was already dark. I've already forgotten the time. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. He walked out of his room and had dinner with the girls before offering to send Princess Bai Yao off. As for Xiao Lan, she chose to stay. Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything towards Xiao Lan's decision, and what was rare was that Li Fei didn't mind as well. After Duan Lingtian sent Princess Bai Yao back and returned, only then did he know why Li Fei had suddenly become so magnanimous. We're leaving tomorrow. With Xiao Lan accompanying Aunt Ro won't be so lonely. Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely moved. That night, after Duan Lingtian and Li Fei made love, Li Fei leaned on his shoulder and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, I know that Xiao Lan and little sister Bai Yao are both interested in you. Little Fei, what are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei in his arms and rubbed her beautiful hair. "This little vinegar jar. Humph. You dare to say that you don't have any thoughts?" Li Fei's watery eyes narrowed as she glared at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to smile bitterly. As a normal man, how could he not have any thoughts when he saw 2 great beauties? Moreover, those 2 great beauties were so kind and lovely. Li Fei's expression turned serious as she said, "I've thought about it." "Thought about what?" Duan Lingtian shuddered. Could it be that little Fei had some crazy thoughts? "I've thought about it. If they want to enter our family, they must first pass my test." Li Fei smiled mysteriously, looking like a big sister. "What test?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "It's a secret." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and didn't say anything further. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought along Ke, Li Fei, and Xiongquan to bid farewell to Li Ro, Xiao Lan, and the manager Jing Ru, before spurring his horse to leave the courtyard house and the imperial city. As for the others, Duan Lingtian had bid farewell to them one by one 2 days ago. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's area was located at the northeast of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 rode on Ferghana horses and dashed out as if transforming into 4 red bolts of lightning that gave rise to endless amounts of sand and dust. Hiss hiss, 2 little pythons disobediently ran out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, excitedly flicking their tongues and jumping about in high spirits. You 2 little fellows know that we're leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons nodded like humans and were extremely mischievous. Xueqi, if we travel on Ferghana horses and rest at night, how long will it take to arrive at the 7-star sword sect? Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward as he asked Xueqi. The 7-star sword sect was one of the 5 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. More than 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples were sword cultivators, and sword cultivators possessed extremely formidable offensive strength. This caused the 7-star sword sect to be extremely powerful in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the other 4 top sects didn't dare rashly offend the 7-star sword sect. All this was something Duan Lingtian found out from Xueqi. According to Xueqi, the 7-star sword sect's influence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Most importantly, the 7-star sword sect recruited outer court disciples every 6 months, and it was even more frequent than the other 4 top sects. However, even then, the 7-star sword sect was far from having as many people as the other 4 top sections. Chapter 245. Around half a year. Xueqi pondered for a moment before speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he was mentally prepared. Not to mention leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city to arrive at the border area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they had to cross a county and spend around 3 months of time. Even the 7-star sword sect from the border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was still quite a distance away. It was also because they used Ferghana horses to travel. Otherwise, even if they spent a year, they might not be able to arrive at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had the protection of Xueqi, a 2nd-level void-prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force, so they didn't encounter any trouble all the way from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the 2nd district of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Occasionally, bandits would rush over, but they were all easily slaughtered by Xueqi. Similar to what Duan Lingtian expected, they arrived at a city that was located between the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 3 months later. Although this city wasn't a county city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the area it occupied wasn't smaller than a county city. Xueqi, have you been to this city? Duan Lingtian asked. Xueqi shook his head. Let's go in. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he brought along the 2 little girls that had veils covering their faces and directly entered the city. This border city was extremely bustling, and many merchant groups could be seen going in and out. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these merchant groups ought to be going back and forth between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After entering the city, people riding Ferghana horses could be seen everywhere. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 riding Ferghana horses didn't draw the attention of others. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, the 4 of them found a restaurant to eat. Before ordering, Duan Lingtian gave a tip to the restaurant's attendant and asked curiously, "Introduce this city to me?" When the attendant saw that Duan Lingtian was so generous, he naturally didn't hold anything back and said with a light smile, "Customer, it's your first time in our Black Wind City, right?" Black Wind City? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and continued to listen to the servant. Guest, our Black Wind City is a border commercial city under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's located at the northeast border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Normally, some merchant groups that travel between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom would stop at our Black Wind City. The manservant said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this on the way here. The manservant continued, "Guest, this is your first time in our Black Wind City, so you must remember. Do not offend Huang, Zhong, and Ma." Speaking of this, the manservant's expression became slightly solemn. "Is there anything special about these 3 surnames?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The servant shook his head. "Nothing special. These 3 surnames are precisely the surnames of the 3 great clans of our Black Wind City. Guest, you ought to have come from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The manservant smiled. "Because the people that go from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom are mostly people that follow merchant groups, and there are very few independent customers. So, I guess you're from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Guest, are you intending to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Guest, remember what I said earlier. Although the three great clans of Black Wind City aren't ranked in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they're much stronger than many clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's even to the extent that they're only inferior to the three great clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom. The manservant reminded once more. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the three great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that the manservant spoke of were the Imperial City's Duan clan, Shao clan, and Su clan, not to mention existences that were inferior to these three great clans. With Xueqi here, even if it was these three great clans, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid. Guest, what do all of you eat? The manservant asked respectfully. Help us order as you see fit. We don't have any dietary restrictions. Duan Ling Tian said to the manservant. The manservant acknowledged and left. It's time to eat. Remove your veils. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little girls by his side and lightly smiled as he spoke. The two little girls blinked their beautiful eyes and obediently removed the veils on their faces. And it was at this instant that a wave of sounds of cups shattering sounded out in the restaurant. It was some male customers that were completely dumbstruck when they saw Li Fei and Kerr, and they didn't even realize that the cups in their hands had dropped. In next to no time, the food was served. Xueqi, sit down and eat as well. Duan Ling Tian called out to Xueqi, and Xueqi complied and sat down. The four of them had been hungry for an entire day, and they swept through the entire table of food. Meanwhile, the sky had gradually darkened, but the restaurant was still brightly lit. I heard that there's a batch of slaves being auctioned in the Ma Clan auction house's auction tonight. I heard of it as well. It's not only slaves. Supposedly the Ma Clan auction house has also purchased many good things this time. Let's quickly finish our food and go experience it as well. Right at this moment, the discussion of a few middle-aged men at a nearby table entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Ma Clan auction house? Auction? Duan Lingtian's interest was suddenly piqued. Black Wind City was a border city between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and there were many merchant groups that passed by. There would surely be many merchants that sold off some good things here. Perhaps some things that he was interested in would appear in the auction house. After eating his fill, Duan Lingtian beckoned to the manservant from before. Guest, do you have any instructions? The manservant respectfully asked Duan Lingtian. I want to ask you, if I want to participate in the Ma Clan auction house's auction, what should I do? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point, and at the same time, he put down a silver ingot. The manservant's eyes lit up as he put away the silver ingot and hurriedly said, Guest, our Black Wind City has three great auction houses that are respectively controlled by the three great clans. Every auction house holds an auction every 3 months, and the 2 months that are empty in between are instead reserved for the other 2 auction houses to hold the auction. In other words, Black Wind City holds an auction every other month. Tonight just happens to be the day the Ma Clan auction house holds the auction. Guest, you can be considered to have come at the right time. After exiting our restaurant, turn left and walk all the way to the end of the main road. Then turn right and you'll be able to see the Ma Clan auction house. The entrance fee of the Ma Clan auction house is divided into 2 levels. First, spend 1,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid and sit on the seats in the hall to bid. Second, spend 100,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid. The Ma Clan will provide a private room and the most comprehensive service. As he spoke up to here, the manservant couldn't help but be astounded. To him, he might not have the chance to enter the Black Wind City's auction house in his lifetime. An ordinary seat costs 1,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and he was slightly surprised as well. And that private room actually costs 100,000 silver. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, isn't the value of silver devalued too much? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he brought along his children who had once again put on their veils and walked out of the restaurant. Xueqi led the 4 Fagana horses and followed them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 directly went to the Ma Clan auction house. At this moment, the Ma Clan auction house had already started to enter the venue. However, there weren't many people that entered, and there should still be some time before the auction began. At the entrance of the auction house, a row of manservants stood there like doormen. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just arrived at the entrance of the auction house when a manservant came up to greet them and took the reins of the 4 Fergana horses from Duan Lingtian's hands. Another manservant walked up and respectfully asked, "Guest, may I ask if you need a seat in the main hall or a private room?" "A private room," Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. "Guest, please come with me." Hearing this, the manservant's attitude became even more humble. He led Duan Lingtian's group into the auction house and brought them to the private room on the second floor of the auction house. The clean and tidy private room gave people a comfortable feeling. The private room was extremely spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian walked in the private room. Through the window of the private room, he could just see the auction stage below, which was very convenient. After the manservant came in, he began to pour hot tea and prepared snacks for Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls. Then he respectfully stood to the side. A moment later, a knock sounded on the door. The manservant stepped out and opened the door of the private room, respectfully greeting the person outside. "Manager." A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked in and looked at Duan Lingtian. "Guest, hello, I'm the manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin." With the arrival of the manager of the auction house, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed the purpose of his visit. With a raise of his hand, 100,000 taels of silver appeared out of thin air and was handed over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin received the silver, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that this young man who looked less than 20 years old was not simple. To have a storage ring at such a young age. He obviously had an extraordinary background. "Thank you, guest." After Ma Qin received the silver, he deeply looked at Xueqi, who was behind Duan Lingtian, before turning to leave. "For guests, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be waiting at the door." The manservant respectfully said to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, then retreated and closed the door. At this moment, Kerr and Li Fei also took off their veils. Just staying in this rundown place for a few hours would cost 100,000 taels of silver? Li Fei shook her head, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Although Kerr didn't say anything, her face was similarly filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This was something he could understand. After all, this place couldn't compare to those cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. To a certain extent, this place could already be considered to be a city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, this Black Wind City was a place that merchants had to pass through, and the level of consumption here was probably not inferior to those cities in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was something Duan Lingtian noticed when he was paying the bill at the restaurant. Why haven't we started yet? Chapter 246. It should be soon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, seeming to have noticed something. At this moment, through the window of the room, he could vaguely see a few people walking into the hall and finding a seat in the hall to sit down. Along with the passage of time, the number of people grew more and more. Before long, the hall was filled with people, and it was a dense mass of people. A seat in the hall costs 1,000 silver per person. Just the entrance fee of this Ma clan auction house is enough to make one's hands go soft. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. When the number of people increased, it naturally became noisy. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw an old man slowly walking up the auction stage. He knew that the auction was about to begin. As expected. "Everyone, welcome to our Ma clan auction house. I guarantee that everyone will absolutely feel that this trip today was not made in vain." After the old man ascended the auction stage, he started talking nonsense that didn't contain any substance. It was none other than bragging about how good the auction items of their Ma clan auction house today were. As the saying goes, Huang Pa sells melons and praises herself. All right, I see that everyone seems to be slightly impatient. Let's bring up the first auction item now. The old man's voice suddenly sounded out. For a moment, the group of people in the hall that were drowsy shuddered and awoke from their stupor. A young woman held a tray that was covered by a red cloth in her hand as she walked up the auction stage. Along with the young woman removing the red cloth, the thing on the tray appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a medicinal pill bottle. The old man picked up the medicinal pill bottle, swept his gaze across the hall, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, there are 10 origin strengthening pills within this medicinal pill bottle." Origin strengthening pills were medicinal pills used by origin core stage martial artists to cultivate, and it could increase one's cultivation speed. But, Origin strengthening pills were sold everywhere, even in medicine stores outside. For a moment, many people lost interest. There were even people that said in disdain, "When did the Ma clan auction house decline to such an extent? They're actually taking out this sort of trashy thing to auction. Origin strengthening pills, 10,000 silver per pill in medicine stores outside, the price is clearly marked. Yeah, there's no need to take out this sort of thing to auction, right?" Quickly change to the next auction item. The group of people in the hall spoke out one after another. "Everyone, please be quiet." In the face of such a scene, the old man's expression did not change. He even seemed to have known that something like this would happen. As the old man raised his hand, the hall fell silent. "Everyone, do you think that our Ma family auction house will auction off an ordinary yuan strengthening pill?" The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As everyone knows, the purity of the pills refined by ordinary alchemists is at most a little over 60%. Being able to achieve 65% purity is already considered extremely rare. However, the purity of this bottle of origin strengthening pills in my hands had reached 75%. 75%? What does that mean? An origin strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. Once consumed, the cultivation speed will be twice as fast as an ordinary origin strengthening pill. If it's given to those origin core stage martial artists who have fallen into a bottleneck and are unable to break through for a long time, relying on this origin strengthening pill, they might even be able to directly break through. As expected, the old man's words caused a commotion in the hall. Origin strengthening pill with 75% purity? Really? Which alchemist is so awesome to be able to refine such a high purity origin strengthening pill? In the hall, many people didn't quite believe it. In their impression, a medicinal pill with a purity of over 70% could already be considered as an existence of legends. A medicinal pill with a purity of over 75% was already close to the legendary medicinal pill with a purity of 80%. When the old man saw this, he continued. "Everyone, these 10 origin strengthening pills were personally verified by our Ma family's Lord Hu Jun. So, everyone doesn't have to worry about whether the purity of the medicinal pill conforms to what I've said. Out of the 10 origin strengthening pills, 7 have a purity of 75%, and 3 have a purity that's infinitely close to 76%. Moreover, the credibility of our Ma family is obvious to all." Many people in the hall nodded when they heard the old man's words. The Ma family had indeed never lost their credibility in an auction. Since it was verified by Lord Hu Jun, then there's naturally no problem. Exactly, Lord Hu Jun is the one and only grade 7 alchemist in Black Wind City. His judgment is surely not wrong. "Old man Ma, quickly state the starting price." The people in the hall spoke out one after another, urging the old man to state the starting price. Within the room, a wisp of surprise appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Purity 75%? He never imagined that at the common border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a medicinal pill with such a high purity would appear. Purity 75%. It was sufficient to show that the alchemist that refined this origin-strengthening pill was an alchemist with abundant experience and extraordinary natural talent. Of course, this purity wasn't taken seriously by Duan Lingtian. Not to mention a purity of 75%, even if it was a purity of 90%, he would still be able to easily refine it. If he were to seriously refine it, he would even be able to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 99%. The lifetime experience and ability of the Samsara Emperor Wu in his alchemy was no joke. A purity of only 75% and you have the nerve to auction it off? Li Fei grunted in a low voice. She remembered that the origin-strengthening pill her man refined had a purity of over 90%. As far as she was concerned, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was simply trash when compared to the origin-strengthening pill refined by her man. But even if it was trash, the price of the auction still shocked Li Fei. Along with the old man stating the starting price, 10 origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% were actually auctioned off for a high price of 300,000 silver. Not only that, the auction still continued. 400,000 silver. 500,000 silver. Hearing the bids in the main hall, Li Fei said dumbfoundedly, "Mad, they've surely gone mad." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, as he felt it was understandable. To a certain extent, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was indeed able to help an origin core martial artist break through the final bottleneck and smoothly step into the next level. Of course, It was only limited to first-level and second-level Origin Core martial artists. After all, it was only an Origin strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. 1 million silver. Finally, along with a deep voice sounding out from a room on the second floor, a bottle of Origin strengthening pills with a purity of 75% was won by him. The guest in room number 5 has obtained this bottle of Origin strengthening pills with a purity of 75%. The old man on the auction platform announced. Subsequently, another young woman held a tray and ascended the auction platform. The item being auctioned this time was a grade 8 spirit weapon with an amplification of 18%. Duan Ling Tian and the others similarly weren't interested in this auction item. Scoundrel, those 10 Origin strengthening pills with a purity of 75% are actually able to be sold for 1 million silver. If you were to sell the Origin strengthening pills you refined, wouldn't it be even more valuable? Li Fei recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Ling Tian as traces of bright lights condensed within her beautiful eyes. Of course. Duan Ling Tian smiled. An Origin strengthening pill with a purity of 75% is already worth 100,000 silver. I wonder how much the pure Origin pills with a purity of 90% and above can be sold for. Li Fei had a curious expression, as if she urgently wanted to know the answer. How could Duan Ling Tian be unable to see through Li Fei's thoughts? He shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, if you really want to know, then I'll choose an Origin strengthening pill with the lowest purity I refined and auction it at the Ma Clan auction house. I think they would be interested as well. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and the nearby Kerr had a curious expression as well. Xiong Quan, call the attendant outside in. Duan Ling Tian instructed Xiong Quan. In next to no time, the attendant entered. Guest, do you have any instructions? Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a medicinal pill bottle appeared in his hand. Then he passed it to the attendant. There's a medicinal pill within. I intend to auction it at your auction house. Ask your manager to make the arrangements. The attendant heard this and extended his hand to receive it, but didn't ask anything. He knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. After the attendant left, Duan Ling Tian once again looked at the auction platform and noticed that the grade 8 spirit weapon had just been won by someone. Manager. After the attendant obtained the medicinal pill bottle Duan Ling Tian gave him, he went to look for manager Ma Qin. Ma Qin's gaze descended onto the attendant's hand and asked, a guest wants to auction something? Yes, manager. It's that young guest. The attendant spoke respectfully. Young guest? That violet-clothed young man? Ma Qin asked curiously. Yes. The attendant nodded. Ma Qin received the medicinal pill bottle and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he noticed that there was actually an Origin strengthening pill within. What does that guest mean? Origin strengthening pill? And there's only one? In the end, he didn't directly send the Origin strengthening pill back, but instead took it to the backstage of the auction house. Lord Hu Jun. In next to no time, Ma Qin found their Ma Clan's one and only grade 7 alchemist, Hu Jun. So long as the Ma Clan auction house held an auction, Hu Jun would be present. Hu Jun was an old man over 70 years old, and when he saw Ma Qin arrive, he asked curiously, Manager Qin, is something the matter? Ma Qin passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. Lord Hu Jun, this is an item that a guest wants to auction in our auction house. Help me take a look and see if there's anything special about it. What's this? Hu Jun received the medicinal pill bottle and asked curiously. Origin strengthening pill. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Origin strengthening pill? Hu Jun couldn't help but be stunned. Then he frowned. Isn't this nonsense? Which guest had consigned this item for auction? Unless it's an Origin strengthening pill with a purity of 70% or above, otherwise, there's utterly no value in auctioning it. Lord Hu Jun, the guest that auctioned this Origin strengthening pill seems to have an extraordinary background, so I didn't directly send it back to him. Help me take a look first. If it really doesn't work, I'll send it back to him. Ma Qin spoke with slight difficulty. Hu Jun nodded, then opened the medicinal pill bottle and poured out the medicinal pill within. 1. Chapter 247. Ma Qin wasn't surprised when he saw Hu Jun become enraged, as he was mentally prepared. Manager Qin, quickly return this Origin strengthening pill. Aren't you fooling around? Hu Jun took a deep breath and stuffed the origin-strengthening pill back into the medicinal pill bottle, then closed the lid once more before passing it over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin didn't receive it and said, "Manager Qin, you should observe it according to the usual practice. Your actions don't conform to the rules." Hu Jun frowned and said in a low voice, "Is there still a need to test? Could it be that you think this origin-strengthening pill can compare to the bottle of origin-strengthening pills that was auctioned off earlier?" However, even though he said this, Hu Jun still withdrew the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it. Ma Qin stared fixedly at Hu Jun's expression, hoping for a miracle to occur, even though the chances were slim. Before long, Ma Qin noticed that the enraged expression on Hu Jun's face had frozen. "There's a chance." Ma Qin's eyes shone. "This." Now the enraged expression on Hu Jun's face vanished like smoke into thin air, and replacing it was excitement. Simply a work of art that excels nature. A work of art that excels nature. Perfect, too perfect. Ma Qin was shocked by Hu Jun. "Lord Hu Jun, you. Are you all right?" It wasn't the first day that he knew this grade 7 alchemist before him, but he was sure that it was absolutely the first time that he saw this grade 7 alchemist so excited. Even when he appraised the 75% purity bottle of origin-strengthening pills, this grade 7 alchemist wasn't so excited. "Manager Qin, who put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction? I want to see him." Hu Jun instantly stood up from his seat and completely lost his composure. "Lord Hu Jun, you." Ma Qin was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that this origin-strengthening pill was really a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above? Isn't this too unbelievable? "Manager Qin, do you know the purity of this origin-strengthening pill?" Hu Jun took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart as he slowly asked. "Could it be that it's really 80% and above?" Ma Qin stared with an astonished expression. If it was really a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above, then their Ma clan auction house would really be in the limelight this time. Although a medicinal pill with a purity of 75% was rare, in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it wasn't like it didn't exist. But a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% and above. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seemed to have never appeared. 80%? Hearing Ma Qin's words, Hu Jun was stunned. "Who told you that this yuan-strengthening pill's purity is 80%? Don't tell me you don't have 80%? 79%? Ma Qin's face was full of doubt. His excited mood had also calmed down slightly. He was wondering how it was possible for a pill with a purity of over 80% to appear. 79%? Humph. If I'm not wrong, the purity of this origin-strengthening pill is at least above 90%. Hu Jun grunted coldly as he spoke in a clear voice, and as he finished speaking, a wisp of excitement appeared on his face. To an alchemist, being able to see a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% was undoubtedly a great honor. What he wanted to do the most right now was to meet the person who put this medicinal pill up for auction. If he could contact the alchemist who refined this origin-strengthening pill and obtain his guidance, his accomplishments in the Tao of Alchemy would surely be able to advance a step further. Therefore, Hu Jun's heart was like an arrow right now. He couldn't wait to see the customer who consigned this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of over 90%. "Steward Qin, quickly bring me to meet that honorable guest." Hu Jun's tone was incomparably urgent. His chest heaved up and down continuously like a bellows, and his eyes flickered with excitement. Except, he very quickly discovered that Ma Qin didn't have the slightest reaction, as if he completely didn't hear what he said. 90% and above? Ma Qin was stupefied. His heart trembled, and in the next moment, his entire person seemed as if he was choked by someone, and his face flushed red. Even though he wasn't an alchemist, he also knew what a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% represented. Heavens! This kind of medicinal pill was absolutely an existence of legends, an existence of myths. Now, it appeared in their Ma clan auction house? Steward Qin. Following Hu Jun's cold shout, Ma Qin finally reacted. "Lord Hu Jun, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought earlier. Quickly bring me to meet that honorable guest." Hu Jun continued to repeat, his tone still urgent. Within the private room, Duan Lingtian was drowsy. He originally thought that this Ma clan auction house's auction might have something that he was interested in appearing. But up until now, 5 items had been auctioned, and there wasn't a single item that he was interested in. Instead, It was Li Fei and Kerr who watched with interest. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian with a calm expression, and he didn't care in the slightest about everything in the outside world. Knock, knock. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out, and the attendant's voice sounded out. Guest, our steward wants to see you. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his brows raised as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he wasn't surprised. Even though that origin strengthening pill was a substandard product that he refined, its purity was still 91%. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, or even the foreign lands, there might not be an alchemist capable of refining a medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. This was the patent of the Samsara Emperor Wu as a royal-grade alchemist. He'd guessed since long ago that so long as the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist discerned the purity of the origin strengthening pill, he would surely come looking for him. Come in. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian saw Ma Qin once again, and he also saw the old man behind Ma Qin. Although it was the first time he'd seen this old man, Duan Lingtian still guessed his identity at the first possible moment. It ought to be the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist. Guest. Ma Qin looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with reverence. What a joke! Even if he used his but to think, he would be able to realize that a person that was able to produce an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above wasn't simple. There was obviously an extremely terrifying alchemist behind the old man. No, an alchemist that was able to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 90% and above wasn't enough to use the word terrifying to describe him. Calling him abnormal wasn't an exaggeration. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ma Qin and asked. Ma Qin took a deep breath and introduced the old man beside him to Duan Lingtian. Guest, this is our Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist, Lord Hu Jun. It's Lord Hu Jun who wants to see you. Esteemed guest. Hu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. May I ask which esteemed alchemist refined this origin-strengthening pill that you put up for auction? When faced with Hu Jun's burning gaze, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I don't know as well. What? Hu Jun was stunned, and so was Ma Qin. Duan Lingtian continued. That origin-strengthening pill was given to me by an old fellow. But that was a matter of a few months ago. I only have one left now, and the other few have already been consumed by me. Hu Jun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and when he noticed that there wasn't any inkling on Duan Lingtian's face, he asked, Guest, do you know the whereabouts of that senior? Duan Lingtian shook his head. I don't know. I only met him once. At that time, he said I was handsome and liked me, so he gave me a few origin-strengthening pills. At the beginning, I thought he was stingy, but later on I noticed that the origin-strengthening pills he gave me weren't simple. Alas! If I knew his origin-strengthening pills were so good, I would have asked for a few hundred more from him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had a face full of regret. A few hundred? Hu Jun and Ma Qin glanced at each other and both had bitter smiles on their faces. This young man was really like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. This was an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above. Him being able to obtain a few was already an enormous fortune. Right, this origin-strengthening pill of mine ought to be able to be sold for some money, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and Hu Jun, and asked like a rash youth. Guest, don't worry. We'll absolutely auction it for a price you'll never be able to imagine. But, guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house is to take 10% of the handling fee. Ma Qin added, 10%? Aren't you guys too greedy? Duan Lingtian frowned. Guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house have always been like this. Do you still want to auction this origin-strengthening pill? Ma Qin asked. If it's taking 10% of the handling fee, then I won't auction it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Ma Qin was dumbstruck. Guessed you. Don't you want to reconsider? There's no need, I won't auction it. Return it to me. Duan Lingtian spoke resolutely, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand to look at Hu Jun who held the origin-strengthening pill. Hu Jun took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, if you really give it to us to auction, then we won't take your handling fee. Lord Hu Jun. Ma Qin was stunned. Manager Qin, I believe that even if the patriarch was present, he would make this decision as well. You ought to be able to realize that once this origin-strengthening pill is auctioned off in our Ma Clan auction house's auction, its significance to our Ma Clan auction house is extraordinary. Hu Jun spoke with a serious expression. Ma Qin pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, then we'll do as Lord Hu Jun says. Guest, we won't take your handling fee. Are you willing to continue giving the origin-strengthening pill to our Ma Clan auction house for auction? Since you won't take the handling fee, then I'm naturally willing to give it to you to auction. Duan Lingtian spoke in all seriousness. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin and Hu Jun nodded to Duan Lingtian, then directly left. After they found out that this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% and above was something that Duan Lingtian had obtained by chance, the two of them lost interest in Duan Lingtian. The door to the room was closed once again. Li Fei, who'd been holding back her laughter all along, couldn't help but laugh, and her face revealed a beautiful and brilliant smile. Scoundrel, when you duped people earlier, it was as if it was real. If it wasn't for me knowing your background, perhaps I would have been deceived by you. Yeah, young master, your acting earlier was too real. Kerr nodded in deep agreement, and her beautiful face was filled with adoration. What I'm most curious about now is exactly what price that origin-strengthening pill can be sold for. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. And right at this moment, the voice of the old man introducing the current auction item sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian's gaze to abruptly light up. Chapter 248. Silverly Grass? Duan Lingtian's gaze looked through the window of the room and landed on the old man's hand on the auction stage. In the old man's hand was a very special medicinal herb. Unlike ordinary medicinal herbs, this medicinal herb was completely silver-white in color and flickered with a faint luster. With a glance, one would know that this wasn't an ordinary medicinal herb. As expected, waves of surprised voices sounded out in the hall. It's really the silverly grass. I heard that when refining medicinal pills below grade 6, as long as this silverly grass is put into the medicinal cauldron, it can increase the purity by 10%. This silverly grass is a treasure to alchemists. The old man on the auction stage lightly smiled. Guests seem to understand the silverly grass very well. That's right, the silverly grass can indeed increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6 by at least 10%. If you're lucky, it can even increase by close to 15%. Increase the purity of medicinal pills below grade 6? Within the room, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. In his opinion, this was only the most common and extensive use of the silverly grass, and it was difficult to fully reflect the value of the silverly grass. If this silverly grass fell into his hands, it could become an invincible sharp weapon. Guests, the starting price of the silver separation grass is 100,000 silver. Now, those who are interested may bid. The old man on the auction stage slowly said, 100,000 silver. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, someone in the hall made a bid. 200,000 silver. 300,000 silver. In a short while, the price of the silverly grass rose steadily. Scoundrel, you're interested in this silverly grass as well? Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. She also noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the silverly grass. I'm determined to get this silverly grass. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he nodded. Young master, could it be that you want to use this silverly grass to refine medicinal pills? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. Refining pills? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Kerr, the purity of the medicinal pills I refine are all above 90%, so adding the silver separation grass or not doesn't make much of a difference. I want to obtain this silver separation grass not to use it to refine medicinal pills, but to use it to inscribe inscriptions. The silver separation grass was the main material for a powerful offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian could inscribe. That offensive inscription pattern was one of the most powerful inscriptions that Duan Lingtian could inscribe. It was extremely domineering. Kerr nodded, and Li Fei also understood. At this time, the bidding in the hall slowed down. The current price of silver separation grass was 900,000 taels of silver. The one who bid this price was a fat man in luxurious clothes in the hall. Seeing that no one continued to bid with him, the fat man crossed his legs and a smug look appeared on his face. 1 million. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. This caused the smile on the fat man's face to completely freeze, and he cursed. I don't want it anymore. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. He understood that the guests in the rooms on the second floor were only starting to bid now. He wasn't in a hurry to bid. 1,100,000. A voice sounded out from another room. In the end, these two people bid the price of the silver separation grass to 1,700,000. The guest in room number 7 bid 1,700,000. Is there anyone else who wants it? The old man on the auction platform slowly spoke. 170,000 going once, 170,000 going twice. 2 million. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke out. He was waiting for this final opportunity to make a move. For a moment, room number 7 went silent. The hall was in an uproar. Crazy! It's only a stalk of silver separation grass, but it's actually bid for 2 million. Yeah, silver separation grass is at most able to increase the purity of a cauldron of grade 7 medicinal pills. 1,700,000 is already a sky-high price. We don't understand the world of the rich. Currently, most of the people in the hall felt that the bid of 2 million was at sucker. The old man on the auction platform also didn't expect that the silver separation grass could be bid for a high price of 2 million, and his face slightly flushed. The guest in room number 1 bid 2 million. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going thrice. Sold. The silver separation grass belongs to the guest in room number 1. In the end, the silver separation grass was bid for by Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. After a while, the sound of knocking came from the door. The attendant said respectfully, Guest, the silver separation grass you bid for is here. Bring it in. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. The door of the room was opened. Duan Lingtian obtained the silver separation grass and paid 2 million silver at the same time. A stalk of grass for 2 million silver. This was inconceivable and incomprehensible in the eyes of others. But as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the 2 million silver was well spent. The silver separation grass was the main material of the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was a formidable offensive inscription. Once used, martial artists below the void prying stage would die without a doubt. Even a half-step void stage martial artist wouldn't be able to escape from the blaze inscription. The overbearingness of the blaze inscription was obvious. Unfortunately, a single blaze inscription requires a complete stock of silver separation grass as the main material. Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to use a stalk of silver separation grass to inscribe 10 or 8 blaze inscriptions, but he knew that this was only his wishful thinking. If the blaze inscription wasn't inscribed from a complete stock of silver separation grass, its might would be greatly reduced. It was even inferior to the bone corrosion inscription. I'm still too greedy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed in his heart. Being able to obtain a stalk of silver separation grass and inscribe a blaze inscription could already be considered as his fortune. Scoundrel, what kind of inscription can be inscribed on this silver separation grass? Li Fei noticed the excitement on Duan Lingtian's face and asked curiously. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Even Xueqi's expression didn't change much, but his eyes still emitted a sense of curiosity. After following the young master for a long time, his initial shock had turned into numbness. The shock that the young master brought him was too much. Now, he wouldn't find it strange if a miracle were to happen to the young master. Blaze inscription. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. Then he spoke of the might of the blaze inscription. Able to annihilate any existence below the void prying stage? Li Fei and Kerr's delicate bodies trembled as they were both shocked. What a terrifying offensive inscription this was. Xueqi's face emitted astonishment as well. Even if he was from a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a formidable offensive inscription that could annihilate any martial artist below the void prying stage was something he'd only heard of and had never seen before. According to his knowledge, this type of inscription could only be inscribed by those heaven-defying inscription masters. He suddenly felt that even now, his understanding of the young master was still a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Being able to obtain a silver separation grass this time can be considered to be a good harvest. Duan Lingtian smiled in satisfaction. Then his gaze descended onto the auction platform in the hall. Presently, the item being auctioned on the auction platform wasn't an object, but a person, a robust man that was bound by iron chains. On the robust man's face was a strange brand. Slave. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recognized this brand. Xueqi's face had this brand as well. However, the brand on Xueqi's face was currently covered by a mask, so others were utterly unable to notice it. The robust man stood on the auction platform and his icy cold gaze swept past the auction hall, causing many people's faces to go grim. Third level of the nascent soul stage? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian vaguely recognized the robust man's cultivation. Meanwhile, the old man in the auction hall spoke out. Everyone, this person beside me is a slave that possesses a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Everyone knows about slaves, so I won't introduce them. The starting bid is 1 million silver. 1 million silver? Duan Lingtian looked coldly at the scene before him, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Even though he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian wasn't Samsara Emperor Wu in the end, and he had his own thoughts. Now when he saw the slave before him being auctioned off, his heart gradually went cold. In this world where the strong were respected, a human life was as cheap as grass and could be measured with money. Only by becoming a true expert would he be able to protect himself and everyone by his side. He knew that if he wanted to become a true expert, the path he had to walk was still far away. 5 million silver. 6 million silver. The price of a third-level nascent soul stage slave rose steadily. In the end, it was bought by someone at the high price of 8 million silver. Subsequently, a few more slaves were auctioned off. The strength of the slaves at the back grew stronger and stronger. The strongest was actually in existence at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was finally bought by someone at the high price of 80 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. These people spent so much money to buy these slaves. Could it be that they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them? Li Fei was slightly unable to understand. As far as she was concerned, the risk of easily spending a few million or even a few tens of millions to buy a slave that they couldn't raise was truly too great. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, the people that dared to buy these slaves generally don't lack experts by their side, so they aren't afraid these slaves will betray them. Since these people have been reduced to slaves, it also shows that they're afraid of death. For the sake of survival, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Li Fei nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. The next auction item wasn't a slave. A young woman carried a tray that was covered by a red cloth and walked up the auction platform. Whoosh, whoosh. Practically at this moment, the two little pythons under Duan Lingtian's sleeve flashed out and descended before the window. Hiss hiss. Chapter 249. Needless to say, the actions of the two little pythons had shocked Duan Lingtian. Could it be that little black and little white discovered something edible? Li Fei's voice abruptly sounded out, and it was filled with surprise. It should be. Duan Lingtian approved of Li Fei's words, as these two little pythons were simply two foodies. But he was slightly curious. What exactly was it that was able to make these two little fellows so excited? Hiss hiss. The two little pythons seemed to be able to understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and they turned around and fiercely flicked out their tongues, as if they were announcing their dissatisfaction. Young master, big sister Fei, don't talk about little black and little white. Look, they're both angry. Kerr lightly stroked the little heads of the two little pythons, and the two little fellows meekly rubbed against Kerr before turning around and continuing to stare fixedly at the plate that was covered by the red cloth. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his gaze returned to the auction platform. Right at this moment, the old man on the auction platform lifted up the red cloth on the plate. One could vaguely see that a ferocious beast with a dispirited aura was locked up within a specially made small cage. This ferocious beast was a little mouse, and unlike ordinary mice that caused others to feel loathing, this mouse's entire body was covered in golden fur and fluffy fur, and it was extremely similar to the plush toys on Earth in his previous life. Presently, the little mouse was lying there drowsily. It's been drugged? Duan Lingtian frowned, as he noticed with a single glance that this little golden mouse had been drugged with something similar to the origin restriction goo. The origin restriction goo was the poison that Xueqi was drugged with earlier, and it was capable of suppressing origin energy. So cute. The beautiful eyes of Li Fei and Kerr lit up when they saw this little golden mouse, and traces of maternal radiance were suffused within them. Hiss hiss. After the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse, they became abnormally excited. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian watching from the side, it was very likely that they would have directly smashed the window and charged down. Little black, little white. You aren't thinking of eating it, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little guys with a strange look in his eyes. Little black, little white, you have to be obedient. You can't eat it. Li Fei and Ke also hurriedly looked at the two little guys and said in unison. Immediately, the two little fellows drooped their heads, and their eyes flashed. They were obviously unhappy. Do you really plan to eat it? Duan Ling Tian was a little speechless. Didn't they say snakes and mice are in the same nest? However, if the poison in its body is removed, even if the two of you want to eat it, I'm afraid it will be impossible. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse once more. He was able to discern that the strength of this little gold mouse at its prime was probably not the slightest bit inferior to the two little pythons, or even stronger. Young master, you said that little gold mouse is stronger than little black and little white? Ke couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She knew the strength of the two little pythons. That cute little gold mouse that seemed to be harmless was stronger than them? Li Fei was stunned as well, and she had an expression of disbelief. Scoundrel, you wouldn't have seen wrongly, right? Hiss hiss. The two little pythons seemed to have understood what Duan Ling Tian said, and they glared at Duan Ling Tian. When they saw Duan Ling Tian kick back at them, they instantly became dispirited and drooped their heads in dejection. You two little fellows, don't be unconvinced. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Young master, can you buy it? Ke looked at the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes flickered with the radiance of motherly nature. Yeah, scoundrel, this little gold mouse is too cute. Li Fei spoke out in unison. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Since both of you like it, then I'll buy it. If I'm not wrong, this little gold mouse is very likely a gold fur mouse. Gold fur mouse? Ke was fine and didn't have much of a reaction. However, Li Fei was slightly moved. Gold fur mouse? The king of fierce beasts that's said to be the strongest beneath demon beasts? The strongest rat-type fierce beast? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Based on its characteristics, it's more than 90% likely a gold fur mouse. As for whether it's a gold fur mouse or not, I'll have to wait until I buy it before I can observe it closely. The old man on the auction platform had already started to introduce the little gold mouse. Everyone, this auction item is one of the last 3 auction items for tonight's auction. I presume some of the guests present have discerned it. Right, this is a gold fur mouse. And it's even an infant mouse. Normally speaking, an infant gold fur mouse would at most possess a strength at the origin core stage. But this infant mouse possesses a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the hall was in an uproar and completely went into an uproar. An infant gold fur mouse. 7th level of the nascent soul stage? In this way, once this infant mouse matures, it's extremely likely that it'll transform into an existence at the half-step void stage. Not only at the half-step void stage. A gold fur mouse that possesses a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage at an infant stage can be considered to be a variant amongst gold fur mice, possessing extraordinary natural talent. Even to the extent that it might transform into a demon beast. Demon beast? That's an existence at the void stage or above. Everyone was excited. Buying this infant gold fur mouse was equivalent to buying an existence that had the potential to transform into a demon beast. A demon beast was comparable to a void stage expert. Humph. Don't be happy too early. Gold fur mice are famous for being ferocious. Do all of you think you can control it? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the corner of the hall. Instantly, the clamorous sounds in the hall calmed down. Right, a king of fierce beasts like the gold fur mouse wouldn't be willing to become a vassal of humans. If one didn't possess formidable strength, then one couldn't even think of controlling this gold fur mouse. Everyone, this infant gold fur mouse has been poisoned with origin sealing liquid by us, and its strength is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Once it's bought by a customer, our Ma clan auction house will send it along with the antidote. The old man spoke once more as he slowly spoke. Young master, what's origin sealing liquid? In room number 1, Ke had a curious expression as she asked Duan Ling Tian. Origin sealing liquid is a type of poison that suppresses origin energy, but it can only suppress the origin energy of martial artists and fierce beasts below the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian explained. The origin sealing liquid could be considered to be a lower-level version of the origin forbidding goo. It was far inferior to the origin forbidding goo. If it was the origin forbidding goo, then so long as it wasn't in existence at the void initiation stage or above, practically everyone would be affected. Just like Xueqi, he was poisoned by the origin forbidding goo that day. Ke came to a sudden understanding when she heard what Duan Lingtian said. I truly never imagined that this infant gold fur mouse is even stronger than Little Black and Little White. Li Fei spoke in surprise. Her words caused the two little pythons to become restless, and their small eyes were filled with indignation. You two little fellows are still unconvinced? Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flick the little heads of the two little pythons. Then his gaze once again descended onto the infant gold fur mouse, and his brows slightly frowned. Logically speaking, an infant gold fur mouse is at most at the 9th level of the origin core stage before it reaches adulthood. Looks like this little gold mouse isn't so simple. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't discern that this little gold mouse was an infant. Now that he heard what the old man said, he came to a sudden understanding, and he realized that this little gold mouse was mysterious and not simple. Meanwhile, the bidding for the infant gold fur mouse had begun. 1 million gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the 2nd floor, and it directly suppressed all the bids from before. Instantly, the hall went deathly silent. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Practically no one in the hall was able to take out so much money. It's room number 7 again. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He'd used 2 million silver to suppress the bidding price of room number 7's 1,700,000 silver to obtain the silver firegrass from before. 1,500,000 gold. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from another room. 2 million gold. A voice sounded out from another room. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. These people are really rich and overbearing. Finally, the bidding price of the infant gold fur mouse temporarily quieted down after the bidding price of 3 million gold was announced by the number 7 room. 3 million gold. That's 300 million silver. What the heck is in room number 7? So rich and overbearing. Only the people of the Ma clan auction house know the identities of the people in the rooms on the 2nd floor. Even if they leave through a special passageway. Perhaps they're members of the 3 great clans of Blackwind City, or perhaps they're members of those large trading companies. Even if the people in the hall were just spectators, they were still shocked by such a sky-high price. 3 million gold. To them, this was a fortune that was difficult to reach. The guest in room number 7 has bid 3 million gold. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding? On the auction stage, the old man was slightly excited as well. 3 million gold going once. 3 million gold going twice. 3,010,000 gold. Under the expectant gazes of Li Fei and Ke, Duan Lingtian unhurriedly increased the price. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing the entire hall to become silent. After a short moment, the whole was in an uproar. Everyone else is adding hundreds of thousands. Isn't the guest in room number 1 too stingy? Exactly, it's actually only adding 10,000 gold. Many people started discussing. When Duan Lingtian heard these discussions, he was disdainful. 10,000 gold? Easy for you to say. That was gold, not silver. 10,000 gold was equivalent to 1 million silver, equivalent to a Fergana horse. This was still considered little? The loud and clear voice from the 7th room once again sounded out. 3,500,000 taels of gold. The group of people in the hall immediately sighed in admiration. This is what you call domineering, directly adding 490,000 gold. Exactly, compared to the guest in room number 7, the guest in room 1 is too stingy. I wonder if the guest in room 1 will continue to bid. Chapter 250. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian once again announced the bidding price. Silence. The hall was deathly silent. No one had expected that not only did the guest in room 1 follow up, he even added another 10,000 gold. Humph. A sonorous voice sounded out from room 7, and it contained slight anger mixed within. 3,800,000 gold. 3,801,000 taels of gold. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. This time, the people in the hall were once again speechless. However, Room 7 went silent and didn't continue to increase the price. Obviously, 3,800,000 gold was the price in the heart of the person in room 7. On the auction platform, the old man raised his voice. The guest in room 1 has bid 3,810,000 gold. Are there any guests that continue to increase the price? 3,810,000 taels of gold going once. 3,810,000 taels of gold going twice. 3,810,000 taels of gold going thrice. Sold. Yeah. Within room 1, Li Fei and Kerr both had excited expressions. Li Fei even boldly approached Duan Lingtian and gave Duan Lingtian a kiss. Although Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, his heart was dripping blood. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor had bestowed him 10 million gold, and in this short period of time, he'd used up less than half of it. This less than half was almost a quarter of all the gold and silver in his possession added together. Guess. In next to no time, the attendant's voice sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin, personally bring in the cage that contained the little gold mouse and the antidote. Ma Qin's gaze was complicated. He never imagined that this young man possessed such enormous wealth. That was almost 4 million gold. After Ma Qin put down the little gold mouse and antidote, Duan Lingtian withdrew 3,810,000 gold from his spatial ring and passed it to Ma Qin. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. After the door to the room was closed, Duan Lingtian opened the cage and carried out the little gold mouse. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse's jade green eyes flickered with a ferocious light, and it wanted to explosively attack Duan Lingtian. However, its current strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage was nothing in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian grabbed it with a flip of his hand and said with a smile, "Little fellow, behave yourself, otherwise, I'll make them eat you." Duan Lingtian placed the little golden mouse on the table and glanced at the two little pythons. Whoosh, whoosh. The two little pythons flashed out to descend by the little gold mouse's side, and their eyes stared fixedly at the little gold mouse as if they'd encountered their natural enemy, and they ceaselessly flickered their tongues. Hiss hiss, creak creak. The little gold mouse didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it stared with its jade green eyes as it looked the two little pythons in the eye. Jade green eyes. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this little gold mouse was indeed not a gold fur mouse. The eyes of a gold fur mouse were crimson red, and that was one of the characteristics of a gold fur mouse. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. Perhaps, even the people of the Ma Clan auction house had misjudged. Green eyes, gold fur. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he fell into a dazed state. After a short while, he finally noticed that this little gold mouse was no different than a type of mouse that Emperor Wu knew of. That type of mouse was a demon beast. Moreover, it was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon emperor. On Cloud Continent, besides the human Emperor Wu, there was also the demon emperor of the demon beasts that stood at the peak. The strength of a demon emperor wasn't inferior to the human Emperor Wu, and it was even stronger in some aspects. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian finally confirmed that the little gold mouse before him that seemed to be similar to a gold fur mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse that possessed the natural talent to become a demon emperor. It was a formidable demon beast that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab the little gold mouse, and he carefully sized up the glow in its eyes. In the end, he confirmed it. This little gold mouse had been born for less than 5 years, and it was around a year older than Little Black and Little White. Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. That was an existence of legend. All those years ago, even Samsara Emperor Wu had only heard of the existence of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and he'd never seen one. So long as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse didn't die prematurely on its formidable bloodline, becoming a demon emperor was only a matter of time. Now, Duan Lingtian felt that he'd really made the right choice in coming to the Ma Clan auction house. This trip wasn't made in vain. Not only had he obtained a silver flamegrass, he'd even obtained a jade-eyed heavenly mouse now. Young master, don't hold it like this, it'll hurt. Kerr's heart ached as she seized the little gold mouse from Duan Lingtian's hand, and she lightly stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse's azure eyes that were fiercely glaring at him had instead recovered its gentleness when it looked at Kerr, and now it was even rubbing against Kerr's hand and was extremely meek. So cute. Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse as well, and the little gold mouse closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Hiss hiss. When they saw this scene, the eyes of the two nearby little pythons had an additional sense of jealousy. This little gold mouse wouldn't be male, right? Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to flip over the lower half of the little gold mouse's body and glanced at it. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse cried out as it glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. So it's a little female mouse. Duan Lingtian smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons. Little black, little white. Be obedient in the future. I'll make more delicious food for the two of you, and your strengths will surpass it sooner or later. At that time, you can bully it to your heart's content. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons rubbed against Duan Lingtian when they heard this, and they were slightly excited. Scoundrel, you've almost led little black and little white astray. Li Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Duan Lingtian when she saw this scene. Young master, is this antidote directly given to little gold to eat? Kerr looked at the antidote on the table as she asked. Little gold. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Kerr had already given the little gold mouse a name in such a short period of time. He nodded. Yes, give it directly to it. But, if I give it to it now, it won't hurt the two of you, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse with a vigilant expression. The little gold mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after all, a king amongst demon beasts. If it were to lose its temper, then it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, even someone as formidable as Xueqi might not be able to rescue them in time. Don't worry, young master, little gold won't attack us. Right, little gold? Kerr rubbed the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes were like water as she asked in a light voice. The little gold mouse nodded its little head like a human when it heard this, and at the same time, it glanced complacently at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be amused. In next to no time, Kerr fed the little gold mouse the antidote. After it consumed the antidote, the dispirited aura on the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and replacing it was an aura brimming with vitality, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons that were held in Duan Lingtian's hands stared at the little gold mouse, and their gold and silver eyes were filled with vigilance. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the little pythons, and a formidable aura rose from its body. Instantly, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above the little gold mouse. It seemed as if it was telling that its small body possessed formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this scene. Xueqi. Xueqi took a step forward when he heard this, and the aura of a void-prying stage expert swept out to envelop the little gold mouse and press down upon it. Squeak squeak, instantly, the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the little gold mouse vanished without a trace, and it suddenly shriveled up as it buried its little head in Kerr's hand, and its body even shivered. Young master, how can you let Xueqi scare it? Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly pouted. Then she extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's fluffy fur as she consoled. Little gold, it's fine, exactly. Scoundrel, it's still a child. Li Fei spoke as well, and then she consoled the little gold mouse with Kerr. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly, as he knew that the motherly instinct of the two young girls had overflowed. However, as far as he was concerned, what he did earlier was necessary. At the very least, he had to let this jade-eyed heavenly mouse know who its master was, and it couldn't be presumptuous before its master. Hiss hiss, when the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse being deflated, they leaped for joy, and they coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm as they danced about, and their little heads ceaselessly rubbed intimately against Duan Lingtian. Little black, little white. Fortunately, I still have the two of you. Otherwise, I would really have no status in this clan. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he looked at the two little pythons, and he had an appearance as if he could only rely on the two of them in the future. His tone faintly contained a trace of jealousy mixed within. Young master, what are you talking about? Scoundrel! Kerr and Li Fei rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian in unison when they heard this, as they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be jealous of the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was frightened by Duan Lingtian and became well-behaved. Even when Duan Lingtian occasionally stretched out his finger to knock its little head, it dared be angry but didn't dare speak out. However, the little gold mouse was instead close to Kerr and Li Fei from the bottom of its heart. It seemed as if it took the two girls to be its mother. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he drove this jade-eyed heavenly mouse away now, it would probably not be willing to leave. This was something he'd never thought of before. 1 million gold. Right at this moment, a wave of voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and Duan Lingtian once again looked towards the auction hall. In next to no time, he found out what was being auctioned from the sounds of discussion in the hall. It was an offensive inscription. Light Blade Inscription. Light Blade Inscription was also an inscription that was capable of annihilating a nascent soul martial artist. If it was a surprise attack, then even a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist would be able to succeed. This Light Blade Inscription was far inferior to the Bone Corrosion Inscription that Duan Lingtian refined. Chapter 251. In the end, this Light Blade Inscription was won by the person in room 7 for 1,600,000 gold. Within the hall, sounds of surprise rose and fell. The guest in room 1 actually didn't bid this time. Yeah, truly strange. The Light Blade Inscription is a good thing, although it's only a one-time use. But compared to that gold fur mouse, it's much more practical. Hearing the discussions of these people, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in secret. Light Blade Inscription? Not to mention he didn't take a fancy to such an inscription. Even if he wanted it, he could refine it himself. Moreover, the cost was at most 3 million silver, which was 30,000 gold. As far as he was concerned, the person in room 7 was simply a sucker, spending 1,600,000 gold to buy this Light Blade Inscription. I never imagined that the art of inscription had already declined to such an extent. A mere Light Blade Inscription can be sold for such a high price. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. He couldn't help but think in his heart. When the time came when he was really poor to the point he couldn't afford to eat, he could take out the inscription and sell it. It would absolutely be a profitable business. In next to no time, the voice of the old man on the auction stage sounded out again, and his voice was slightly excited. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the last item of today's auction. According to the original plan of our Ma clan auction house, the Light Blade Inscription ought to be the last item of today's auction. However, this last item of today's auction was entrusted to our auction house by a guest at the last moment. As the old man finished speaking, his face slightly flushed red. This scene caused the people in the hall to be curious. What exactly was it that made the old man so excited? Old man Ma, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what it is. Yeah, it's the last item of the auction. Quickly finish the auction. The entire auction hall was in an uproar for a moment. Everyone was filled with interest towards the item that the Ma clan auction house placed at the end of the auction. They knew clearly in their hearts that according to the usual practice of the Ma clan auction house, the value of the last item of the auction would absolutely not be inferior to the gold fur mouse and Light Blade Inscription. Within room 1. Scoundrel, I didn't think that the Ma family auction house would put the yuan strengthening pill you put up for auction last. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, her pair of clear eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder how much the yuan strengthening pill that you refined with over 90% purity will be auctioned for. Duan Lingtian was also looking forward to it. We'll know how much we can get very soon. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man on the auction stage removed the red cloth from the plate in the young woman's hand. A pill bottle appeared in front of everyone. Medicinal pills again? Immediately, the hall was in an uproar. Could it be the Void Breaker pill? It's possible. Only the Void Cleaving pill has the value to be put in the last auction. If it's a Void Advancement pill, then its price can easily surpass the gold fur mouse from before. After all, this is a medicinal pill that allows a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly break through to the Void Prying stage. For a moment, many people guessed that the pill bottle in the old man's hand contained the Void Breaker pill. As far as they were concerned, only the Void Cleaving pill had the qualifications to be the last auction item. Void Cleaving pill? Now, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but admire the imagination of the group of people in the hall. The old man raised his hand to make everyone in the hall go silent. Everyone, the pill in my hand isn't a Void Cleaving pill. Not a Void Cleaving pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was stunned. Not a Void Cleaving pill? Then what medicinal pill is it? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old man slowly said, "The pill bottle in my hand contains an origin strengthening pill. Origin strengthening pill? For a moment, everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. An origin strengthening pill again? And only one. However, this time, no one made a fuss over nothing. After all, with 10 origin strengthening pills with 75% purity before them, they were mentally prepared. Everyone surely feels it strange that our Ma clan auction house would put an origin strengthening pill as the last auction item. As the old man spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment to whet the appetite of the people present. This old man is rather professional in hosting auctions. In room number 1, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man through the window and shook his head with a smile. Li Fei and Kerr couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. If it wasn't for them knowing what the old man would say later, perhaps they would be whetted by the old man as well. Finally, the old man spoke with a tone that contained traces of excitement. Everyone, I can guarantee all of you that the value of this origin strengthening pill is absolutely not inferior to a void cleaving pill. Hurry up and speak clearly. I thought you were going to speak earlier, but who knew you'd whet our appetite again? The old man's actions had obviously aroused public indignation. The old man laughed embarrassedly, then he took a deep breath and his expression became serious as he said solemnly, "Guests, everything I said earlier wasn't without reason. Not to mention being unable to find a second origin strengthening pill in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even in the entire Darkon dynasty, you might not be able to find a second one. Because the purity of this origin strengthening pill has attained an unprecedented 91% after being verified by Lord Hu Jun." As the old man finished speaking, even he himself became excited. Bang! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Instantly, the entire hall was in an uproar. At least more than half of the people shuddered and unconsciously stood up from their seats. Origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? How could this be possible? Even if it's a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, it's an existence of legend. This origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is practically impossible to exist. If this is true, then the value of this origin strengthening pill is indeed not something a void cleaving pill can compare to. Of course, although the void cleaving pill is precious, it frequently appears in the auctions of the various auction houses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But this origin strengthening pill, not to mention a purity of 90% or above, even a purity of 80% or above has never appeared in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This origin strengthening pill has extraordinary significance. After a wave of excitement, the crowd of people that stood up in the hall sat back down. Can I take a look at this origin strengthening pill? Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, a person directly leaped out of the window and borrowed force to descend onto the auction platform. This was an old man in green clothes. The old man's gaze was brimming with expression, and his entire body stood there with an extraordinary bearing. Grade 7 Alchemist? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw the Alchemist Guild badge on the old man's chest at the first possible moment. This badge precisely belonged to a Grade 7 Alchemist. Grade 7 Alchemist. In next to no time, many people recognized the old man's identity and exclaimed in low voices. The green-clothed old man looked at the old man that presided over the auction and slowly said, "I'm an alchemist that was just transferred to Black Wind City by the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In a few days, I'll complete the handover with the acting guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild and become the new guild master." As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, another uproar broke out. So it turned out that this green-clothed old man was an internal member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, he was the new guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. After all, since 3 years ago, the guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild, a Grade 7 alchemist, unexpectedly died. The position of guild master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild had always been held by a senior Grade 8 alchemist. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the Alchemist Guild's main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom finally sent someone over. So it's the guild master. The old man that presided over the auction respectfully bowed to the green-clothed old man. Then he passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. He wasn't worried that the old man would forcefully seize this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. On the day their Ma clan auction house held an auction, there would always be 3 half-step void stage experts present. Unless it was a void prying stage expert, otherwise, don't even think of having any devious ideas here. The green-clothed old man poured out the origin-strengthening pill and carefully observed it. In next to no time, his body lightly trembled as he said in disbelief, It's really an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. After taking a deep breath, the green-clothed old man returned the origin-strengthening pill to the old man that presided over the auction, and he spoke with an anxious tone. Can you tell me where the person that put this origin-strengthening pill up for auction is? Guildmaster, I'm sorry. Our Ma Clan auction house completely keeps the identity of every customer in the room a secret. The old man that presided over the auction shook his head. The green-clothed old man nodded, then once again flew back to the room. At the same time, his voice sounded out once more. I'm determined to obtain this origin-strengthening pill. I hope everyone can give me some face. However, no one paid attention to him. However, along with the appearance of the green-clothed old man, practically everyone present was able to confirm that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% that was about to be auctioned was real. On the auction platform, the old man continued. I presume everyone is clearly aware of what an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% represents. If an alchemist were to use this as a blueprint to conduct research, perhaps they would be able to see through the profundity of the high purity within it, and obtain extremely great benefits from it. Moreover, even if a medicinal pill like this was bought and kept, it would still be one of a kind. If it were to be offered to those great sects or even the imperial family, one would even have the opportunity to obtain unimaginable benefits. I won't waste my breath. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% has a starting price of 1 million gold. In the end, the old man spoke with a clear voice and started the bidding. Right at this instant, the entire hall was deathly silent. Even the various rooms on the second floor had gone silent, and there wasn't the slightest movement. Within the number 1 room, Li Fei was dumbstruck, and she looked at Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel, does this Ma Clan auction house intentionally not want to help you sell the origin-strengthening pill? Has he gone mad? 1 million gold. It's only an origin-strengthening pill, how could someone possibly? Li Fei hadn't finished speaking when her beautiful eyes couldn't help but constrict. That was because a voice interrupted her. Chapter 252. 5 million gold. An aged voice sounded out, breaking the tranquility of the auction house's hall. Li Fei's expression froze, and her face was filled with disbelief. Kerr was stunned as well, and the gaze she looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with burning admiration. Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. He recognized that the owner of this voice was precisely the green-clothed old man from before, the grade 7 alchemist that was about to become the master of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. 5 million gold? This price had already completely surpassed the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The first thought in Duan Lingtian's heart was, he had earned back the money he spent on the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. His second thought was, he could be considered to have experienced the meaning of the words things are precious when they are rare. As expected, it caused a stir in the auction house's hall. That Master Guild Master directly bid 5 million gold? Although he's a grade 7 alchemist, he shouldn't have that much money, right? Humph. Didn't you hear him speak of his identity earlier? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is of extraordinary significance to the Alchemist Guild. He surely wants to use the wealth of the Alchemist Guild to bid for this origin-strengthening pill. Everyone was shocked by the green-clothed old man's generosity. I wonder if anyone will continue to bid. Many people couldn't help but think in their hearts. Finally, 6 million gold. That sonorous voice sounded out once more from room number 7. It's room number 7 again. Who the hell is the person in room number 7? This is too frightening. 6 million gold taels, and he just casually mentioned it. The voice from room number 7 once again caused a stir in the hall. 7 million gold. Right at this moment, the green-clothed old man's voice sounded out once more, and at the same time, he said with a serious voice, Sir, I hope you can give our Alchemist Guild some face. Humph. Let's rely on our own ability. The sonorous voice that sounded out from room number 7 didn't give the green-clothed old man face in the slightest. 8 million gold. The room the green-clothed old man was in went silent, and he didn't bid again. It seemed to have exceeded the price he had in mind. Now, the guest in box number 7 has bid 8 million taels of gold. Are there any other guests who wish to raise the price? 8 million taels of gold going once. 8 million taels of gold going twice. The old man on the auction stage said excitedly. Did the guest in room 1 give up again? It seems so. He doesn't want such a good thing? Surprised voices could be heard in the hall. 8 million taels of gold going thrice. Deal. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% became the possession of the person in room number 7. In private room number 1. Duan Lingtian laughed. An origin-strengthening pill that only cost a little more than 1,000 taels of silver was actually sold for 8 million taels of gold, which was equivalent to 800 million taels of silver. Even if he deducted the silver used to buy the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and silver parting grass, he still earned over 4 million gold. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. Li Fei felt like she was dreaming. Young master, they're still wondering why you didn't fight for it with the person in room number 7. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and playfully stuck out her tongue. Fight. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. That was something he put up for auction himself. After a short moment, the attendant knocked on the door again. The manager of the Ma clan auction house, Ma Qin, appeared once more, and this time, he passed Duan Lingtian 8 million taels of gold. Congratulations, guest. Ma Qin's heart was bleeding. A 10% handling fee. Gone just like that. 8 million taels of gold, even if it was only a 10% handling fee, it would still be 800,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 80 million taels of silver. How do we leave? Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and asked. Guest, we have a special passageway for every guest in the room. You bring these guests out. Ma Qin looked at the attendant and instructed. Yes. The attendant hurriedly nodded, then brought Duan Lingtian's group of 4 out of the room and turned into the special passageway at the side of the room. As for Ma Qin, his eyes flashed as he gritted his teeth, seeming to have made a difficult decision. In next to no time, Ma Qin left room number 1 and walked into room number 7 in the end. Within room number 7, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat there, and behind the middle-aged man were 2 old men. When he saw Ma Qin enter, the sonorous voice of the dignified middle-aged man sounded out. Manager Ma Qin, have you thought it through? I only want that gold for mouse. Everything else is yours. That person was able to pay almost 4 million taels of gold in one go. He's obviously someone that doesn't lack money. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth twitched when he heard this. That violet-clothed young man naturally didn't lack money. Not to mention the wealth in his possession. Just that origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold for 8 million taels of gold. As far as he was concerned, the wealth in the possession of that violet-clothed young man absolutely exceeded 10 million taels of gold. When the dignified middle-aged man noticed that Ma Qin was slightly hesitant, he continued. If Manager Ma Qin isn't at ease, you can follow behind us. Once we kill them, Manager Ma Qin can directly make an appearance, and you don't have to make a move and you'll be able to obtain all the wealth of that person. Manager Ma Qin, an opportunity knocks only once, and it won't come again. What we want you to pay is only their whereabouts. The dignified middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ma Qin. I hope Manager Ma Qin can quickly make a decision. Otherwise, once they leave, then everything will be too late. Needless to say, every word of the dignified middle-aged man bombarded Ma Qin's restless heart. Outside the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 walked out in large strides and looked at the surroundings, and they noticed that it was a remote alley that had no one in sight. This Ma clan auction house is rather considerate. If we leave through this passageway, we'll be completely able to avoid being coveted by others. Li Fei looked at the surroundings as she evaluated. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked out in large strides. Let's first find an inn to stay at, and we'll leave Black Wind City at dawn tomorrow. However, they'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian became vigilant and stopped moving. Meanwhile, Xueqi, who was behind Duan Lingtian, stopped moving and turned around as well. Who are you people? Accompanying Xueqi's shocked shout was Duan Lingtian that turned around as well. With a single glance, he saw the 3 people that were nearby. A dignified middle-aged man in azure clothes with an extraordinary bearing. Behind him followed 2 old men. The 2 old men were both in grey clothes, and although their eyes were muddy, they gave off an oppressive aura. 3 half-step void stage martial artists? Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian noticed the approximate cultivation of the three people at the first possible moment. He didn't have to think to know that the appearance of the three people here was surely the work of the Ma Clan auction house. Ma Clan auction house. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He hated people that didn't keep their word and stabbed others in the back the most. You're from the Ma Clan? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the three people before him as he asked in a low voice. Ma Clan? The dignified middle-aged man in the lead spoke with a loud and clear voice. Do you think we're from the Ma Clan? Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the dignified middle-aged man's voice. You're from room number 7? Exactly. The dignified middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse that lay on Ker's shoulder. Then he glanced at Ker and Li Fei, and a trace of shock flashed within his eyes. Kid, your mistake today is that you shouldn't have bid for this gold fur mouse with me. Unfortunately, these two little beauties are going to be buried with you today. Needless to say, your luck with women is really great. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the middle-aged man had come for the little gold mouse. Gold fur mouse? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. Yet he wondered what expression this person would have if he knew the little gold mouse's true identity. Perhaps he would be wild with joy. Are you so sure that you can kill us? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified middle-aged man with a calm gaze as he asked indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something, and his brows raised as his gaze swept towards the distance. He'd noticed a figure that was concealed in the distance. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. The manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin. Now, he understood that Ma Qin had surely come to some sort of agreement with the middle-aged man before him, and they'd colluded together to betray him. Ma Qin. Killing intent arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. What? Could it be that you think the four of you and this gold fur mouse can go against us? The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian now was as if he was looking at a weak little child, and he utterly didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. You can try. Duan Lingtian grinned, and the smile on his face was filled with a trace of evil. The middle-aged man frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian, who was composed as before, and he became vigilant. He and the two old men behind him started to look around. After noticing that no one was concealing themselves in the surroundings, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. You wouldn't be thinking that acting mysterious in front of me is of any use, right? Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. Elder Peng. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, one of the old men behind him flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a swiftly flashing cheetah as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy roiled on the old man's body. Moreover, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had even appeared in the sky above him. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing the old man that approached menacingly, and he slowly spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. Xueqi, I'll give you 2 breaths of time. Yes, young master. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xueqi replied and moved. His entire body instantly vanished on the spot. Swish! An exceedingly swift sword light flashed past, and the head of the old man that charged towards Duan Lingtian fell, and dazzling fresh blood gushed out from half of his body like a fountain. Chapter 253. Right at the instant the old man that was slashed into 2 fell to the ground, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the other grey-clothed old man constricted and their faces flushed red, as if their necks were choked by someone, and they were completely unable to catch their breath. And right at the instant their eyes were about to split apart, they only saw an extremely swift figure arrive before them in the blink of an eye. Their heartbeat seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Whoosh! Xueqi raised his hand and an azure sword light flashed by, and traces of an unfathomable aura were coiled around it. Advanced sword force. 2 lines of blood shot out violently from where the sword light pointed. The middle-aged man and the grey-clothed old man maintained astonished expressions as their bodies trembled before crashing onto the ground without making a sound. Their pupils stared wide open, and they died with everlasting regret. Perhaps, even in their dreams, they'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man they looked down upon would have such a terrifying existence by his side. Void. Second level of the void-prying stage. Ma Qin, who was concealed in the distance, looked at the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, and his face instantly went pale. His body started shivering, and his eyes emitted panic and terror. He never imagined that 3 half-step void stage experts would all die in the blink of an eye. What he never imagined even more was that the violet-clothed young man actually had a void prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void prying stage expert. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with regret. He shouldn't have been greedy. Now, not only was the 10 million plus gold that he took to be in his bag gone, he'd even offended this violet-clothed young man that had a void prying stage expert by his side. I hope he won't pursue the matter. Although this possibility was extremely slim, but Ma Qin still couldn't help but have this thought arise within his heart. Ma Qin took a deep breath and had a perturbed expression as he lightly prepared to leave. However, whoosh! Ma Qin's face went completely pale when he saw the person that appeared before him and stopped him, and his voice slightly trembled. My lord. Xueqi stared coldly and indifferently at Ma Qin, and didn't pay any attention to him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked out in large strides to arrive before Ma Qin, and looked calmly at Ma Qin. Manager Ma Qin, how have you been? Thump. When Ma Qin saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he had seen the devil. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. My lord, spare me. I shouldn't have been greedy. I shouldn't have told them about my lord's whereabouts. My lord, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Humph. Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at Ma Qin. He called out to the 2 girls and walked back in the direction of the Ma clan's auction house. Xueqi, bring him along. Ma clan, I want them to give me an explanation today. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ma Qin's face to turn deathly pale. If this matter alarmed the clan, his fate could be imagined. The most important thing in an auction house was credibility. But now, for his own selfish desires, he acted on his own initiative and single-handedly destroyed the reputation of the Ma family auction house. In the Ma family auction house, all the guests had already left, leaving only a few Ma family members. Backstage of the auction house, 4 old men gathered together. Old man Hu, when you saw that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% today, you were surely scared silly, right? A robust old man in red clothes looked at Hu Jun and laughed heartily. Is there even a need to ask? An origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. However, that young man's luck isn't bad. He was actually able to obtain an origin strengthening pill like that and earned 8 million gold. Another blue-clothed old man nodded, and an expression of envy appeared on his face. Unfortunately, we didn't collect the handling fee from that young man. That was 800,000 gold. The yellow-clothed old man sighed with a face full of regret. Humph. Short-sighted. Once that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% was sold, the reputation of our Ma clan auction house would rise along with it. Are you still worried that we won't be able to earn back a mere 800,000 gold in the future? Hu Jun glanced at the yellow-clothed old man with disdain. Does your Ma clan auction house still have any reputation to speak of? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, causing the faces of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun, to go pale. Duan Lingtian walked into the backstage in large strides. It's you. Hu Jun recognized Duan Lingtian, and his eyes squinted. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Old man who's he? The other 3 old men looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned, as they were extremely dissatisfied with what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. He's the guest that auctioned off that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. Hu Jun took a deep breath as he spoke. Instantly, the 3 old men looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're asking me what I meant by what I said earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Jun and said indifferently, then I want to know even more what your Ma clan auction house means. Xueqi, bring him in. Xueqi walked in large strides, and in his hand was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was ghastly pale, and when he saw Hu Jun and the others, his gaze was slightly evasive, and traces of terror faintly appeared on his face. Manager Qin? Hu Jun frowned when he saw Ma Qin in Duan Lingtian's hand. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, aren't you going a bit too far? Let him go. The red-clothed old man had a fiery temper, and he glared fiercely as he took a step forward, wanting to seize Ma Qin from Xueqi's hand. Above him, 150 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was in existence at the half-step void stage. Humph. Xueqi's gaze went cold, and with a raise of his hand, the strength of over 2,000 ancient mammoths exploded out, and his origin energy condensed into a palm print that blasted onto the red-clothed old man, blasting him flying. Bang! The red-clothed old man's body transformed into an arrow that left the bowstring and fiercely collided with the wall. Instantly, the entire wall split into pieces, and numerous hideous cracks appeared on it. The red-clothed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went ghastly pale as he looked at the over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Xueqi. Void prying stage. It wasn't only the red-clothed old man who was astonished. The expressions of the three old men, including Hu Jun, went ghastly pale as well. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Not bad. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 3 old men besides Hu Jun, and he sized them up before slowly nodding. When they heard Duan Lingtian and saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, the 3 old men were angered to the point their faces went livid. However, when their gazes descended onto Xueqi, they suppressed the flames of rage in their hearts. Endure. They could only endure. Not to mention the 3 of them, even the entire Ma clan would find it difficult to match an existence at the void prying stage. Didn't you go a bit too far when you asked me earlier? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when facing the 3 silent old men, as Xueqi was sufficient to deter them. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto Hu Jun as he asked indifferently. Hu Jun's expression was unsightly, but he still took a deep breath and asked. Guest, I want to know why you did this? Why did I do this? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the killing intent on his body was awe-inspiring as he looked at Ma Qin, who was in Xueqi's hand. You can let him speak. Instantly, Hu Jun looked at Ma Qin. Manager Qin, what exactly is going on? Ma Qin's face was ghastly pale. What should he say? Could it be that he coveted the wealth and the possession of this violet-clothed young man, and joined forces with others to kill the violet-clothed young man and seize everything of the violet-clothed young man? Ma Qin. The other 3 old men were all existences at the half-step void stage, and they were supreme elders of the Ma clan. Presently, their gazes descended onto Ma Qin as well. Ma Qin took a deep breath as he knew that he had to speak, and he hurriedly said, Supreme Elders, Lord Hu Jun, the matter is like this. In tonight's auction, the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was in room number 7, and he took a fancy to the gold fur mouse that this guest obtained. When the auction was about to end, he came looking for me and made a promise that so long as I told him the whereabouts of this guest, then after he killed this guest, he only wanted the infant gold fur mouse. All the wealth in this guest's possession would belong to me. When he spoke up to hear, Ma Qin's face revealed a bitter smile. Hu Jun and the other 3 old men's faces went ghastly pale when Ma Qin spoke halfway. When they heard Ma Qin finish speaking, the expressions of the 4 old men were exceedingly gloomy, and they glared angrily at Ma Qin. Ma Qin, as the manager of the Ma clan auction house, not only did you not lead by example, you even colluded with others to make a move against a guest. What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? What position do you place our Ma clan auction house in? Although Ma Qin didn't finish speaking of what happened after that, they were able to roughly guess that the Magnolia Trading Company's Xia Guang was probably doomed. Ma Qin hung his head dejectedly, as if he'd lost all the strength in his body. He knew that even if the violet-clothed young man didn't kill him today, even if he was able to escape death, he wouldn't be able to escape the heavy punishment of the clan. His life could be considered to be completely ruined. Ruined by the word greed. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, he wouldn't dare arouse greed even if he was beaten to death. But unfortunately, all of this was only an extravagant wish, and there was no medicine for regret in this world. Do you understand now? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the 4 old men, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Now, do all of you still think I'm going too far? The corners of the 4 old men's mouths curled into bitter smiles. Hu Jun took a deep breath. Guest, this matter is the fault of our Ma clan auction house. So long as Guest is willing to turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, we're willing to compensate you. Yes. The other 3 old men hurriedly nodded as well. It was fine if the young man was only an ordinary young man, but the young man just happened to have a formidable void-prying stage expert by his side. If they were to really infuriate the young man, then not to mention they would die without a doubt, even the Ma clan would be unable to escape calamity. Compensation? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter was extremely brilliant. If there's compensation, then everything is easy to discuss. However, I'll say this first, All of you can turn this matter into a small matter, and a small matter into nothing, but he must die. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Ma Qin. Chapter 254. Ma Qin, the main culprit. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for Xueqi by his side, he and the two little girls by his side would have died without a doubt. So, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, regardless of how the Ma clan's compensation would be, Ma Qin must die. Almost at the instant Ma Qin opened his mouth to beg for mercy, a blue-colored afterimage flashed past, swift as the wind and like a ghost. Bang! The blue-clothed old man, one of the supreme elders of the Ma clan, struck out in rage and killed Ma Qin with a single palm strike. Even if you didn't say anything, our Ma clan wouldn't allow such a black sheep to continue living. The blue-clothed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. Then, let's talk about the compensation. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as his gaze swept past the four old men, causing them to feel aggrieved and helpless. After all was said and done, it was indeed their Ma clan auction house that was in the wrong in this matter. Customer, please speak. Hu Jun took a deep breath. He'd already made the preparations to bleed heavily. 10 million gold. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly with a carefree expression, as if 10 million gold was nothing in his eyes. Hu Jun and the other three old men were dumbstruck. They'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before them would actually demand such an exorbitant price. Customer, isn't this 10 million gold too? Hu Jun was in a bit of a dilemma. 10 million taels of gold, even to the Ma clan, was not a small sum. Once they took out so much gold, the Ma clan would surely suffer a great loss. What? You think it's too much? Duan Lingtian glanced calmly at Hu Jun. Don't forget, today's matter was caused by your Ma clan. Send 10 million gold to the Cloud Traveler in tonight. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ignored the four old men whose faces were flushed red and directly left. This time, when they left the Ma clan auction house, Duan Lingtian's group left from the main entrance. Now that it was late at night, the street in front of the Ma clan's auction house was quiet, and occasionally some pedestrians could be seen walking by. The Traveler's Inn was not far ahead. When Duan Lingtian came back from the restaurant, he saw this inn. The group of people moved in. And now, the main hall of the Ma family mansion was brightly lit. 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man stood together. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. That Ma Qin actually caused such a great calamity. He deserved to die. Ma Qin deserved to die. However, Patriarch, that purple-clothed young man's demand for 10 million taels of gold is too much. Are we really going to give it to him? The yellow-clothed old man's tone was low, and it seemed to be mixed with a bit of anger. Supreme Elder, if we don't give you the 10 million taels of gold, do you have a way to solve this problem? The middle-aged man was the Ma clan's patriarch, and his expression was extremely unsightly. The yellow-clothed old man was speechless. Did he have a solution? No. He didn't think that he was able to endure the rage of the void-prying stage expert by the purple-clothed young man's side. I'll order someone to send the 10 million taels of gold over to him. However, our Ma clan's money isn't so easy to take. When I send the money over, I'll order someone to send Xueqi's corpse to the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a strand of a fierce light that contained traces of a scheme mixed within. Patriarch is wise. Instantly, the gazes of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun, abruptly shone. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company was one of the 7 great trading companies of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and there was no lack of void-prying stage martial artists within it. Xueqi was the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. Most importantly, Xueqi's father was the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and besides that, he was even a formidable void-prying stage expert. That night, Duan Lingtian obtained his wish and received the 10 million taels of gold sent over by the Ma clan, and it caused him to be unable to help but sigh with emotion. This money came too quickly. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian cultivated as usual. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python form. Presently, Duan Lingtian had still fallen into the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage, and he was only half a step away from the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. I ought to be able to break through before arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian let nature take its course, and he cultivated until deep into the night before falling into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, after eating breakfast with the 2 little girls, Duan Ling Tian's group set out. The 4 Fergana horses headed straight out of Black Wind City. Not long after Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 left, another 2 Fergana horses chased after them from afar. Humph! After galloping his horse and leaving Black Wind City extremely far away, Duan Ling Tian's gaze suddenly went cold. When he'd just left the inn earlier, he'd noticed someone spying on them from the shadows. At the beginning, he didn't pay attention to it. Now, when he noticed someone was chasing after them from afar, his face sank. Duan Ling Tian, the 2 little girls, and Xueqi greeted each other. Then the 4 of them swung the horsewhips in their hands to descend onto the bodies of the Fergana horses, causing the Fergana horses to speed up and gallop madly. Instantly, they pulled apart the distance between them and the 2 people behind them. The 2 people following behind them were 2 middle-aged men. Now, when they saw Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 suddenly speed up and disappear before their eyes, a wisp of anxiousness appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly spurred their horses to gallop madly. However, they quickly noticed that after galloping for a period of time, the road ahead was open and level, and they couldn't see the figures of the people they were chasing anymore. Where are they? The 2 of them glanced at each other with bewildered expressions. As far as they were concerned, the horses they rode were all Fergana horses, and with the speed of those 4 people, it ought to be impossible for them to pull apart such a distance from them. Are all of you looking for us? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out from behind the 2 of them, causing their faces to go pale. When they turned their horses around, they saw that their 4 targets were slowly approaching them on horseback. Now, when they sensed the cold gaze of the middle-aged man among the 4 people sweeping over, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They could sense how terrifying this middle-aged man was. Their bodies trembled slightly, and traces of a frightened luster appeared in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people who had come, his gaze calm. Speak, why are you following me? Seeing that the 2 of them seemed to be hesitating, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned slightly cold. If you don't speak, then you can stay here today. In an instant, under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the 2 people's expressions changed, and they said in a panic, Sir, I'll speak. We're from the Black Wind City branch of the Magnolia Guild, and it was our vice president who sent us to follow you. Magnolia Guild? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Only now did he recall that Ma Qin from the Ma clan auction house seemed to have mentioned this Magnolia Guild yesterday. That middle-aged man who coveted the jade-eyed heavenly mouse seemed to be from the Magnolia Guild. That middle-aged man and the 2 old men were both at the half-step void stage, and their status in the Magnolia Guild shouldn't be low. Why did he send you to follow me? Duan Ling Tian asked in a low voice. Sir, we don't know the exact reason. We're only following orders. The 2 of them shook their heads. Duan Ling Tian's gaze never left the 2 of them, and in the end, he noticed that these 2 people didn't seem to be lying. Thinking of the middle-aged man from last night, Duan Ling Tian asked, Do you know Xueqi? Xueqi? The 2 of them hurriedly nodded when they heard this. The president of our Magnolia Guild's branch in Black Wind City is Xueqi. The president of the Magnolia Guild's branch in Black Wind City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused, as he never imagined that the middle-aged man from last night had such a great background. Looks like there ought to be a considerable amount of wealth within Xueqi's spatial ring that he conveniently took. Right at this moment, Xueqi looked at the 2 of them and asked, What's the relationship between this Xueqi and your Magnolia Guild's vice president, Xiado? When the 2 of them heard Xueqi, they said, Xueqi is precisely Lord Xiaodo's only son. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Xueqi frowned slightly when he heard what the 2 of them said. F***K off. If you let me notice that you're following me again, then both of you will die without a doubt. Duan Ling Tian's icy cold gaze swept past the 2 of them, causing them to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and their faces revealed wild joy as they spurred their horses to leave, not daring to look back. Xueqi, you know that Xiado? Duan Ling Tian noticed that something was off with Xueqi, and he asked curiously, Young master, that Xiado is the vice president of the Magnolia Guild's main branch. I've once had dealings with him. His strength is on par with me at my prime. Xueqi replied respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duan Ling Tian nodded. When he just met Xueqi all those years ago, he still remembered what Xueqi had said to him. Xueqi at his prime had a cultivation at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Young master, the Magnolia Guild's people following you was probably done by the Ma clan. Should we? Xueqi made a killed gesture. A mere Ma clan is nothing. What's important now is to hurry on our journey. We have to arrive at the 7-star sword sect as soon as possible. If we're unable to make it in time for the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test 3 months from now, then we'll have to wait for another half a year. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Just as he'd said, he didn't take the Ma clan seriously at all. But if he returned now, even if he annihilated the Ma clan, it would only be a waste of time. As far as he was concerned, if he delayed entering the 7-star sword sect because of the Ma clan, then the losses outweighed the gains. Yes. Xueqi nodded. To him, whatever the young master said was right. He was only a servant of the young master. The 4 of them continued on their journey. Squeak squeak, unknowingly, the little gold mouse had awoken from her deep sleep, and when she noticed she was on the Fergana horse, she was extremely happy and jumped onto the head of the Fergana horse, then nodded to Kerr in a human-like manner and was extremely happy. Hiss, seeming to have been awakened by the little gold mouse, little black and little white, the 2 little pythons, stuck their heads out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and looked at the little gold mouse with their gold and silver eyes that flickered with strands of bright lights. Squeak! Chapter 255. Duan Lingtian and the 2 little girls couldn't help but laugh when they saw the little gold mouse's actions. Swish! Swish! The eyes of the 2 little pythons went cold as they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed out and opened their mouths to bite the little gold mouse. Above their heads, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared respectively. Little black, little white. Don't! Kerr cried out in shock. She wanted to stop them, yet it was already too late. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the 2 little pythons, and it raised its claws to slap towards the 2 little pythons. 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. The 2 little pythons were slapped down successively by the little gold mouse's claws. Although the little pythons weren't a match for the little gold mouse, they didn't dare kill the little gold mouse because they'd noticed the warning gaze Duan Lingtian shot at them. Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons felt pain, yet they were unresigned as they stood in confrontation with the little gold mouse. Little black, little white, come back. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that these 2 little fellows would be so belligerent, as he hadn't even reacted earlier when they'd already fought with the little gold mouse. Swish! Swish! The 2 little pythons returned to Duan Lingtian's hand, but their eyes still stared fixedly at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse wasn't willing to fall behind, and it shook its butt towards the 2 little pythons in provocation. That's enough. When he noticed that the restless emotions of the 2 little pythons seemed to have slightly lost control, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. The little gold mouse seemed to be slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian, and it lay down obediently. All right, you 2 little fellows, you'll surpass it sooner or later. Both of you are even younger than it by over a year, and 1 year later, both of you will surely be stronger than it is now. Duan Lingtian noticed that the 2 little pythons were still unwilling to return into his sleeve, and he consoled them. Of course, he wasn't speaking without thinking. Based on his observation of the 2 little pythons in the past 3 years, their potential was absolutely not inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. When they grew up in the future, they might even be existences at the level of the demon emperor. The 2 little pythons were both mutated ferocious beasts. Even in Emperor Wu's memory, there was no record of the 2 little pythons. However, judging from their growth rate, they had long surpassed the growth rate of most demonic beasts. Hiss, hiss. Hearing Duan Lingtian's comforting words, the 2 little boas obediently returned to Duan Lingtian's long sleeve. This made the 2 girls at the side smile helplessly. The 2 little pythons and the little gold mouse were simply like natural mortal enemies. That Xueqi really let me off easy this time. Duan Lingtian took out 3 storage rings. They were the storage rings of Xueqi and the 2 old men beside him. There wasn't much in the 2 old men's storage rings, but in Xueqi's storage ring, there was a huge amount of wealth. The origin strengthening pill that he refined with a purity of 91% had once again returned to his hand, and there was also a light blade inscription inscribed on a ring. Never mind these, they weren't valuable to him. Most importantly, there was an entire 20 million plus gold within Xueqi's storage ring. Now, the total amount of gold and silver in Duan Lingtian's possession was already close to 50 million gold. After 2.5 months, Duan Lingtian's group finally arrived at a city near the Seven-Star Sword Sect. This city wasn't inferior to Black Wind City in size. Duan Lingtian knew the name of this city as he looked at the 3 words above the city gate. Black Bamboo City. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still slightly unable to understand why a city would have such a poetic name. Only when he entered the city and saw bamboo that was pitch black like ink rising from the ground all over the city did he come to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the origin of Black Bamboo City. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw some people wearing azure-colored clothes. These people were mostly young people. Their clothes had the same symbol embroidered on them. A sword, and 7 stars revolved around the sword. They're members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect? Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi and asked curiously. Li Fei and Kerr, who had veils covering their faces, looked at Xueqi as well, and their beautiful eyes contained slight bewilderment mixed within. Xueqi nodded. Yes, young master. These are the uniform of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. The 7 stars on the outer court disciples' uniform are copper-colored. The inner court disciples' uniform is silver-colored. The Seven-Star Sword Sect's elders are gold-colored. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. The Seven-Star Sword Sect's test is in half a month. Let's find a place to stay first. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian directly bought a courtyard house. Xueqi, you can't follow us to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Stay here in the future. Duan Lingtian said to Xueqi, if I have anything I need you to do in the future, I'll come look for you. Yes, young master. Xueqi hurriedly nodded in a respectful and reverent manner. 10 days later. Bang! Within Duan Lingtian's body, Origin energy charged out and finally broke through the final bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin core stage, naturally stepping into the 4th level of the Origin core stage. Slightly exerting strength. Above Duan Lingtian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 4th level Origin core stage martial artist, it was an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Even compared to an ordinary 5th level Origin core stage martial artist, it was an extra strength of an ancient mammoth. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I've finally broken through. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. He brought along the 2 little girls and called out to Xueqi before leaving the courtyard house and finding a restaurant to eat. The restaurant had an ancient fragrance and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little girls to find a seat by the window and sat down. Then he ordered some food. 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court Disciple. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and with a glance, he noticed that amongst the 3 7-Star Sword Sect disciples at the table next to them, one of them wore a symbol on his azure clothes, and the 7 stars that coiled around the symbol were all silver in color. This young man around the age of 25 was obviously a 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the strength of this 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple ought to be at the 7th level of the Origin core stage or above. Only around the age of 25, 7th level of the Origin core stage or above. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. As expected of an Inner Court disciple of one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. After all, amongst the experts of the younger generation that he knew, the strongest person around this age was the Divine Might Marquis Estate's junior marquis, Nie Fan. However, although Nie Fan's age was older than this 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple, his strength was much inferior. As for the other 2 young men, they were around the age of 22 or 23, and were 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples. Their strengths weren't weak, and were both at the 4th level of the Origin core stage or above. Looks like even the current Little Fei's natural talent can only be considered to be ordinary after arriving at the 7-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Li Fei was 21 this year, and had just broken through to the 3rd level of the Origin core stage 1 month ago. Of course, the reason Li Fei possessed her current cultivation was all because of the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined. Before long, the dishes were served, and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 started eating as well. Squeak squeak. The 3 of them had only eaten for a while when the little gold mouse came out from under Kerr's sleeve. Its azure eyes flickered with a strange light as it stared at the pile of dishes on the table, and it gulped down a mouthful of saliva like a human. What? You want to eat as well? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little gold mouse's current appearance. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Come, roll over twice and I'll let you eat. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as he spoke to the little gold mouse. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse raised its head with a haughty and disdainful appearance, and it ignored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face fell. This little gold mouse has really become intelligent. Duan Lingtian could practically confirm now that the little gold mouse was absolutely capable of completely understanding human language. Not only that, its intelligence wasn't inferior to a human. Scoundrel, don't bully little gold. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, then she picked up a piece of meat and placed it before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse picked up the piece of meat and started chewing with relish, and as it chewed, it looked at Kerr with anticipation. Kerr couldn't help but laugh. Then she picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them before the little gold mouse. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse nodded in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard exclamations of surprise coming from the table next door. Senior brother, is that a gold fur mouse? This was one of the two Seven-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples at the table next door that spoke. The Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple couldn't help but turn around to look at Duan Lingtian's table when he heard this. The other Outer Court disciple looked over with a curious expression as well. Infant gold fur mouse? The eyes of the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple shone, and a greedy flowing light flashed within, as if he'd seen some treasure. Although the greed in the eyes of the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple only flashed briefly, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. But he didn't mind, as an infant gold fur mouse was indeed an extremely great temptation to martial artists below the void prying stage. So beautiful! Right at this moment, the eyes of one of the Seven-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples glowed when he saw the appearance of Kerr, who'd already removed her veil to eat. The other Seven-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciple looked at Kerr when he heard this, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. Only the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple only glanced indifferently at Kerr before his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. His interest towards the little gold mouse was obviously greater than his interest towards Kerr. Duan Lingtian didn't continue looking at the three Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples, and his gaze returned to the little gold mouse as he shook his head and laughed. This little gold is the same as little black and little white. They're all foodies. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, there was a commotion in his long sleeve. Obviously, the two little fellows hidden within Duan Lingtian's sleeve were unhappy when they heard Duan Lingtian. All right, I won't talk about you two. Duan Lingtian shook the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve and coiled around his arm as he consoled them with a light voice. The two little pythons went silent when they heard this. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, because he noticed that the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple had stood up and slowly walked towards their table. Chapter 256. This Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple around the age of 25 had an ordinary appearance, yet a trace of gloominess was faintly mixed within between his brows. How much is this infant gold fur mouse? I'll buy it. The Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and spoke indifferently. Kerr's beautiful brows frowned when she heard this, and she was slightly displeased. The little gold mouse seemed to have understood what the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple said, and it glared at him with its jade-green eyes as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at him. But the little gold mouse's entire body was covered in fluffy fur, so even if it pretended to be fierce, it didn't have the slightest deterrent force. Green-eyed gold fur mouse? The Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple's eyes lit up, and the first thought that arose within his heart was, I've encountered a variant gold fur mouse. A gold fur mouse, when grown to its peak, possesses the strength of a half-step void stage martial artist. If it was a variant gold fur mouse, it was even possible for it to break through to the void stage and transform into a demon beast. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a cold smile when he saw the light of greed that arose within the eyes of the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple, and he said indifferently, Leave, we're not selling. We're not selling. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple to be stunned. Do you know who I am? The Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and intentionally puffed out his chest, completely revealing the Seven-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciple mark on his chest. Are you playing a monkey? Duan Lingtian frowned and said slightly impatiently, I know you're a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. But so what? Could it be that because you're a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, I must part with my treasure and sell this little gold mouse to you? Playing a monkey? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went grim when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he said in a low voice, "Kid, be careful of trouble arising from a loose tongue." When had he been humiliated like this? As far as he was concerned, this sentence was like a joke, and it was no different from humiliation. When he saw this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face change, Duan Ling Tian glanced at him with a calm gaze before lowering his head and continuing to eat, and he didn't pay any further attention to him. When he saw Duan Ling Tian acting like this, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple thought that Duan Ling Tian was afraid of him, and he sneered. "Truly a lowly wretch." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a stack of banknotes appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slapped it on the table and said in a deep voice, "Here are 100,000 taels of silver. I'll buy your baby gold for mouse." 100,000 taels of silver? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Then he swallowed the food in his mouth. Then he glanced at this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. "I'll give you 1 million silver. Get me another infant gold for mouse. How about it?" Kuer and Li Fei's eyebrows furrowed slightly as well, their faces filled with dissatisfaction. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had indeed gone too far. "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly hand over the infant gold for mouse. You can't afford to offend our senior brother." Right at this moment, the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stood behind the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and they glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian as one of them threatened with a deep voice. "Exactly, our senior brother is an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and he's an existence that will become a 7-star sword sect elder in the future. If you're sensible, then hand over the infant gold for mouse to our senior brother. In this way you might be able to form some good karma." The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple said to Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as he looked at the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. "According to what you two said, me handing over this infant gold for mouse to your senior brother is my most sensible choice, the wisest choice?" "Of course." The two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke in unison. Haha, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. Then he raised his hand to grab the little gold mouse in his hand. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse nodded to Duan Ling Tian, then bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Then she turned around to glance at the three 7-star sword sect disciples. Duan Ling Tian naturally discerned the meaning the little gold mouse expressed now. The little gold mouse was asking him now if she could make a move and kill these three detestable fellows. Duan Ling Tian naturally believed the little gold mouse had the strength, but he shook his head instead. If the three 7-star sword sect disciples were really killed by the little gold mouse, then he'd really come here for nothing. At that time, it would absolutely be impossible for the 7-star sword sect to allow him to join. "Kid, at least you're sensible." A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple saw Duan Ling Tian shaking his head and thought that Duan Ling Tian was refusing the little gold mouse's request to stay, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of complacency. It wasn't only him, even the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple and the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had the same thought. The face of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple revealed a smile of victory. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and stretched out his hand. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Then his cold gaze swept the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as he said vigilantly, "What are you doing?" The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. "Kid, you're playing with me?" "Playing with you?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. When had he played with this fellow? "Scoundrel, he thought you were persuading little gold to go with him earlier," Li Fei said to Duan Ling Tian, as she'd seen everything that happened earlier. "I say, is there something wrong with your head? Didn't I say earlier that I'm not selling? Quickly leave, we still have to eat." Duan Ling Tian frowned and said impatiently, "Kid, you." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went gloomy, and the hand he stretched out fiercely exerted strength. Instantly, origin energy raged and was on the verge of erupting. 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 8th level of the origin core stage. What? You want to forcefully seize it? A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple can be so overbearing? Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and his burning gaze stared at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Meanwhile, The gazes of the crowd of customers in the restaurant descended onto the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. A seven-star sword sect inner court disciple is seizing something? It can't be. The seven-star sword sect has always had strict rules, and it strictly forbids disciples from bullying the weak. Didn't this little brother say that this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple wants to seize something from him? The crowd of customers discussed animatedly. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple noticed the gazes from the surroundings, and his face sank. The corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he raised his voice. Kid, you've already sold this infant gold fur mouse to me. Now it's you who went back on your word, and I'm only taking back what belongs to me. So that's how it is. I told you that a seven-star sword sect disciple ought to not bully the weak. A person must have integrity. Since you promised someone, then you must do as you say. This young man has gone too far. The customers present came to a sudden understanding, and for a moment, they stood on the side of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple as they denounced Duan Ling Tian. Shameless! Li Fei and Ke were angered to the point their faces flushed red when they heard the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. They never imagined that this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple would actually speak without thinking. Haha. Looks like not everyone in the enormous seven-star sword sect is able to abide by the sect rules. Duan Ling Tian laughed. He laughed extremely brilliantly, and his gaze descended onto the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Kid, you don't have to quibble anymore. You've already agreed to sell this infant gold fur mouse to me. Hand it over now. I'll give you a chance, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple stared at Duan Ling Tian, and dense killing intent flickered within the depths of his eyes. Young man, since you've already agreed, then hand it over to him. Yeah, as the saying goes, a man without integrity is worthless. Integrity is extremely important. There's no need to throw away your life for this. Young people nowadays really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The spectating customers spoke out one after another. Some were persuading Duan Ling Tian, and some were teaching Duan Ling Tian a lesson. Duan Ling Tian directly disregarded this group of opportunists. They didn't know anything yet were chattering without end. Did they really think that he was a selfless saint? Kid, it's difficult to offend public anger. You should obediently hand over this infant gold fur mouse. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency when he heard so many people denouncing Duan Ling Tian for him. Exactly. Quickly hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make you suffer the consequences. Kid, be sensible. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. The other two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples cooperated and spoke to Duan Ling Tian with an arrogant appearance. Seven-star sword sect. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be some black sheep. Even the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the seven-star sword sect, was no exception. These three seven-star sword sect disciples had taken a fancy to the little gold mouse, so they stopped at nothing to turn black into white, and for the sake of achieving their goal, they would stop at nothing. What if I don't hand it over? Duan Ling Tian looked at the three seven-star sword sect disciples before him and spoke indifferently with a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the three people before him seriously. Actually, he indeed didn't take them seriously. It was only three origin core stage existences. Kid, looks like you're intentionally playing tricks on me? The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank, and he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. The origin energy on his hand raged and became restless. Everything he said now was obviously to pave the way for his ruthless attack in the next moment. In this way, he would be in the right, and no one would say that a seven-star sword sect disciple was taking advantage of his position to bully others. And the facts were precisely so. As expected, a wave of sighs of emotion sounded out within the restaurant when they heard the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. Young people nowadays are too impulsive. Not to mention not keeping his word, he's still so eloquent and arrogant. Today, even if he's killed by this seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, he can only blame himself. Exactly, even if he dies, he would have died for nothing. After all, he's in the wrong. Numerous voices continued to build momentum for the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple. All of you. How can all of you be like this? The young master utterly didn't agree to sell little gold to him. Chapter 257. Kerr, there's no need for you to explain to them. They're only a group of opportunists. Li Fei extended her hand that was white like jade and lightly patted the back of Kerr's hand as she consoled. Li Fei's words naturally aroused the rage of the crowd. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Exactly. On what basis do you say we're opportunists? Could it be that you mean this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is intentionally wronging all of you? Is there any need for a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to wrongly accuse all of you? The crowd of customers all glared angrily at Li Fei. When had Li Fei ever seen a scene like this? For a moment, she was angered to the point her face flushed red, and she clenched her fist tightly as her delicate figure lightly trembled. Slap! Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out, and the clamorous sounds within the restaurant instantly stopped abruptly. It was Duan Lingtian who slapped his palm onto the table. Shut up! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he would at most laugh it off when these people spoke ill of him. But these people actually dared to speak ill of Li Fei, speak ill of his woman. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers within the restaurant descended onto Duan Lingtian, and most of them had sneers on their faces as they waited for Duan Lingtian to be taught a lesson by the 7-star sword sect disciple. What? Kid, you've become angry from embarrassment? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had a ridiculing smile on his face, as he never imagined that the development of the situation before him would actually completely lean towards him. He knew that it was time. Now, even if he made a move, no one would feel that he was relying on the might of the 7-star sword sect to bully others. Duan Lingtian looked at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple with a piercingly cold light in his eyes. Now, he already didn't have the patience to continue playing with this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Xueqi, throw the 3 of them out. The 3 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't refrain from laughing when they heard Duan Lingtian. Even most of the customers in the restaurant couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the shocking strength of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Even if there was someone whose strength surpassed a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, the person wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, doing so would directly offend the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect, a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. How could anyone dare to provoke him? However, their smiles quickly froze. Because they saw it. Yes, young master. Xueqi responded. His figure flashed out as if he had turned into a gust of wind. At the instant that the smiles on the faces of the 3 7-star sword sect members froze, Xueqi moved out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing each of them with a single grab before directly throwing them out of the restaurant. Boom! 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 Outside the restaurant, 3 loud sounds rang out, followed by 3 miserable cries. Inside the restaurant, there was dead silence. All the drinkers were stunned. They weren't stunned because of the nascent soul stage strength that Xueqi revealed, but were instead stunned because Xueqi dared to touch a 7-star sword sect disciple. The 7-star sword sect was famous for being protective. As far as they were concerned, since this middle-aged man dared to touch a 7-star sword sect disciple, he would surely suffer great misfortune. How would they know that those 3 7-star sword sect disciples utterly didn't dare tell the sect elders about what happened today? Their right was only an illusion. The 7-star sword sect elders weren't easy to deal with, and they weren't so easy to trick. 100,000 silver to buy an infant gold fur mouse? This was already relying on force to bully others. So the 3 7-star sword sect disciples fiercely glared at Duan Lingtian, who was within the restaurant before leaving dejectedly. Senior brother, could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had an unwilling expression. If we don't let it go like this, what else can you do? I never imagined that he actually had a nascent soul martial artist by his side. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. He originally thought that the infant gold fur mouse would be easily obtained, but he never imagined that such an unforeseen event would occur. Senior brother, your 100,000 silver seems to still be on their table. Should we go back and get it? The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had a flash of inspiration as he recalled this matter. Why don't you go get it? At that time I'll give you half? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple glared at the 7-star sword sect outer court disciple. This caused the latter to have a bitter smile and not dare make another sound. Damn it! If it wasn't for that nascent soul martial artist being present, I would surely kill that violet-clothed young man. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple had a gloomy expression as he spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, our seven-star sword sect outer court disciple test is in another 5 days. Do you think they came for this as well? From their accent, they don't seem to be from the surroundings of Black Bamboo City. Suddenly, the eyes of a seven-star sword sect outer court disciple flickered as he guessed. Right, senior brother, there's really such a possibility. The other seven-star sword sect outer court disciples' gaze lit up as well. Now that all of you mention it, there really is such a possibility. Humph. If he's really here to join our seven-star sword sect, then he's walking right into a trap, and I'll surely kill him. The seven-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes went cold, and his icy cold voice seemed to have come from an icy cave with piercingly cold winds, and it contained frightening killing intent mixed within. If he enters the seven-star sword sect, then that nascent soul martial artist by his side won't be able to protect him. The two seven-star sword sect outer court disciples started laughing as well. Within the restaurant, after Xueqi revealed his strength at the nascent soul stage, the crowd of customers instantly shut their mouths and went silent, as they were deeply afraid of offending the violet-clothed young man. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if they dared to speak out of turn, then with the violet-clothed young man's temper, he would surely not hesitate to make the nascent soul martial artist by his side attack them. The violet-clothed young man was afraid of the identities of the 3 seven-star sword sect disciples and didn't dare kill them. But he wouldn't fear them. All right, little Fei, don't be angry. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei. Then his gaze went cold as it swept past the crowd of customers present. How about this? So long as you say the word, I'll immediately ask Xueqi to throw all of them out. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but in the ears of the crowd of customers, it was instead like a thunderclap. When they raised their heads to look over, they saw the middle-aged man that attacked earlier looking at them with a burning gaze. Instantly, all the customers went into an uproar, and they directly put down the money for their food and wine before leaving the restaurant as if they were fleeing. In the next moment, only their table remained within the restaurant, as well as the dumbstruck manager and attendant. Li Fei finally couldn't refrain from laughing out loud when she saw this scene. Her laughter was charming and moving, and it captivated one's heart and soul. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbstruck, and wished for nothing more than to push Li Fei down right now and take to his heart's content. Scoundrel, what are you looking at? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, and her tone was slightly bashful. What an alluring little vixen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his lower abdomen heat up, and he forcefully restrained the impulse to take a deep breath. Big Sister Fei, young master has been charmed by you. Kerr spoke to Li Fei with a light smile as she stroked the little gold mouse. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red as if blood was about to drip out when she heard this, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand to scratch Kerr. Little Sister Kerr, what are you saying? Ah, so itchy. Big Sister Fei, spare me, I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. Kerr hurriedly begged for mercy. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse seemed to have become a spectator when she saw this scene, and she looked excitedly at Li Fei and Kerr playing around, and her pair of jade green eyes spun as they flickered with a strange sheen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his mood became much better. 7-star sword sect. Once I, Kerr, and little Fei enter it, we'll be unable to avoid encountering those 3 people from before. I hope they're sensible and don't look for trouble with us. Otherwise, humph. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, a trace of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Imperial City. What did you say? You said my son is dead? In a spacious courtyard house, an aged old man stared at the middle-aged man before him, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. Yes. The middle-aged man's body shivered. The old man that stood before him now was an existence that commanded great influence in the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the vice president of the enormous Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Xiaodou. An existence at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Under Xiaodou's rage, a terrifying pressure enveloped his body, causing his breathing to become slightly irregular. Guang! Xiaodou cried out with sorrow, and his muddy eyes instantly emitted bright lights that flickered with scarlet-red killing intent. The middle-aged man's face went grim when he felt the pressure that stretched out from Xiaodou's body grow stronger and stronger, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. He believed that if this continued, it probably wouldn't be long before he would collapse on the ground. Finally, the raging aura that stretched out from Xiaodou's body vanished, and the terrifying pressure dispersed along with it, allowing the middle-aged man to catch his breath and heave a sigh of relief. Speak, what exactly happened? Who killed my son? Xiaodou looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with dense cold lights that were about to swallow the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gasped. At this moment, he even had the misconception that the person standing before him wasn't a person, but a venomous snake, a terrifying venomous snake that was capable of instantly killing a person. Lord Xiaodou, the person that did it was in existence at the void-prying stage. The middle-aged man caught his breath and slowly said, "This matter started from the auction held in the Ma Clan auction house 3 months ago. Subsequently, the middle-aged man spoke of everything he knew from the Ma Clan of Blackwind City. A violet-clothed young man took out an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%? Xiaodou's face sank, as even he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. A medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. In the past, it was practically impossible for it to exist in his eyes. Now, he couldn't help but become slightly fearful. That person was able to take out an origin-strengthening pill like this. Did it mean that there was a formidable alchemist behind that person? Perhaps he saw through Xiaodou's fear, and the middle-aged man added, "Lord Xiaodou, according to the Ma Clan, that origin-strengthening pill was obtained by accident by that young man. He isn't related to the alchemist that refined that origin-strengthening pill." Chapter 258. There were 7 perfectly straight peaks in the 7-star sword sect. The 7 peaks rose from the ground like 7 sharp swords that charged into the clouds. These 7 peaks were also called the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 great sword peaks were also named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. They were respectively Dubhe Peak, Merak Peak, Fekta Peak, Migres Peak, Alioth Peak, Mizar Peak, and Alcade Peak. Amongst them, Dubhe Peak was the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, and it was also the tallest sword peak with a grand aura. The other 6 sword peaks were instead distributed around Dubhe Peak, like a host of stars surrounding the moon. They surrounded Dubhe Peak at the center. Only within this mountain, deep within the clouds. Duan Lingtian listened to Xueqi's introduction, and his heart was filled with shock as he gazed from afar at the 7 sword peaks that were coiled by clouds and mist. This is the 7-star sword sect? Young master, there seems to be something connected to Dubhe Peak on the surrounding 6 sword peaks. Ker's sharp eyes noticed the scene of the clouds and mist dispersing. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this. Along with the clouds and mist dispersing, he could see that there were indeed things similar to black ropes on the surrounding 6 mountain peaks, and they were connected to Dubhe Peak. Young master, supposedly, among the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, only the main peak, Dubhe Peak, has a path to ascend the mountain. The other 6 sword peaks don't have a path to ascend the mountain. Unless it's in existence at the void-prying stage, otherwise, practically no one is able to ascend the mountain. Xueqi spoke of everything he knew. So if one wants to ascend the other 6 sword peaks, one must pass through the main peak's entrance, then step onto the main peak's chain bridge and enter. Chain bridge. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. In this way, the 7-star sword sect only has a single path to ascend the mountain, which is the path to Dubhe Peak. A sect like this has a shocking defense. There was only one path, and it was completely possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000. Coupled with the 7-star sword sect's resources and reserves, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family personally came, they might not be able to gain any benefits. Soon, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the foot of one of the sword peaks. The part of the sword peak that had sunk into the ground was extremely steep, and one couldn't see the end of it. Even a half-step void stage martial artist would probably be unable to ascend such a precipitous cliff. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that it wasn't just him and the 2 little girls by his side that were sighing with emotion. Presently, many young men and young women had converged over from all over, and they were pointing at Sword Peak while exclaiming with admiration. Duan Lingtian understood that these people ought to have come to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test as well. The closer they got to the main peak, the more people they could see. The young men and women that converged from all over had a senior by their side, and in the end, they converged at the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubhe Peak, outside the only entrance to the 7-star sword sect. The entrance to the 7-star sword sect was a few tens of meters tall, and 4 large words were carved on it in a flamboyant style. 7-star sword sect. This. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian was attracted by these 4 large words. Although he didn't have much knowledge in calligraphy, he was able to discern that these 4 large words were carved by a sword cultivator expert smoothly swinging his sword, and it was completely natural, and not the slightest flaw could be found. This entrance seems to have some history. Li Fei spoke in a light voice, and her tone contained traces of shock mixed within. Obviously, she was shocked by those 4 large words as well. Supposedly, this entrance already existed when the 7-Star Sword Sect was established. These 4 words 7-Star Sword Sect were carved by the founding ancestor of the 7-Star Sword Sect. As Xueqi spoke up to hear, he had an expression of reverence. According to rumor, the founding ancestor of the 7-Star Sword Sect was already a void interpretation expert when he established the 7-Star Sword Sect all those years ago. Void interpretation expert. In other words, an expert that had stepped into the void interpretation stage. Void interpretation stage expert? Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There's a void interpretation stage expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Xueqi shook his head. That was a matter of a few thousand years ago. According to my knowledge, a void interpretation stage expert hasn't appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long time now. Even if it's a void initiation stage expert, there's probably not more than 50 in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he spoke up to hear, Xueqi sighed slightly. At that time, if our Boundless sect had a void initiation stage expert, we wouldn't have been annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian knew a little about the Boundless sect from Xueqi. The Boundless sect could only be considered a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that was filled with sections. The sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that could be called a top sect usually had 5 or more void initiation stage experts within the sect, and there was no lack of existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above amongst them. Below the top sects were the first-rate sects, and there were usually 1 or 2 void initiation stage experts within the sect, and the strongest was usually at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Below them were the second-rate sects that didn't have any void initiation stage experts, and the difference between them and third-rate sects was the quantity and quality of void prying stage experts. The sects below the third-rate sects were some unrated sections. These unrated sects usually only had 1 or 2 void prying stage martial artists, and in terms of strength, they were on par with the imperial families of the various kingdoms under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless sect that day was a first-rate sect. Your Boundless sect's young sect leader left behind a voice transmission jade slip and asked me to pass it to the secluded old man, Yen, of the Solitary Peak. Could it be that Yen isn't a void initiation stage expert? Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi and asked. Xueqi said slowly, "Young master, the old man you spoke of is the ancestor of our Boundless sect. He was in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage over 10 years ago, and later on, he saw through the world of mortals and decided to live in seclusion. As for whether he has broken through to the void initiation stage now, I don't know." As he finished speaking, Xueqi had a sigh and didn't hold any hope. In terms of difficulty, a 9th level void prying stage martial artist wanting to break through to the void initiation stage far surpassed a half-step void stage martial artist breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, "How far is the Solitary Peak from here?" Xueqi slightly pondered. "If we travel by Fergana horses, it ought to take 5 months of time to arrive near the Solitary Peak." So far. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was originally thinking that if the Solitary Peak wasn't far away, then he would ask Xueqi to pass the voice transmission jade slip to Yen of the Solitary Peak, and it could be considered as fulfilling the wish of the Boundless sect's young sect leader. Now it would seem that there was temporarily no need for this. If Xueqi were to leave, then a round trip would take 10 months. Too long. "I'll go to the Solitary Peak to look for Yen when I have the chance in the future," Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. He didn't want Xueqi to leave for so long. If he had an urgent matter to look for Xueqi during this period of time, then wouldn't he be delayed? Moreover, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if Yen knew of this matter, he might not be able to do anything to the Black Fiend sect. According to Xueqi, there were 2 void initiation stage experts in the Black Fiend sect. One of them was even a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at the surroundings, and he noticed that more and more people were converging over. These people were all a group of young men and women, and the oldest looked to be not more than 25 years old. This was the standard of the 7-Star Sword sect when recruiting outer court disciples. under the age of 25. Practically every young man and woman had a senior following by their side. Some of the seniors that followed by the sides of these young men and women were even existences at the void-prying stage. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. 3 people finally walked down from behind the 7-star sword sect's entrance. Amongst the 3 people, there was an old man in the lead. The old man had a thin figure, a firm expression, and a trace of exuberant vitality was mixed between his brows. His spirit had reached its peak, and in some aspects, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the young man. 7-star sword sect elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the symbol on the old man's chest. The 7 stars surrounding the sword-shaped symbol were all gold in color. It was precisely the symbol of a 7-star sword sect elder. Behind the old man were 2 young men around the age of 30, and they were 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. Participants of the test below the age of 25, stand over here now. The old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained exceedingly dense origin energy, and it entered into the ears of everyone present. Xueqi, you go back. If there's anything, I'll go look for you in Black Bamboo City. Duan Lingtian nodded to Xueqi, then after instructing him, he brought along the 2 little girls and slowly walked over. For a moment, a group of young men and women gathered together. There were also many young men who saw Li Fei and Kerr, and they were slightly stunned. They were shocked by their peerless appearances, and only recovered from their shock after a short moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood between Li Fei and Kerr, and their faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. So many people. Kerr sized up the surroundings for a moment and was slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian nodded. The young men and women gathered together now were at least over 1,000 people. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Now those below the age of 20 who haven't stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage, leave. Instantly, a portion of the people left the crowd dejectedly. Those above the age of 20 and below the age of 22, who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man continued. This time, even more people left. Those below the age of 22 who haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage want to leave? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, the number of people that were able to step into the 1st level of the origin core stage below the age of 22 could be counted on one hand. The 7-star sword sect was worthy of being a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The test hadn't even begun, and it was only the first round of selection, but it was already so strict. Those above the age of 22 and below the age of 23 who haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice continued to sound out. This time, the faces of many young men and women went grim. Although they were slightly disgruntled, they still left obediently. Those above the age of 23 and below the age of 25 who haven't stepped into the 3rd level of the origin core stage, leave. Chapter 259. Now, after the first round of screening, the group of young men and women that remained numbered close to 200 people. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. The quality of the genius martial artists of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was really not something that the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Such harsh requirements, yet there were still so many people left in the end. The remaining people, follow me. The old man ordered, then he led the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to open the path in front, and Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind as they majestically ascended Dubhe Peak. Dubhe Peak, the main peak of the 7-star sword sect. On the way, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he slowly said, I'm the elder in charge of the outer court disciple test this time. All of you can call me Test Elder. Now that all of you are able to ascend Dubhe Peak, it also represents that all of you are a step closer to becoming an outer court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. However, whether you're able to become an outer court disciple or not still depends on your own ability. The old man continued, even if you become an outer court disciple, don't think of slacking off. The 7-star sword sect has a rule that those who are unable to pass the inner court test and become inner court disciples before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect. The old man's words caused many people to be greatly shocked. Unable to become an inner court disciple before the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect? I heard that if one wants to become an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, one must at least have a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I also heard that even if one has a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, one might not be able to pass the inner court test. Only by participating in the inner court test at the 8th level of the origin core stage would one have a 90% chance of passing. Many young men and women whispered in discussion. Although their natural talent wasn't bad, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage or even the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30 wasn't an easy matter. For a time, many people felt pressure. Duan Lingtian followed within the crowd and only lightly smiled when he heard the whispers of the surrounding people. Scoundrel, breaking through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 30. Do I have a chance? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly perturbed. So long as you're obedient, I guarantee you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage before the age of 25. How about it? Duan Lingtian placed his mouth next to Li Fei's ear and gently blew. His voice was mixed with some restlessness. Big bad guy. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Her pretty face blushed, and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Seeing how close Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were, many young men looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy, as if they could see right through Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian simply ignored these gazes. Nearly 200 people followed behind the old man and arrived at the mountainside of Tianshu Peak. There was a vast stone platform here, and there were already quite a few people around it. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he noticed with a glance that there were 6 groups of people standing there. 5 groups of people were led by an aged old man, and behind these old men were 3 or 4 young men. These old men were all elders of the 7-Star Sword sect, and as for the young men that followed behind them, they were all outer court disciples without exception. The other group of people were all women. Although the attire of the 7-Star Sword sect's female disciples was azure clothes as well, it was different from the male disciples. It lacked a bit of firmness and had a bit more delicateness, causing others to feel comfortable and not ugly. In the lead of this group of women was a beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance, and she was natural and unrestrained. She was also an elder of the 7-Star Sword sect. Behind the beautiful woman followed 3 young women, and they were all outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect as well. Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind Test Elder and stepped onto the stone platform. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman had already brought along the 3 young women to greet them. As for the other 5 old men, they instead brought along the people behind them and waited on the spot. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. But in next to no time, he found out the answer. Test Elder's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others, then he slowly said, "The women amongst you are exempted from the outer court disciple test and directly become outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect. Now, all of you follow Alcade Peak's Elder Bai to head to Alcade Peak and become disciples of Alcade Peak." Test Elder's words caused all the young men and women that followed up to ascend Dubhe Peak to be stunned. All the young women revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Exempted from the test? Directly become outer court disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect? All the young men were dumbstruck. This works? Now, absurd thoughts arose within the hearts of some of the young men, and they wished for nothing more than to be a woman. "Female disciples, follow me." The beautiful woman that came up to greet them, the Alcade Peak's Elder Bai, spoke out with a calm voice that didn't carry any emotion. "Go on." Duan Lingtian smiled to the 2 little girls by his side. When he saw the 2 girls seeming to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian said, "I'll go look for you too once I become an outer court disciple as well." The 2 girls nodded obediently when they heard this, then walked out with the group of young women. Li Fei and Kerr seemed to stand out like cranes amongst a flock of chickens within the group of young women. All along the way earlier, because there were too many people didn't see their true appearances. Now that they walked out with the 30-plus young women, they instantly drew the gazes of everyone present. So beautiful! The eyes of many young men shone, and they were subdued by the peerless appearances of Li Fei and Kerr. Even the beautiful woman, Elder Bai, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she looked at Li Fei and Kerr, and her eyes contained slight surprise mixed within. It wasn't that she'd never seen a young woman with such an outstanding appearance. However, with such outstanding looks and astonishing talent, this was the most difficult thing to come by. How many beautiful young women with ordinary natural talent could at most be reduced to a flower vase? In next to no time, the beautiful woman bid her farewells to Test Elder, then brought along the group of young women and directly left, obviously returning to Alcade Peak. I heard long ago that the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak is filled with female disciples. I never imagined that it's true. A young man that stood nearby Duan Lingtian exclaimed with admiration. Of course. Supposedly, the 7-star sword sect's outer court female disciples usually cultivate on Alcade Peak. You can see some female disciples on Dubhe Peak, but these female disciples are all inner court disciples and aren't young. As a young man finished speaking, he had a strange expression. I really envy them, they're able to skip the test and directly become outer court disciples. Many people had envious expressions. Actually, it's understandable. They're women after all, and it's already extremely rare for women to be able to satisfy the test elder selection criteria. Directly becoming outer court disciples is within reason. Another person said. The words of the latter obtained the unanimous agreement of most people. Women were innately weaker than men. Duan Lingtian's gaze had always descended onto Li Fei and Kerr, and he only withdrew his gaze when they followed Alcade Peak's elder by to a higher point on Dubhe Peak and vanished before his eyes. Meanwhile, including Duan Lingtian, the remaining 150-plus young men followed Test Elder to arrive at the center of the high platform. Test Elder suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. The group of people stopped moving when they saw this. Amongst all of you, only 100 people can remain in the end. In other words, 53 people will be eliminated. Test Elder's burning gaze flashed past the group of young men, causing many young men that were already perturbed to go pale. Now, there were exactly 153 people amongst them. In other words, more than a third of the people would be eliminated. I wonder what test it will be. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He was slightly curious and slightly expectant. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in passing the test, so he wasn't worried. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went gloomy. He realized that a powerful aura was emitted from the elder's body, suppressing the figures of the group of people including him. This formidable aura was the aura of a void-prying stage expert. Moreover, it wasn't the aura of an ordinary void-prying stage expert. This test elder is actually in existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. As for test elder's aura, it didn't cause too much of an effect on him. After all, his spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. Not to mention this, the tenacity of his will wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. He was a person that had experienced 2 lifetimes. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that the other young men were caught off guard, and instantly, over 10 of them collapsed onto the ground. These young men that collapsed onto the ground were unable to stand up any longer, and their bodies shivered as they lay on the ground. To them, the aura of a 7th-level void-prying stage expert was too formidable. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people had collapsed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky, and it was the remaining group of young men that reacted to the situation and circulated their strength to resist Test Elder's aura. For a time, the sky was covered in dense ancient mammoth silhouettes, and it was utterly impossible to distinguish which ancient mammoth silhouettes belonged to which person. Bang! Before long, another young man collapsed and foamed at the mouth. Time silently flowed by. Now, only 127 young men were left standing. Now, practically everyone present was able to realize that this sudden aura of a void-prying stage expert was the outer court disciple test they were about to face. The first 10-plus people that collapsed onto the ground lay on the ground with bitter and helpless expressions. They knew that they were bound to have no fate with the 7-star sword sect. Only a portion of the 127 people that were standing were steady like Mount Tai. The bodies of most people were shivering and would collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth and persisted. Because they all knew that so long as another 27 people collapsed, so long as they didn't collapse, they would pass the test. So boring. Chapter 260. There just happened to be a young man standing behind Duan Lingtian. He was originally clenching his teeth and stubbornly holding on. But now, when he saw the carefree Duan Lingtian before him, and when he saw Duan Lingtian stretching before him, he couldn't endure it any longer and lost control of his mind, causing his body to tremble before crashing onto the ground. The commotion that came from behind him caused Duan Lingtian to jump in fright, and he turned around to look. The young man that was limp on the ground had a bitter expression on his face, and when he noticed Duan Lingtian turning around, he almost fainted. Oh my God! What did he see? The young man that stood before him was actually a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. He suddenly felt that he'd been living like a dog all these years. Friend, are you all right? Duan Lingtian noticed that the young man that was on the ground was staring at him, and he couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. The young man opened his mouth when he heard this, but in the end, he wasn't able to say anything. Test Elder's imposing aura enveloped him, causing him to be unable to speak. There was only one thought left in his heart. Freak. This violet-clothed young man was simply a freak. Bang, 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 bang. Half an hour later, the young men collapsed to the ground one after another. Gradually, only 100 young men were left standing. Meanwhile, Test Elder's imposing aura was restrained. Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and noticed that amongst the young men that were standing, there were a few people that were similar in age to him, and the cultivations of these people hadn't broken through to the origin core stage. They were able to persist, and it was obvious that their willpower was shocking. A test like this is interesting. It's sufficiently direct and straightforward. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Along with Test Elder withdrawing his imposing aura, everyone instantly felt the pressure on them reduce greatly, and the people that were standing had brilliant smiles on their faces. The 53 people that had collapsed onto the ground had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces. You two, bring them down the mountain. Test Elder instructed the two 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciples behind him. Yes. When the two 7-Star Sword Sect Inner Court disciples heard this, they brought the 53 people that stood up with difficulty and left. These 53 people could be considered to have made a wasted trip up the mountain. Congratulations, all of you have become Outer Court disciples of our 7-Star Sword Sect. Test Elder's gaze flashed past the 100 young men including Duan Lingtian, and he slowly said, Now, I'll roughly introduce our 7-Star Sword Sect to all of you. Our 7-Star Sword Sect is divided into 7 great sword peaks, and amongst them, the Dubhe Peak is the main peak. The cultivation grounds on the main peak belong to the 7-Star Sword Sect's higher-ups and Inner Court disciples. Outer Court disciples cultivate on the other 6 peaks. Among the 6 peaks of the Outer Court, Alcade Peak is the cultivation grounds of the Outer Court female disciples, and the other 5 peaks are the cultivation grounds of the Outer Court male disciples. At this point, the invigilating elder continued. Now, the elders of the other 5 peaks and the Outer Court disciples they brought with them will each pick 20 of you. In the future, you'll be the Outer Court disciple of the peak that picked your elders. As for the other details, the elders of each peak will explain them to you in detail. Alcade Peak, the cultivation grounds of the Outer Court female disciples? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That seemed to be no different than a country of women. Meanwhile, under Test Elder's call, the elders of the other 5 peaks brought along the disciples behind them and walked over in large strides. When these people approached, Duan Lingtian noticed a familiar figure, and Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would encounter this person here. Behind the old man with a goatee was one of the 3 Outer Court disciples, and one of them could be considered to be Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance. It was precisely one of the 3 7-Star Sword Sect disciples he met in the restaurant in Black Bamboo City 5 days ago. It was one of the 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciples. Due to the distance earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't notice this person. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that this 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciple had seen him as well. Not only that, this 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciple seemed to not be surprised when he saw him, as if he'd known of his existence since long ago. Perhaps when Kerr and Little Fei left with Alcade Hall's elder by, he'd already guessed that I'd be here as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the 5 old men, who were the elders of the other 5 peaks, brought along the Outer Court disciples behind them and walked over. Duan Lingtian saw that the Outer Court disciple that was his enemy directly charged towards him, and when he saw him, the corners of his mouth curled into a victorious smile as he threw a small and exquisite command token to Duan Lingtian. From now on, you're an Outer Court disciple of our Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he caught the command token, and when he looked carefully, he noticed that this was the command token of the 7-Star Sword Sect's Migres Peak disciple. A mischievous smile appeared on the face of the 7-Star Sword Sect Outer Court disciple, and he looked at Duan Lingtian before leaning forward to approach him and saying in a low voice, Kid, I never imagined that I'd be able to encounter you here. It's really a small world. I'm extremely curious here. Without that nascent soul martial artist to rely on, would you kneel down and beg for mercy before me? Kneel down and beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this Outer Court disciple. Instantly, the smile on his face vanished as he glanced at the Outer Court disciple with an expressionless face, and he slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Idiot!
You!
This seven-star sword sect outer court disciple never imagined that Duan Ling Tian still dared to be arrogant before him, and his face instantly sank as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Kid, you'll regret it." Duan Ling Tian yawned, then didn't pay any further attention to this outer court disciple, and walked towards the old man with a goatee, the Migres Peak's elder. Meanwhile, the Migres Peak side had finished selecting the 20 people. "I'm called Lu Qiu, the seven-star sword sect's Migres Peak's outer court elder. All of you can call me Elder Lu in the future." The old man with a goatee said to the 20 new seven-star sword sect outer court disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, "Elder Lu." Instantly, many people took the initiative to greet him, with the intention of getting acquainted with him. "All of you have just entered the sect and don't know many things. I'll bring all of you back to Migres Peak now. On the way, I and your 3 senior brothers will explain to all of you the things to pay attention to in the seven-star sword sect." As soon as Lu Qiu finished speaking, he brought Duan Lingtian's group to continue ascending Dubhe Peak. On the way, Lu Qiu's voice sounded out. "Since all of you have entered the seven-star sword sect, then you must abide by the rules of the seven-star sword sect. Seven-star sword sect disciples are not allowed to bully the weak, and are not allowed to bully the kind and fear the evil. This is the objective of the seven-star sword sect since it was established for a few thousand years. Besides that, unless the sect disciples have ascended the life and death arena, they are not allowed to compete and kill each other within the seven-star sword sect. Those that violate this will be severely punished according to the sect's rules." As Lu Qiu finished speaking, his tone had a sense of coldness that caused one's hair to stand on end. "Elder Lu, what's the life and death arena?" Instantly, an outer court disciple that had just entered the seven-star sword sect couldn't refrain himself from asking. Lu Qiu looked at the nearby outer court disciple. "Xueqi, explain."
Yes.
The person that was called out by Lu Qiu was none other than the seven-star sword sect outer court disciple that was enemies with Duan Ling Tian on a narrow road. But before Lu Qiu, Xueqi was instead reverent and respectful, and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. Xueqi's gaze descended onto the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian, it seemed to contain a strand of cold light. Of course, this cold light flashed and vanished, and only Duan Ling Tian, the person involved, was able to notice it.
Xueqi?
A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and he was disdainful towards the cold light that flashed within Xueqi's eyes.
In his eyes,
this Xueqi was only a clown. The life and death arena is an extremely special existence in our seven-star sword sect. Each of the 7 great sword peaks of our seven-star sword sect has a life and death arena. This life and death arena is a place for those disciples that have irreconcilable enmity with each other to vent. Once one ascends the life and death arena, it's equivalent to using one's life as a wager. Ascending the life and death arena also means that one won't rest until one dies. The life and death arena is also the only place in our seven-star sword sect where one doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. Xueqi spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and there was no lack of provocation within it. It was as if he was asking Duan Ling Tian, "Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me?" In next to no time, Xueqi noticed that Duan Ling Tian didn't look him in the eye from the beginning until the end, and this caused his expression to become even gloomier. When had he been disregarded like this? Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was only an outer court disciple that had just entered the seven-star sword sect. "Kid, I'll kill you sooner or later." Dense killing intent arose within Xueqi's heart. Presently, he no longer purely wanted to get back the face he lost in the restaurant 5 days ago. In his heart, he'd already completely hated this violet-clothed young man. Along with Xueqi's voice sounding out. Besides Duan Ling Tian, who had a composed expression, the expressions of the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the seven-star sword sect more or less went slightly pale, and there were even some people that were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. Life and death arena. Won't rest until one dies. One doesn't have to bear any responsibility for killing. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a slight smile. This life and death arena was really a good place. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that the existence of the life and death arena could only restrict the seven-star sword sect disciples from killing each other to a certain extent. So long as one wasn't noticed, one could similarly carry out slaughter in secret, and similarly didn't have to bear any responsibility. The existence of the life and death arena only caused the 7-star sword sect disciples to not dare carry out slaughter under the circumstances that there were others present. If there was no one present, then it was the same whether there was a life and death arena or not. In next to no time, Lu Qiu spoke out. After all of you become members of Migres Peak, I hope all of you can bring honor to Migres Peak. So long as it's a person that brings honor to Migres Peak, then Migres Peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly. Lu Qiu's words caused the 20 outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, including Duan Ling Tian, to be stunned. Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.